Chapter 1241. The vast universe was boundless and boundless. There were 36 archipelagos in the vast universe. The shortest distance between each archipelagos was billions of miles. The Old Hua archipelagos was one of the 36 archipelagos. Each archipelagos had a different number of islands. The Old Hua archipelagos had 72 islands. The Old Hua archipelagos was one of the 72 islands. It was also the core of the Old Hua archipelagos. It was many times more powerful than the other 71 islands. It was also the place where the elites of the Old Hua archipelagos gathered. The Old Hua archipelagos was located in the center of the Old Hua archipelagos. It was very far from the Old Hua archipelagos. Fang Chen was on a very high-grade starfield flying ship. This kind of flying ship was priceless. There were only 2 starfield flying ships in the vast Old Hua archipelagos. The archipelagos gave Fang Chen one. It was enough to show how much he valued Fang Chen. The starfield flying ship was very fast. It was even faster than ordinary heavenly body tier elites. However, it would take more than half a year to reach the Old Hua archipelagos. Fang Chen sat on the starfield flying ship leisurely. He was not afraid of the pirates in the void ocean at all. Unless they were creation tier pirates, heavenly body tier pirates would not be able to break through the defense of the starfield flying ship. Would an almighty in the blessed realm go underwater and become a pirate? That was clearly impossible. Creation tier elites could be considered as giants in the Old Hua archipelagos. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than a month since they left the Old Hua archipelagos. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and looked at the sea demons in the void ocean quietly. Beside him were Little Mouse, Demon Armorbug, and Dark Night Queen. These 3 battle partners had been following Fang Chen. Although the Dark Night Queen was Little Mouse's subordinate, there was no difference. "Boss, are there many elites in the Old Hua archipelagos? Little Mouse asked curiously. "Do you think there are many elites in the core of the Old Hua archipelagos? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse laughed. "Boss, you should hurry up and cultivate. With your current strength, you will definitely be tortured if you go to the Old Hua archipelagos. Fang Chen shook his head. How hard is it to improve? Along the way, from time to time, they would encounter some king's ships. When they saw Fang Chen's starfield flying ship, they consciously avoided them. Those who could ride the starfield flying ship were either powerhouses or martial artists from large factions. They could not afford to offend them. At a certain moment, Fang Chen was talking to Little Mouse when he suddenly heard a piece of news. Not far from Fang Chen's starfield flying ship, there was a ship with some explorers on board. They were chatting. Recently, Heavenspan Island has been embroiled in constant warfare. Us explorers are really suffering. That's right. I don't know what's gotten into the Xia Emperor, but he just has to stir up trouble on Skyspan Island. It's said that Emperor Xia wants to unify Tongtian Island. The Flamewing Palace, Taoist Palace, and Green Spirit Sect have all submitted to the Xia clan. Only the Pillview Palace and Black Heaven Sect are still resisting. I'm afraid that Pillview Temple and Black Heaven Sect alone won't be able to hold them off for long. Several explorers were chatting with each other. To them, there was no way they could interfere in such a battle. I think the Black Heaven Sect is in danger. On the starfield flying ship, Fang Chen's soul was very strong. He opened his eyes slightly and heard these people's conversation. There's war on Tongtian Island. Fang Chen frowned slightly as he thought to himself. I'll pass by Tongtian Island on my way to Skyspan Island. He steered the starfield flying ship and quickly flew in the direction of Tongtian Island. 3 days later, Fang Chen was infinitely close to Tongtian Island. At this time, he communicated with the Tongtian Island's willpower. He clearly remembered that the willpower had promised to help him once during the baptism at the Tongtian Divine Pool. Now, it was time for the willpower to act. Tongtian Island. The chaos of war continued. With the Xia clan at the helm, the Flamewing Palace, Taoist Palace, Green Spirit Sect, and other super sects had joined forces to besiege the Black Heaven Sect and the Pillview Palace. Today was the day of the final battle. Emperor Xia floated in the sky and looked down with a sneer on his face. Beside him were Taoist Palace Master, Flamewing Palace Master, and Ancestor Green Spirit. Emperor Xia, the Pillview Palace and the Black Heaven sect will definitely be destroyed today. Taoist Palace Master laughed loudly. How dare these two old farts, Pillview Palace Master and the Black Heaven sect Master, resist? They're really looking for death, Flamewing Palace Master said. Ancestor Green Spirit's eyes flickered as he looked across. Opposite them, Pillview Palace Master and the Black Heaven sect Master stood side by side. Their faces were full of gloominess. Emperor Xia, you're the Lord of Tongtian Island, and you're actually doing such a cruel thing, Pillview Palace Master rebuked. Emperor Xia, Tongtian Island doesn't belong to the Xia clan. It's not your place to run amok, the Black Heaven sect Master said coldly. Below, the battle was very intense. On the battlefield, one could vaguely see some familiar faces. For example, the young genius of the Pillview Palace, Dan Bixuan, had already stepped into the heavenly body tier and was killing everyone. Lu Li, whom Fang Chen thought highly of, had also reached the peak of the Heaven Dipper tier. Dan Bixuan worked together to kill the enemies. As for Tian Xin, he was too weak and didn't come out from the Black Heaven sect. On the battlefield, cultivators died from time to time. At the end, Lu Li and Dan Bixuan's bodies were covered in wounds. This battle was too tragic, and the casualties were heavy. In the void, the Black Heaven sect Master and Pillview Palace Master finally couldn't hold back. Emperor Xia, if you dare, fight me one-on-one, Pillview Palace Master roared angrily. Hearing this, Emperor Xia sneered and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you an idiot? Then, Emperor Xia waved his hand, and Pillview Palace Master and Palace Master Wudao attacked Pillview Palace Master. They were elites at the peak of the heavenly body tier, and in a one-on-two situation, Pillview Palace Master was instantly at a disadvantage. Pillview Palace Master, today is the day you die. Flames spread around Pillview Palace Master as he reached out his hand and whistled. Back then, he, the great Pillview Palace Master, had begged Pillview Palace Master to refine a pill for him, but the latter had directly refused. Ever since then, Flamewing Palace Lord hated Temple Lord Danjing's guts. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? With Palace Master Wudao's help, he suppressed Pillview Palace Master. Die! The Flamewing Palace Master shouted. However, at this moment, Black Heaven Sect Master attacked. Bang! Black Heaven Sect Master punched Pillview Palace Master's back, forcing him to stop attacking Pillview Palace Master. Old man, your opponent is me. Emperor Xia and Ancestor Qing Ling attacked Black Heaven Sect Master together. For a moment, the two big shots were pincered by 4 people, and they were forced to retreat. Are we going to die? The two of them exchanged a look, and there was a hint of determination in their eyes. Even if we die, we'll take one of them with us. Black Heaven Sect Master and Pillview Palace Master launched a fierce counterattack, wanting to take one of them with them. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for them to be severely injured. Bang! Emperor Xia sent them flying with a kick. Dong! The two of them were like meteors as they smashed into the battlefield. Immediately, the chaotic battle on the battlefield stopped. The elites of Black Heaven Sect and Pillview Palace all retreated to protect the two of them. Clear Sky Island will be between Black Heaven Sect and Pillview Palace, Emperor Xia said. Emperor Xia said. Soon after, attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth instantly descended. Pillview Palace Master and Black Heaven Sect Master looked at each other and smiled. They closed their eyes and waited for death. Buzz. Just as Emperor Xia was laughing wildly, all of a sudden, a ripple appeared in the void. Then, the Island Master's token floated out from Emperor Xia's chest. What's going on? Emperor Xia was stunned. He immediately tried to grab it, but he couldn't. His face was filled with astonishment. No one knew better than him the function of the Island Master's token. If he lost it, he would no longer be the Island Master. No. Emperor Xia gave up on attacking and desperately tried to grab the Island Master's token. Buzz. The precepts of heaven and earth revolved, and the power of will spread. Suddenly, everyone was imprisoned in the void. In the next moment, the power of will crushed Emperor Xia. Bang! The number 1 elite of Sky Passage Island turned into a cloud of blood mist. This scene shocked everyone. Who did it? Is it the power of will? Someone finally realized that something was wrong and was terrified. Then, the power of will attacked again, and some of the Xia clan's elites were killed. In the blink of an eye, the Xia clan collapsed. Whoosh! The power of will enveloped Ancestor Green Spirit and the others, and their cultivation dropped to the middle level of the heavenly body tier. No! Everyone shouted in horror, but it was useless. On the other hand, the Black Heaven Sect Master and Palace Master Dan Jing were full of excited smiles. Is the power of will eliminating the traitors? Buzz! The power of will quickly retreated, and the Island Master's token fell into the Black Heaven Sect Master's hand. Then, a drop of blood was quickly absorbed. In an instant, all kinds of information appeared in the Black Heaven Sect Master's mind. From now on, he was the Island Master of Sky Passage Island. Is the power of will punishing us? The Flamewing Palace Master and the others were terrified. The power of will was everywhere. It was too strong. Ha ha ha. Laughter could be heard from the battlefield. The battle was over. The upper echelons of the Xia clan, including Emperor Xia, were all dead. The few weak martial artists left behind could not stir up any waves either. As for the Flamewing Palace Master and the others, they were punished by the power of will, and their cultivation dropped greatly. They were no longer a threat. As the Island Master of Sky Passage Island, the Black Heaven Sect Master began to clean up Sky Passage Island on a large scale. In fact, the power of will didn't act recklessly. Those he killed were all related to the evil sect. As for the others, it was just a small punishment. The final result was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the Black Heaven Sect Master didn't know that the power of will acted because of Fang Chen. In the void ocean not far from Sky Passage Island, Fang Chen stood on the Starfield flying ship and felt the message from the power of will. His face was full of smiles. The calamity of Sky Passage Island had been resolved. In the future, the Black Heaven Sect and Palace Master Dan Jing would dominate Sky Passage Island. However, the more this was the case, the more curious Fang Chen was. What was the iron piece he obtained on the 99th step of the Sky Passage Stone Steps? If it wasn't for the iron piece, why would the power of will act for him? The power of will didn't have any emotions. It was just a division of the laws of heaven and earth to manage Sky Passage Island. The war started because of me, and it ended because of me. Chapter 1242. The Starfield flying ship sped through the boundless void ocean. Fang Chen smiled faintly as he watched Tongtian Island gradually disappear into the distance. Once upon a time on Heavenspan Island, there had been both joy and sorrow. In short, it was just a passerby in his life. Maybe one day, when he reached the peak, he would return. The Starfield flying ship went further and further away until the Clear Sky Island could no longer be seen. At this time, Fang Chen turned around and looked ahead. The Clear Sky Island incident was just a small interlude to him. In the following days, he had to travel at full speed. While Fang Chen was communicating with his will, a strange scene occurred at the Decapitation Cliff outside the sealed Sky City. The Decapitation Cliff, which was usually very quiet, suddenly shook on this day. The demon's sword at the bottom of the Decapitation Cliff started to move. It seemed to have sensed Fang Chen's arrival. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonated in the sky, but no one could hear it. Above the Decapitation Cliff, there were many cultivators who came to communicate with the demon's sword. The sudden movement caused them to be extremely frightened. After the shock, some of them were ecstatic. The demon's sword is vibrating. Am I going to communicate with the demon's sword? After saying that, the cultivator sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to communicate with the demon's sword. The other cultivators also sat down on the ground, wanting to communicate with the demon's sword. After all, the legend of the demon's sword was very attractive. If they could gain the demon's sword's recognition, their battle strength would soar. All the cultivators had the same thought in their hearts, and that was to obtain the demon's sword. However, the demon's sword moved at the bottom of the Decapitation Cliff. The demon's sword that was buried deep underground slowly broke out of the ground. At the bottom of the decapitation cliff, a resplendent light appeared and shot up into the sky. The cultivators above thought that the demon's sword was manifesting its spirit and were extremely excited. Breaking through the extreme realm? The demon's sword vibrated and a faint voice came out. Shortly after, the demon's sword turned into a ray of light and directly pierced through the sky, shooting towards the void ocean. "Look, what's that?" A cultivator saw the ray of light in the sky and shouted. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. Many people caught sight of the fast-flowing light and were very curious. What is it? Why is the demon's sword not vibrating anymore? Could it be that the demon's sword has already recognized its master? It didn't take long for news of the demon's sword to spread throughout the entire Tongtian Island. In the end, even the Black Heaven sect leader and the others were shocked. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to sense the presence of the demon's sword. In the end, he could only give up. As for the ordinary martial artists, they all thought that the demon's sword was still at the bottom of the severed head cliff. In just one day, countless martial artists had gathered in the sky above the decapitation cliff. At a glance, it was a sea of black. They were all attracted by the demon's sword. However, what no one knew was that the demon's sword was no longer on the clear sky island. Swoosh with a dazzling light, the demon's sword cut through the void ocean and chased after Fang Chen's starfield flying ship. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was moving swiftly, suddenly felt a powerful force approaching. Danger is approaching. Fang Chen's face was solemn as he stood behind the starfield flying ship, gazing at the void sea. He realized that the void ocean was very quiet. There was nothing strange about it. Why is that? Just as he was deep in thought, a dazzling stream of light suddenly cut through the void and shot toward him in an instant. His golden heart started to beat rapidly. Just as he was about to control the starfield flying ship to dodge, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. "Long time no see." An ancient voice could be heard coming from the light. Immediately, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. "Is this the demon's sword?" Whoosh! The light instantly approached the starfield flying ship. At this moment, Fang Chen was even more certain that the light in front of him was the demon's sword. With a thought, he opened the protective cover of the starfield flying ship and placed the demon's sword in front of his chest. Demon's sword. Seeing the demon's sword, Fang Chen's heart trembled. In the past, he had communicated with the demon's sword twice, but the latter thought that he was not strong enough to take it away. But now, the demon's sword had chased after him. "Why are you here?" Fang Chen carefully observed the demon's sword. The demon's sword was different from ordinary weapons. It was about 3 meters long and the blade was pitch black. There were complicated patterns on it. The hilt was scarlet and the tip was extremely sharp. A terrifying aura was emitted from the demon's sword. The demon's sword did not answer Fang Chen's question and muttered to itself, "Someone who broke through the extreme realm is worthy of my follower." Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he laughed. The demon's sword had acknowledged him and chased after him. He stretched out his hand and lightly grasped the hilt of the demon's sword. Bzzz immediately, streams of sword principle aura drilled into his mind. In an instant, Fang Chen knew that the demon's sword was not ordinary. "What's your origin?" Fang Chen asked in shock. The demon's sword sighed, "I was once heavily injured and I've already forgotten some of my memories." Hearing this, Fang Chen did not ask any more questions. It seemed like the demon's sword had a great origin. "What grade of divine weapon are you now?" Fang Chen asked. "Divine weapon?" The demon's sword faintly replied. "With your current strength, if you use all your strength, you can at most unleash the power of a 5th-ranked divine weapon." The demon's sword did not specify what grade it was, but it said this to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart trembled. "What's the origin of this demon's sword? Why is it so strong?" Fang Chen held the demon's sword in his hand, his heart filled with joy. With the demon's sword, his combat strength would definitely skyrocket. But right at this moment, the demon's sword spoke. "I won't act casually. I will only act when your life is at stake." The demon's sword replied. Fang Chen had an awkward expression on his face as he nodded. Good. Since you've chosen to follow me, I will definitely not bring shame to your name. Fang Chen nodded heavily. Buzz. The demon sword was replying to Fang Chen. After that, the demon sword shrunk to the size of the star concealing sword and was kept into Fang Chen's interspatial ring. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect the demon sword to take the initiative to follow him. The more he interacted with the demon sword, the more he realized that the demon sword's origin was too great. Obtaining the demon sword was a pleasant surprise. Fang Chen was extremely happy. After pondering for a moment, he continued forward. On the clear sky island. The trembling of the demon sword caused a huge commotion. None of the martial artists knew what was going on. Only one person had guessed the truth of the matter. He was Tian Xin, Fang Chen's only disciple. Black Heaven Sect, Sword Palace. Tian Xin stood at the peak, looking down at the vast scenery below. His mind was filled with thoughts. Below the decapitation cliff, a streak of light pierced through the void. It must be the demon sword breaking out from the ground. Tian Xin thought to himself. His eyes were filled with determination. It must be my master. Only his master had the right to do so. Suddenly, Lu Li arrived at the peak. Tian Xin, what are you thinking about? Lu Li asked. Tian Xin shook his head without saying anything. Lu Li looked at Tian Xin's faint figure and his pitch-black eyes looked towards the sky. Would the powerful warrior who once dominated the younger generation of the Clear Sky Island appear again? After leaving the Clear Sky Island, Fang Chen's starfield ship flew at a fast speed. During this time, Fang Chen would cultivate in seclusion whenever he was free, sensing the energy fluctuations in the sea. Before he knew it, the starfield ship was approaching the Clear Sky Island. The Clear Sky Island was one of the 72 islands of the old China Islands. However, the overall strength of the Clear Sky Island was stronger than that of the Clear Sky Island. The Clear Sky Island and the Scar Island were located at the border of the old China Islands. The Clear Sky Island was slightly closer to the Sky Island. Boss, we will pass by the Clear Sky Island in one day, Little Mouse said. Hearing the words Clear Sky Island, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Bai Qingqing's crying face appeared in his mind. I wonder how she is now, Fang Chen said. Boss, do you want to go up and take a look? It's on the way anyway, Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen was hesitant. Bai Qingqing liked him, but he only had his wife, the star and moon in his heart. However, Fang Chen was worried when he thought of how Bai Qingqing was taken away by her family. Bai Qingqing had once said that in order to consolidate her position as the #1 family on Clear Isle, her family had arranged for her to marry one of the young elites of Clear Isle. She did not want to do so, so she left home and came to the Clear Sky Island. Boss, Little Mouse called. Fang Chen woke up from his thoughts. He looked at Little Mouse and nodded. Let's go and take a look. It's on the way anyway. Fang Chen controlled the starfield flying ship and quickly flew to the Clear Sky Island. The Clear Sky Island was one of the more powerful islands among the 72 islands of the old China Islands. Recently, the Clear Sky Island had been very lively because a grand event was being held. This event had affected the entire Clear Sky Island. Countless young geniuses were extremely excited. Not long ago, the leader of the Bai family, the #1 family on the Clear Sky Island, announced that they would be recruiting a son-in-law for Bai Qingqing. Every young person could participate, and the person who came in first would be the son-in-law of the Bai family. Once this news was released, it caused a sensation on the Clear Sky Island. However, many ordinary martial artists did not know about this. Although it seemed that everyone could participate, the son-in-law of the Bai family had already been decided. He was the second most powerful force on the Clear Sky Island, Zhu Hong of the Zhu family. Zhu Hong was undoubtedly the most powerful martial artist among the young generation on the Clear Sky Island. Although there were many competitors, Zhu Hong was confident that he could win first place. When that time came, he would gather all the glory and marry Bai Qingqing. This would be a wonderful thing. At this stage, every city could sign up and fight together. The top martial artists in every city would be able to enter the final. If they could win first place, Their future would be bright. Clear Sky Island, by family. In Bai Qingqing's boudoir, there was a faintly discernible fragrance. There were tears on Bai Qingqing's face. Beside her was a graceful and elegant middle-aged woman. She was Bai Qingqing's mother. Qingqing, your father is doing this for your own good. Don't resist, Bai Qingqing's mother said. Chapter 1243. Qingyi Island was much larger than Scar Island. There were 36 cities on Clear Divergence Island, and each city had countless cultivators. After Fang Chen arrived at Qingyi Island, he entered the nearest city. This city was called Shuhai City. Not long after, Fang Chen heard news about Bai Qingqing. "Boss, how is it?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen's face turned cold as he said, "The Bai clan is indeed trying to force Qingqing into a marriage alliance. What should we do?" "Boss, why don't you participate in the competition and take first place?" Little Mouse laughed mischievously. Fang Chen shook his head. If he participated and took first place, should he marry Bai Qingqing or not? Clearly, deep in his heart, he only wanted to help Bai Qingqing. For a moment, Fang Chen was in a dilemma. "Boss, why don't we go to Qingyi City and see Bai Qingqing?" Little Mouse asked. He knew his boss well. He was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He couldn't just watch as his good friend fell into a desperate situation. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Shuhai City had a transportation array. After Fang Chen paid some violet crystals, he was transported to Qingyi City. After arriving at Qingyi City, Fang Chen sent a message to Bai Qingqing. At this time, Bai Qingqing was in her room in the Bai family estate. Her face was very gloomy. Her mother had just left, so she let out a sigh of relief. She was most afraid of her mother trying to reason with her. Suddenly, her jade transmission pendant vibrated. Bai Qingqing was a bit surprised. Who would send her a message? When she opened the jade transmission pendant, the voice that came out made her feel stupefied. "Qingqing, if you have time, come to the Heavenly Fortune Inn." Hearing this voice, Bai Qingqing's face was filled with excitement. "He really came to find me." Bai Qingqing quickly packed up and hurriedly left the Bai family estate. She arrived at the Heavenly Fortune Inn. In a certain independent courtyard of the Heavenly Fortune Inn, she saw the Fang Chen that she had been thinking about day and night. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Bai Qingqing threw herself into Fang Chen's arms. "Sanguinati, you're finally here." At this moment, Bai Qingqing's temperament as a little girl was fully revealed. Fang Chen gently stroked Bai Qingqing's shoulder and said, "I came to see you on the way." Bai Qingqing left Fang Chen's arms with a blush on her face. "Where are you going?" Bai Qingqing asked. "I'm going to the Old Hua Islands," Fang Chen said. "What are we going to do?" "Looking for a wife." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Bai Qingqing was absent-minded for a moment. Then, she forced a smile. "Sanguinati, can you help me?" Bai Qingqing said gently. "But, don't worry, after you get first place, we'll just pretend to get married. My parents will do. Then you'll leave the Qingyi Island and go to the Old Hua Islands," Bai Qingqing said. Now, only Fang Chen could help him. After a long silence, Fang Chen nodded his head and agreed. "Wait for me." After that, Fang Chen left and returned to the Void Sea City. After seeing Fang Chen, Bai Qingqing's face was full of smiles. Void Sea City. Fang Chen asked around and found the registration place. There were 36 cities and 36 battle zones. When he arrived at the registration place, Fang Chen said, "I want to register." "Name and cultivation level," the martial artist in charge of registration said lazily. Fang Chen, Heaven Star Border Realm Level 9. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen decided to use his life force. The reason why he hid his name was that he was afraid of being discovered by the Demon Cloud Patriarch. Now, he didn't have to worry anymore. Yes. Hearing this, the martial artist in charge of registration looked up and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. "This is your token." The martial artist handed Fang Chen a token. The token had the word Void written on it, representing the martial artist of the Void Sea City Battle Zone. 3 days later, there will be a selection. "Remember to be on time," the martial artist said. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. In the independent courtyard, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench. On the stone table next to him, there were several files. The contents of these files were almost all the outstanding young people of the Void Sea City. There were also some popular candidates this time. This information was released by the city lord's residents. They were favored by all the great geniuses. Almost all of them would buy a copy and go back to study it. Maybe they would meet an elite in the selection. It would be good to study the strength and moves of the elite in advance. As for Fang Chen, there was really no one in the younger generation of the Void Sea City that could catch his eye. His eyes fell on another file. This file was dark red, and the contents were the young prodigies of the Clear Isle. There were 8 great prodigies of the Clear Isle. Among them, 5 had reached the heavenly body tier. Among them, the strongest had reached the second layer of the heavenly body tier. The Clear Isle is indeed more powerful than Scar Island and Clear Sky Island. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just by looking at the battle prowess of these prodigies, he could feel the difference. Not to mention that there were 3 great creation tier elites on the Clear Isle. One of them was a lone cultivator, one was the ancestor of the Bai clan, and the other was the ancestor of the Ju clan. However, although they were all in the creation tier, Ju clan's ancestor was the weakest. This was why the Ju clan was inferior to the Bai clan as a whole. On Scar Island, there was no creation tier elite. On Clear Sky Island, there was only the Black Yin Dao ancestor. And on the Clear Isle, there were a total of 3. Fang Chen glanced at the information in the dark red file, and finally put it down lightly. The strongest is only at the second layer of the heavenly body tier. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The little mouse jumped onto the stone table, and said with a smile, "Boss, the prodigies of the Clear Isle are too weak. Even the strongest can't withstand a punch from you." Fang Chen nodded. He had broken through the pinnacle level, and his battle prowess had soared. Low-level heavenly body tier cultivators could easily defeat him. There is no suspense for you in this competition. The little mouse continued, "Fortunately, we passed by the Clear Isle. Otherwise, Bai Qingqing would really have been married by that guy." In Void Sea City, countless cultivators were discussing. In the selection 3 days later, Shuo Xian will definitely enter the top 3. Not necessarily. This time, the young prodigies have all come out of seclusion. There are many who are stronger than Shuo Xian. However, one thing is certain. The first place will definitely be Yuan Tianhe. I've seen Yuan Tianhe fight once. His battle prowess has reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Heaven Dipper tier. He is almost invincible under the heavenly body tier. The 8 great prodigies live up to their reputation. In these few days, wherever they went, they could hear the discussions of these cultivators. Of course, their short-sightedness was only limited to Void Sea City. Yuan Tianhe, the strongest cultivator of the younger generation in Void Sea City. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Heaven Dipper tier, and he had taken the 3rd step. His battle prowess was very strong, and he was among the 8 great prodigies. However, he was ranked last. Even so, it was enough for everyone to brag about. On the streets, people came and went. There was an endless stream of cultivators entering Void Sea City. Among the 36 cities, the overall strength of Void Sea City could be considered average. Everyone was waiting for the selection 3 days later, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. In a certain mansion in Void Sea City, there was an elegant garden. A black-robed man sat quietly in the pavilion. He had a pair of sword-like eyebrows and an imposing aura. Beside him sat a cultivator with fluffy hair. This person was the rumored Shuo Xian. The atmosphere in the air was very peaceful. The fish in the water played happily. Suddenly, Shuo Xian broke the silence of the garden. Wei Zhongkong has come out of seclusion. Shuo Xian grinned. The black-robed cultivator opposite him was expressionless as if he had not heard anything. "Aren't you worried that he will squeeze you out of the 8 great prodigies?" Shuo Xian continued to ask. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator said, "He is no match for me." Shuo Xian chuckled. Only one of the 8 great prodigies, Yuan Tianhe, would dare to say such arrogant words. In his heart, He was also looking forward to the selection 3 days later. In Void Sea City, some monstrous geniuses came out of seclusion. Even Shuo Xian did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to enter the top 3. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Today, Void Sea City was crowded with people, and it was very lively. The Void Sea Square was also the place for the selection. By the time Fang Chen arrived, it was already packed with people. There were countless warriors in the periphery. Even the streets were jammed. They were only here to watch the exciting battles. Every time a top genius appeared, it would cause a cheer. Fang Chen did not even lift his eyelids. He was too lazy to waste time. Look, Shuo Xian has appeared. Shuo Xian's aura is so strong. Beside Shuo Xian should be Yuan Tianhe. Yuan Tianhe overshadowed everyone's brilliance. He was in the square, enjoying the attention of everyone. Isn't he just a Heaven Star Border Stage 9 martial artist? What's there to be proud of? Little Mouse, who was standing on Fang Chen, said unhappily. What did you say? How dare you speak ill of Yuan Tianhe? Temph, where did this wild rat come from? How dare you doubt Yuan Tianhe's strength? Are you tired of living? Brother, please keep your spiritual pet and don't speak nonsense. We don't welcome you here. Because of Little Mouse's words, it caused the crowd to be angry. It's true. If my boss meets Yuan Tianhe, he can finish the battle with one punch, Little Mouse continued. Hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes. If it wasn't for the City Lord's mansion's guards, they would have already attacked. Temph, you look like a country bumpkin. You don't know how powerful Yuan Tianhe is. Why bother arguing with him? Idiot. The crowd looked at Fang Chen with disgust. Little Mouse was angry and wanted to retort, but Fang Chen stopped it. Why bother with your words? Hearing that, the Little Mouse stopped talking and looked ahead. Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued to rest. What's with the act? A martial artist at the side whispered, his tone was filled with disdain. Yuan Tianhe was a godlike existence in their hearts. They would not allow anyone to humiliate him. Seeing Fang Chen's appearance, they were even more disgusted. Wei Zhongkong is here. All of a sudden, a shout attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1244. Wei Zhongkong was no less dazzling than Yuan Tianhe. Many cultivators stared fervently at Wei Zhongkong and Yuan Tianhe, these two outstanding talents. At the front of the square, Wei Zhongkong looked at Yuan Tianhe meaningfully. Yuan Tianhe closed his eyes and did not open them, as if he did not want to talk to Wei Zhongkong. Seeing this, Wei Zhongkong spread his hands and grinned. However, there was a hint of malevolence in his smile. After all the registered martial artists had arrived, the Void Sea City Lord stood on the martial arts stage. Everyone, today is the day of the Void Sea City selection. There are a total of 30,000 martial artists who signed up, but only 30 can enter the final battle. Therefore, the competition is extremely fierce. The City Lord's words caused an uproar. Countless martial artists who were watching the show were shocked. There were a total of 30,000 martial artists who signed up, but only 30 could advance. This elimination was too cruel. However, this was the reality. Wei Zhongkong and the others stood in the front row with indifferent looks on their faces. To them, entering the top 30 was already a foregone conclusion. As for the other martial artists, they had to sharpen their brains to fight for it. City Lord, may I ask what the rules of the selection are? Someone asked. Everyone looked at the City Lord and waited for his reply. The City Lord waved his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Then, he said, as there are many martial artists participating, the first round is a free-for-all. However, the top 10 on the C roll of Void Sea City do not need to participate in the first round of free-for-all. They can advance directly. The City Lord's words caused a stir in the crowd. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with envy. The top 10 on the C roll do not need to participate in the free-for-all. I'm really envious. Even if they participate in the free-for-all, they can still enter the top 10. Any one of the top 10 on the C roll can suppress the crowd. Everyone in the crowd was discussing spiritedly. Fang Chen still had his eyes closed and did not pay attention to the crowd. The sea roll was a list of the young geniuses in Void Sea City. Those who could enter the sea roll were all geniuses. No one objected to the city lord's words and the free-for-all began. The city lord's mansion had already prepared the location for the free-for-all. There was a wasteland north of Void Sea City. There was a circle in the wasteland. All the warriors had entered the circle. If any warrior was killed or forced out of the circle, they would be eliminated. Such a simple and crude method would quickly eliminate most of the martial artists. The mighty crowd arrived at the wasteland. Everyone, enter the circle. Void Ocean City's city lord explained the rules. They were not allowed to kill. No more than 10 people were allowed to gang up on one person. If they didn't stop it, 30,000 people would gang up on one person. No matter how strong they would still be eliminated. The city lord knew that there were many people who were trying to take advantage of the situation. There were less than 100 true experts. Therefore, the elimination round would automatically end when there were only 100 people left in the circle. Wei Zhongkong and the others stood outside the circle with indifferent expressions. They didn't care about the so-called elimination round at all. Battle, begin. Following the city lord's command, an intense battle broke out on the wasteland. Die. Someone roared and threw a punch at the martial artist beside him. Before he could send this person flying, he was attacked. As soon as it began, there were already martial artists who were sent flying out of the circle. Some warriors felt the cruelty of the battle and took the initiative to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Some warriors were unwilling to admit defeat and went on a killing spree. However, they were too dazzling and could easily be surrounded. Fang Chen, a warrior that no one noticed, came to the edge of the circle. Ordinary warriors wouldn't come here because it was easy to be eliminated here. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, an array appeared around him. The battle in the wasteland was incomparably intense. After fighting for about 15 minutes, 20,000 people had been eliminated. It was enough to see the intensity of the battle. At this time, someone finally noticed Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen sitting cross-legged, he smiled sinisterly and approached Fang Chen, preparing to launch a sneak attack. However, before his fist could touch Fang Chen, he was sent flying by the array. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the other warriors in the circle. Is this kid crazy? He actually sat there. He's too arrogant. Let's attack together and destroy him. Several warriors near Fang Chen joined forces and attacked Fang Chen. The result was obvious. They were all sent flying. The situation here finally attracted the attention of the people outside. Yes, that's an array. Wei Changkong and the others frowned slightly. They discovered that Fang Chen was an array master. I didn't expect there to be an array master, said Shuo Xian. Yuan Tianhe also nodded. These warriors couldn't break the array. Sure enough, many warriors tried to break the array, but they returned without success. In the end, everyone no longer paid attention to Fang Chen and fell into a chaotic battle. After 6 hours, there were only 1,000 warriors left in the circle. More than 28,000 people had been eliminated. The battle was still ongoing. However, no one had the intention to deal with Fang Chen. In the outside world, the warriors who had previously mocked Fang Chen felt uncomfortable when they saw this scene. This kid is really lucky. He actually passed like this. Damn it. Why didn't anyone deal with him? A few warriors hated Fang Chen. They were a little angry when they saw him sitting on the ground unscathed. When there were only 300 warriors left in the circle. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and wanted to attack Fang Chen. Kid, you're too arrogant. The person who attacked was an expert ranked 50th on the C roll. This kid is dead. The 50th on the C roll has attacked. Yes, an expert on the C roll is extraordinary. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen didn't move at all. The expert ranked 50th on the C roll launched a fierce and domineering attack, bombarding the array fiercely. Buzz. A layer of ripples appeared on the array. In the next moment, a tyrannical rebounding force instantly broke the array. How is this possible? The expert ranked 50th on the C roll was eliminated just like that. There was an uproar in the wilderness. The city lord and the others nodded slightly at Fang Chen. With such an array, it was very easy to advance. Although the other warriors were very strong and believed that they could defeat Fang Chen, they didn't dare to act rashly. In the end, after 10 hours of fighting, the first round of the battle royal finally came to an end. The remaining warriors heaved a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. It's finally over. Everyone sighed. The intensity of the battle royal was greater than ever before. In just 10 hours, nearly 1,000 people died. However, those who died were weak, so the city lord's mansion didn't care at all. The first round is over. Congratulations on entering the next round. The Void Sea City Lord smiled brightly. In the second round of the competition, everyone returned to the Void Sea Square. 110 people fought in pairs. The loser was eliminated directly. Due to the great disparity in the strength of the participants, the competition progressed very quickly. In just 2 hours, the second round of the competition was about to end. Fang Chen was the last warrior to enter the ring. His opponent was a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 8 martial artist. Kid, you took advantage of me in the first round of the Battle Royal. I will defeat you in this battle. His opponent said in a cold voice. Before Fang Chen could speak, his opponent made a move. Obviously, he was afraid of Fang Chen's formation. In this regard, Fang Chen also shook his head helplessly. Immediately, he punched out and ended the battle directly. Fang Chen's strength shocked everyone. However, the top 10 of the C list still disdained him. After the second round of the competition, it was the third round. 55 people were eliminated, leaving 55 people to advance. To everyone's surprise, Fang Chen drew a blank in this round. Countless warriors were envious. Seeing the blank lot, Fang Chen stood aside and closed his eyes. Yuan Tianhe frowned slightly. This kid is a little arrogant. The third round of the competition took 4 hours. 27 people were eliminated. Including Fang Chen, there were a total of 28 people to advance. There were still 2 people short of the quota of 30 people. The 27 people who were eliminated took turns to fight. Finally, 2 people were selected to make up the list of 30 people. The Void Sea City Lord's face was full of smiles. The more powerful the younger generation of Void Sea City was, the happier he was. Now, he was grinning from ear to ear. In particular, the top 10 warriors on the C list were so powerful that they shocked him. Moreover, there was a Dark Horse Formation Master who was worthy of being seriously injured. In one day, Void Sea City finished the selection. These 30 people would represent Void Sea City and go to Qingyi City to compete with the geniuses of the other 35 cities. The 30 of you are the strongest of the younger generation of Void Sea City. In 3 days, I will personally take you to Qingyi City. At that time, countless geniuses from all over Qingyi Island will gather. I hope you can be incomparably dazzling in the final battle. After saying that, the Void Sea City Lord left the square. The crowd gradually dispersed. Wei Zhongkong looked thoughtfully at Fang Chen and turned to leave. Fang Chen was also ready to leave. However, at this moment, a figure walked over. Fang Chen, right? This person had a scar on his face and exuded a fierce aura. What's the matter? Fang Chen looked up and asked. Shu, he is my younger brother, the person said calmly. I don't know him. You sent him flying with a punch and broke one of his arms. I don't remember. Fang Chen still shook his head. Seeing Fang Chen's indifferent attitude, Xu Fei smiled eerily. My name is Xu Fei. I hope we can meet in the final battle. After saying that, Xu Fei turned and left. Fang Chen didn't take Xu Fei seriously at all. Boss, why don't you show them a few moves to intimidate them? Do they really think you're a pushover? Especially that idiot Xu Fei. I want him to smash his head into a wall and die. Little Mouse jumped out and said unhappily. Chapter 1245. Indeed, with Fang Chen's current strength, he really didn't need to care about these clowns. Breaking through the pinnacle level wasn't something they could compare to. Void Sea City's selection ended, causing a commotion. In the huge Void Sea City, countless martialists were discussing the top 30 martialists. Some people were even analyzing how far the top 30 cultivators could go in the final battle. The biggest dark horse was Fang Chen. Although he didn't reveal much of his strength, his attainments in formations were really impressive. Many martial artists were wary of his attainments in array formations. However, there were also some people who directly looked down on Fang Chen, thinking that he was only slightly better in formations. His true battle prowess was too weak. The cultivators who could reach Clear Leisure City were all geniuses. Fighting with them wouldn't give Fang Chen time to set up formations. Once he couldn't set up formations, he would be completely at a disadvantage. Among the top 30, everyone thought the most highly of Yuan Tianhe and Wei Changkong. Both of them were very strong. They were strong contenders for the top 10. Of course, Shuo Xian couldn't be excluded. He was also very strong. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Void Sea City Lord personally led 30 people to Clear Leisure Island. Through the transportation formation, Fang Chen once again arrived at Clear Leisure City. Clear Leisure City was the core city of Clear Leisure Island. It was very prosperous, and the headquarters of Clear Leisure Island's number 1 clan, the Bai clan, was also on Clear Leisure Island. Moreover, the current clan leader of the Bai clan was also the island lord of Clear Leisure Island. This time, Bai Qingqing's son-in-law selection attracted all the younger generation of Clear Leisure Island. However, after 3 days of selection, there were a total of 30 cultivators in each of the 36 cities. There were close to 1,000 cultivators in total. These young cultivators were all the best of the younger generation of Clear Leisure Island. Needless to say, the following battles would definitely be very cruel and fierce. The Bai clan sent many heavenly body tier elders to welcome the younger generation of the other 35 cities. Ha ha ha, Void Sea City Lord, how have you been? The people of Void Sea City had just walked out of the transportation formation when they heard hearty laughter. Fang Chen raised his head, and shockingly discovered that this person was a heavenly body tier elder of the Bai clan. Thank you, Elder Bai. The Void Sea City Lord was very respectful to the Bai clan. This way. After a while, Elder Bai brought Fang Chen and the others to a mansion. This mansion was specially used to receive guests from Void Sea City. Every city had one of the same mansions. City Lord Shu Hai, please help them settle down. Then, follow me to the clan to discuss this matter, Elder Bai said. The Void Sea City Master reminded everyone to wait for news in his mansion before leaving. Everyone found their own residences and rested. Just as Fang Chen returned to his residence to rest, there was a sudden whooshing sound as a shadow quietly entered his courtyard. Fang Chen was very vigilant. He instantly opened his eyes and looked around. After that, he shook his head helplessly. It turned out that the person who came was Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing, dressed in green, was very beautiful. She had been waiting for Fang Chen ever since she found out that he had come to Clear Isle. She had just received news that the cultivators of Void Sea City had arrived, so she couldn't wait to see Fang Chen. Why are you here? Fang Chen asked. I wanted to see you, Bai Qingqing said with a bright smile. After Fang Chen came to Clear Sky Island, the smile on her face also became more pronounced. You're looking for a son-in-law now. If others see you here, they'll gossip, Fang Chen said softly. Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, I don't care about that. Oh right, are you confident? Fang Chen knew that Bai Qingqing was asking him if he was confident of getting first place. Confident? Fang Chen didn't answer directly. Bai Qingqing saw this and thought that Fang Chen didn't have much confidence. Then, there was a hint of anxiety on her face, and she said, actually, with your strength, aside from Zhu Hong, no one is a match for you. This Zhu Hong is a well-known figure in the younger generation of the Zhu clan, and also the leader of the 8 great prodigies. His strength is stronger than mine, and he reached the 2nd level of the heavenly body tier many years ago. There are rumors that Zhu Hong has reached the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier long ago, but the Zhu clan has been hiding his strength. So, if you meet Zhu Hong, Bai Qingqing was indeed a little worried. Zhu Hong was too dazzling, reaching such a cultivation level at such a young age. The leader of the 8 great prodigies of Clear Isle, even she, a prodigy who was known as a prodigy, didn't have the confidence to win against Zhu Hong. It was too difficult for Fang Chen to snatch first place from Zhu Hong's hands. Seeing Fang Chen fall silent, Bai Qingqing said softly, "If you really meet Zhu Hong in the competition, don't force yourself. Once you can't hold on, immediately admit defeat." Saying this, Bai Qingqing's eyes reddened, and she said in a small voice, "I don't want to see you hurt." Fang Chen sighed, and raised his head to look at Bai Qingqing. Being looked directly at by Fang Chen like this, the latter's face instantly flushed red, and she lowered her head, feeling a little shy. "Qingqing, you go back first." "I know what I'm doing," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing didn't say anything else. Before she left, she was reluctant to part, and kept turning her head to look at Fang Chen. Bai Qingqing left the mansion in Void Sea City, and returned to the Bai clan. At this time, in a certain 99-story pavilion in Clear Isle City. On the 99th floor, a black-robed cultivator stood quietly by the window, looking down. Beside him, there was a cultivator exuding an evil aura. In his hands, he was playing with 2 beads. Creak, the beads in his hands kept making this kind of sound. And the black-robed cultivator standing by the window was also motionless. His pitch-black eyes were looking down, as if he was looking at something. Young Master Zhu, the cultivator playing with the beads, called softly. Instantly, the black-robed cultivator came back to his senses. "She went to the mansion in Void Sea City?" the black-robed cultivator asked. According to the servant's report, Bai Qingqing did go to the mansion in Void Sea City, but we don't know who she went to find for the time being, the cultivator playing with the beads said. The black-robed cultivator nodded and then waved his hand, indicating that he should leave first. After the cultivator playing with the beads left, the black-robed cultivator revealed a trace of an evil smile and muttered to himself, "Is she a genius of Void Sea City?" At this moment, Zhu Hong's killing intent had already been aroused. No matter who Bai Qingqing went to find, he had already made up his mind. In the competition, if he encountered a cultivator from Void Sea City, he would definitely kill them. When geniuses gathered together, it was inevitable to compare them. In the mansion in Void Sea City, what was originally incomparably quiet suddenly became incomparably noisy at a certain moment. In the square, Wei Zhongkong and Yuan Tianhe were fighting each other, their faces incomparably gloomy. "Wei Zhongkong, are you sure you want to make a move now?" Yuan Tianhe asked coldly. "Yuan Tianhe, you are one of the 8 great prodigies of Clear Escape Island. If I defeat you, I can become one of the 8 great prodigies." Wei Zhongkong's hair fluttered, his face full of a confident smile. "I want to participate in the final competition as one of the 8 great prodigies." Wei Zhongkong's attitude was very clear, he had to fight. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Around the square, numerous cultivators were discussing in low voices. Although Wei Zhongkong was a rising star, Yuan Tianhe was also a veteran elite, after all. His strength could shake heaven and earth, and he was just a step away from reaching the heavenly body tier. Moreover, being able to become one of the 8 great prodigies was not an exaggeration. The title of the 8 great prodigies was obtained through countless bloody battles. Hearing Wei Zhongkong's words, Yuan Tianhe sneered, and then said, "Looks like I haven't fought for a long time, and everyone has already forgotten me." Thinking back, when Yuan Tianhe had just obtained the title of one of the 8 great prodigies, his decisiveness and lightning-fast attacks made everyone's hearts palpitate. At that time, as long as Yuan Tianhe was mentioned in Void Sea City, the expressions of the younger generation cultivators would change. The name Yuan Tianhe became the nightmare of the younger generation. However, things had changed with the passage of time, and now there was actually someone who wanted to challenge him. How laughable. Although Yuan Tianhe had a smile on his face, he was extremely furious in his heart. He clenched his fists, and the power of astral essence around him surged, ready to attack at any time. Voila! Wei Zhongkong's robes fluttered, and an iron spear appeared in his hand. "Come, Yuan Tianhe, let me see what level your strength has reached." Wei Zhongkong roared in a low voice. Suddenly, the power of astral essence in his qi surged wildly into the iron spear, launching a fierce and domineering attack. What exquisite spear techniques! Just as Wei Zhongkong attacked, everyone exclaimed. Wei Zhongkong's spear techniques were too exquisite. Xiu. Dazzling spear rays filled the sky, carrying destructive power, and ruthlessly pierced toward Yuan Tianhe. You're courting death. Seeing this, Yuan Tianhe growled, clenched his fists, and suddenly blasted out. Instantly, countless fist shadows appeared in the sky. Fang Chen was in the courtyard. His powerful soul spread out, and he instantly saw the battle between Yuan Tianhe and Wei Zhongkong. This Wei Zhongkong is quite interesting. Fang Chen found that Wei Zhongkong's spear techniques were very exquisite, and he should have been taught by an almighty. On the other hand, Yuan Tianhe's fist techniques were not very good. The reason why it was so powerful was entirely because of Yuan Tianhe's explosive power. Looks like there's no suspense in this battle. After taking a look, Fang Chen withdrew his soul power and smiled. Sure enough, after 15 minutes, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the square. The onlookers were shocked, and there was an uproar. Wei Zhongkong's spear pierced through Yuan Tianhe's fist. Drip. Drops of blood continuously dripped from Yuan Tianhe's fist to the ground. All the martial artists held their breaths. Was Yuan Tianhe defeated? Was Wei Zhongkong going to replace him and enter the ranks of the 8 geniuses? Voila! Wei Zhongkong exerted a little force and withdrew his iron spear. The blood on Yuan Tianhe's fist instantly gushed out. Yuan Tianhe, you're only SOSO. After Wei Zhongkong finished speaking, he stopped attacking and turned to leave. Wei Zhongkong, I haven't lost yet. Chapter 1246. Wei Zhongkong defeated Yuan Tianhe and became one of the 8 prodigies. This news spread from the residents in Void Sea City and instantly caused a huge uproar on Clear Isle. Many cultivators were trying to find out more about Wei Zhongkong. This was because they had never heard of this name before. Now, he had suddenly appeared and defeated Yuan Tianhe. One had to know that as one of the 8 prodigies, Yuan Tianhe was a seeded contestant this time. The outside world unanimously believed that Yuan Tianhe was very likely to enter the top 5 in this battle. But now, Yuan Tianhe was defeated by an unknown martial artist. The entire Clear Isle was in an uproar. The prodigies in the other 35 cities were discussing this. Only the other 7 prodigies did not care at all. This was because, in their opinion, Yuan Tianhe was just barely able to become one of the 8 prodigies. There was still a huge gap between them and him. Even if this guy called Wei Zhongkong could defeat Yuan Tianhe, it did not mean anything. The next day, the Bai clan leader personally announced the selection rules. Because this was the Bai clan's son-in-law selection, the Bai clan was the core. The other 35 city lords were only there to provide their opinions. The rules of the competition were an elimination system. There were a total of 1,080 prodigies in the 36 cities. Apart from the 8 prodigies, there were 1,072 prodigies. The first round of the competition would eliminate 300 people. As for the first round of the competition, it would not be a battle between cultivators. Instead, it would be held in a mountain range outside Clear Isle City. This mountain range was known as the training ground for prodigies. There were Heaven Dipper tier and even Heavenly Body tier demonic beasts here. These demonic beasts were just right for the prodigies to train. It was not bad to train while eliminating the prodigies. Once the news was announced, it caused a huge uproar. The 8 prodigies could directly advance to the finals, while the other prodigies would have to do their best to advance. Then, the Bai clan announced the names of the 8 prodigies. The other 7 did not change. Only Yuan Tianhe was replaced by Wei Zhongkong. After hearing this news, Yuan Tianhe was filled with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Wei Zhongkong into pieces. Fang Chen was also a little surprised. If I knew that the 8 prodigies could skip these tedious elimination rounds, I would have challenged a prodigy. Fang Chen curled his lips. Boss, you should be able to do it now. Do you want to challenge it? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded. He left the mansion in Void Ocean City and arrived in front of the Bai family. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter the Bai family's residence. Before he could even get close to the entrance of the Bai family's mansion, he was reprimanded by the guards. I don't have any other intentions for coming here. I just want to challenge the 8 elites, said Fang Chen. I request the upper echelons of the Bai family to bear witness. You want to challenge the 8 geniuses with just this level of strength? What a joke. Hurry up and leave, the guard said impatiently. Fang Chen frowned and his figure flashed. The true will of spacetime was activated, and like a gust of wind, it entered the Bai family's residence. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen had barged into the Bai clan's residence, the guard roared furiously. At the same time, the guard picked up the communication jade pendant and informed the other guards that a martial artist had broken into the Bai family mansion. Instantly, the countless guards in the Bai family mansion all went into a state of alert. A martial artist has broken into the Bai family mansion? Has his brain gone haywire? How audacious. Take him down. Instantly, some angry voices came from within the Bai family mansion. Relying on some weak guards, they couldn't stop Fang Chen at all. He activated the true will of spacetime all the way, and soon arrived at the square of the Bai family mansion. Fang Chen knew that the 8 elites had all been invited to the Bai family mansion. That was why he had come to challenge them. Who are you, thief? How dare you barge into the Bai family mansion? Suddenly, the sound of thunder came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a heavenly body tier elder appeared. He stretched out a large hand and suppressed Fang Chen. Fang Chen cleverly used the true will of spacetime and dodged. Then, he hurriedly said, Senior, I have no ill intentions. I've only come here to challenge the 8 elites. Hearing Fang Chen's words, although this heavenly body tier elder was angry, he didn't make a move. You want to challenge the 8 elites? The elder asked. Can't the 8 elites directly advance to the finals? I want to challenge them, Fang Chen said. The elder shook his head and said, You've come too late. The 8 elites have already been determined, and won't be easily changed. Now, even if you succeed in your challenge, you can't directly advance to the finals. Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chen was a little helpless. Then, he apologized to the elder, Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Saying that, he prepared to leave. Brat, what do you think the Bai family mansion is? Coming and going as you please. This elder wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Unexpectedly, the latter used the true will of spacetime, and his figure instantly disappeared into the void. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find him. Damn it. After a moment, this elder let out a furious roar. At this time, Fang Chen had already left the Bai family mansion secretly and returned to the mansion in Void Sea City. In the back garden of the Bai family mansion, there was a pavilion. The 8 elites were all in the pavilion. Wei Zhangkong's long hair fluttered in the wind as he sat quietly in a corner. There was only one person sitting on a stone bench in the middle of the pavilion. He was Zhu Hong. The other elites were all standing in the pavilion. Young Master Zhu, although this is a selection among all the elites of the Qingyi Island, there's no doubt that you'll get first place. One of the elites laughed. Another prodigy was also sucking up to Zhu Hong. The competition isn't over yet. Everything is unpredictable. Zhu Hong enjoyed the flattery and pretended to be humble. However, his tone was full of dominance. The other elites shook their heads when they heard that. In this competition, they were only there to serve as a foil. At this moment, the elite who was playing with the beads suddenly had a slight change in expression. Then, he chuckled and walked towards Zhu Hong. Young Master Zhu, do you know what happened in the mansion just now? Zhu Hong didn't speak. He didn't even raise his head to look at him. This person was a little embarrassed. Then, he said, someone broke into the mansion and said that he wants to challenge the 8 elites. What a joke. What do you mean by challenging the 8 elites? Are these people crazy? Do they think that the 8 elites are pushovers? If they have the guts, get him to challenge me. A fat martial artist said unhappily. Challenge the 8 elites. Zhu Hong muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at Wei Zhongkong from the corner of his eye. His lips curled into a cruel smile. On the 3rd day, the first round of the competition officially began. 1,072 geniuses entered the mountain range outside the Qingyi Island under the lead of the Bai family patriarch. The mountain range was huge and was protected by a powerful array. The martial artists who entered would be randomly sent to every corner of the mountain range. There was no need to worry that they would group up. There were many demonic beasts in the mountain range. However, there was a very special demonic beast among them. It was called the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. The ranking of the martial artists was based on the number of Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard demonic cores they obtained. Crash. After Fang Chen entered the mountain range, he looked around and realized that he was in a valley. Boss, leave the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard demonic cores to me. You can focus on your cultivation. Little Mouse said eagerly. Fang Chen nodded. It just so happened that he had a new understanding of arrays these few days. He needed to comprehend them. After receiving Fang Chen's approval, Little Mouse swaggered out of the valley. Following him were the Demon Armor Insect and the Dark Knight Empress. These three freaks could escape unscathed if they encountered a mid-level heavenly body tier demonic beast. Moreover, there were basically no mid-level heavenly body tier demonic beasts here. The strongest ones were only low-level heavenly body tier. Seeing Little Mouse leave, Fang Chen waved his hand and set up an array around him. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the array. At the same time, more than 1,000 martial artists were desperately searching for the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. If they knew that Fang Chen was leisurely comprehending the mysteries of arrays here, they would definitely vomit blood. In the first place, Fang Chen was very talented in the Tao of Formations. Previously, he had also obtained a powerful array inheritance. In the past few days, he had an epiphany. Now, Fang Chen wanted to properly digest the contents of his epiphany. With the array protecting him, he didn't need to worry about being disturbed. Fang Chen quietly comprehended. In his mind, the information about the array formation was constantly circulating. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The aura of arrays around Fang Chen continued to increase. Boom. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Instantly, a ray of golden light shot out from his eyes. It collided with the array formation around him. Catcher. The array immediately shattered. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face was full of smiles. I gained a lot. Fang Chen was very happy. In 3 days, his array level had increased to the level of a 3-star array master. A 3-star divine array master was much stronger than a 2-star divine array master. However, Fang Chen's goal wasn't just this. The huge array around the mountain range is very exquisite. Comprehending arrays in the mountain range is twice the result with half the effort. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After stepping into the level of a 3-star array master, Fang Chen was even more confident. He was prepared to strive to reach the level of a 4-star array master before the first round. Of course, it wasn't that easy to improve. He might be able to improve in a trance, or he might be stuck at a bottleneck for a few years. However, he still had to try. Immediately, Fang Chen set up a level 3 array and sat cross-legged in it. In 3 days, the little mouse had gained a lot. Because it was also a beast, its perception was very sharp. It could easily find the whereabouts of the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. With the 3 of them working together, the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard was almost unable to resist and was killed. Master, the number of demonic cores has reached 300, the Dark Knight Queen said. Chapter 1247. The time limit for the first round was 1 month. Within a month, the 300 people who obtained the most demonic cores would advance, while the others would be eliminated. Of course, there was a certain amount of danger during this period. Because of the protection of the formation, people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. Sometimes, the danger didn't come from demonic beasts, but from cultivators killing each other. In 3 days, the number of cultivators was disastrous. Some powerful cultivators didn't hunt demonic beasts. Instead, they searched for weaker cultivators to steal their demonic cores. Of course, there were also some cultivators who traveled in groups to prevent themselves from being robbed. However, of the 36 cities' geniuses, the most miserable ones were Void Sea City's cultivators. In a certain forest. Huff. Several cultivators from Void Sea City were panting. Before this, they had been running like crazy. Brother Wu, Why are there so many cultivators attacking us when they see us? Asked a thin cultivator. Another cultivator was also very puzzled. Their demonic cores had long since been stolen. But there were still people who wanted to kill them, and there were many powerful cultivators among them. I don't know. Brother Wu's eyes flickered. As soon as he said that, he heard a sinister laugh. Then, a figure descended from the sky. Chu Jingguang, we've already handed over our demonic cores. Why are you still so ruthless? Asked Brother Wu. Chu Jingguang sneered, who told you to offend someone you couldn't afford to offend? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Jingguang did not waste any more words. He directly attacked and killed Brother Wu and the others. After killing them, Chu Jingguang laughed, killing you all to win young Master Ju's smile is worth it. Because Bai Qingqing had gone to Void Sea City's residence before the competition, Zhu Hong was very angry with Void Sea City's cultivators. He wasn't sure who Bai Qingqing had gone there for, but since that was the case, he would rather kill 1,000 than let one go. Before the competition, he had secretly ordered some of his subordinates to kill any Void Sea City's cultivators they encountered. In just 3 days, more than half of Void Sea City's cultivators had died. The remaining ones hadn't been discovered for the time being. Xu Fei was very angry. After searching for 3 days, he still hadn't found Fang Chen. Damned fellow, where are you hiding? Xu Fei quickly looked for Fang Chen and cursed. However, when he crossed a mountain peak, he happened to see Fang Chen sitting cross-legged in the valley. Good fellow, he actually hid in such a secluded place. Xu Fei's face was filled with a sinister smile. He quickly arrived at the valley. Looking at Fang Chen sitting quietly, Xu Fei sneered, "Fmich, what a coward, hiding in such a secluded place as soon as he entered. However, it's your bad luck to have met me." After the screening in Void Sea City, Xu Fei had threatened Fang Chen. Xu Fei was infuriated by the fact that the latter had ignored him. He was determined to get rid of Fang Chen in the competition. And now, the opportunity had come. Xu Fei grinned and approached Fang Chen. Bang! Before he could come into contact with Fang Chen, he felt a powerful force invading his body in an instant. Then, his body was sent flying. Xu Fei heavily fell to the ground, feeling pain all over his body. He struggled to get up, only then did he notice the formation around Fang Chen. "You want to stop your Master Fei with a broken formation?" Xu Fei fiercely said. He walked in front of the formation and used his strongest attack to break it. Dong dong dong. While Xu Fei was crazily attacking the formation, Fang Chen finally came to his senses. His face was cold and he was very unhappy. He had just comprehended the Tao of formations and had reached the most critical moment, but he was disturbed by this damned fellow. Fang Chen stood up, and the array formation around him instantly dissipated. "Kid, you finally stopped being a coward." Seeing Fang Chen, Xu Fei stopped attacking and sneered. "Do you want to die?" Fang Chen calmly asked. "I'm afraid you'll be the one to die." Xu Fei still didn't know he was courting death. Seeing his annoying appearance, Fang Chen said, "Hand over your demon core." Xu Fei was about to retort when he suddenly felt his soul tremble. Following this, his body began to tremble as he involuntarily knelt on the ground. "What's going on?" Xu Fei felt fear and he shouted, "What kind of demonic technique are you using?" Xu Fei thought that Fang Chen was just putting on an act. "I want you to hand over the demon core," Fang Chen said again in a deep voice. This kind of trash wasn't worth his time. Killing him would only dirty his hands. His soul directly suppressed Xu Fei. Xu Fei fell into a state of panic. "I'll hand it over." Xu Fei took out his demon core and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Fang Chen took Xu Fei's demon core and removed his soul suppression. Xu Fei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took advantage of the fact that Fang Chen wasn't paying attention to attack. "Get lost." Fang Chen spat out a word and Xu Fei was sent flying with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices and hit a cliff far away. "Ah!" Xu Fei let out a miserable cry. His heart was filled with fear. He almost crawled out of the valley. Xu Fei swore that this was the most terrifying martial artist he had ever seen in his life. He secretly regretted it in his heart. What was laughable was that he actually wanted to kill such a powerful ancient martial art practitioner. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, this was Xu Fei's evaluation of Fang Chen. However, before Xu Fei could go far, he was killed by Chu Jingguang, who appeared out of nowhere. Xu Fei's eyes widened and he unwillingly fell to the ground. Chu Jingguang checked Xu Fei's spatial ring and found that it was empty. "It seems that it has been snatched away," Chu Jingguang said. He recalled that when he first saw Xu Fei, the latter was in a daze. Obviously, he was greatly stimulated. "Is there someone in the valley?" Chu Jingguang was curious. Being highly skilled and bold, he resolutely entered the valley. Void Sea City's martial artist. Chu Jingguang saw Fang Chen and grinned. He hadn't expected to encounter a Void Sea City's martial artist after killing Xu Fei. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw Chu Jingguang. He had clearly seen the scene just now. "Why did you directly kill him in a battle for the demon core?" Fang Chen asked. In his opinion, Chu Jingguang wasn't here for the demon core, but to kill the other martial artists. "Brat, who asked you to meddle in other people's business?" Chu Jingguang sneered. "But you're all Void Sea City's martial artists, so you're all my targets." Fang Chen frowned. "You're hunting Void Sea City's martial artists? You idiots from Void Sea City offended young Master Ju, so you deserve to die." Chu Jingguang believed that Fang Chen would die without a doubt, so he didn't mind letting him know the truth. "Young Master Ju, could it be Ju Hong?" Fang Chen didn't understand how Void Sea City's martial artists had offended Ju Hong. "You're using Ju Hong's name to kill your competitors?" Fang Chen asked with a smile. Chu Jingguang's face darkened. "Brat, you can die now." Chu Jingguang attacked. He was ranked 15th among the 30 martial artists of Clear Flow City. Catcher. However, just as Chu Jingguang attacked, he heard the sound of bones breaking. Chu Jingguang let out a miserable cry. "You." Chu Jingguang's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. He didn't even see how Fang Chen attacked before he was suppressed. One of his arms was crippled, and the aura emitted from his opponent's body was too shocking. Could it be that he's a heavenly body tier martial artist in disguise? Chu Jingguang thought to himself. "Who are you?" "I'm helping young Master Ju. If you dare to kill me, young Master Ju won't let you go." Chu Jingguang threatened Fang Chen. Catcher. Unfortunately, what Fang Chen hated the most was being threatened by others. He directly shattered Chu Jingguang's other arm. Chu Jingguang's face twitched, and his whole body was in pain. "Speak. Why did Ju Hong target Void Sea City's martial artists?" Fang Chen asked. Chu Jingguang didn't say anything. Fang Chen's aura surged, causing Chu Jingguang to feel suffocated. "You only have one chance." I'll speak. That day, young Master Ju saw Bai Qingqing enter Void Sea City's residence. He didn't know who she was looking for, so he ordered us to kill all of Void Sea City's martial artists, Chu Jingguang said hurriedly. "I'll tell you everything. Spare me." Hearing this, Fang Chen immediately understood. "Ju Hong is really ruthless," Fang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 1248. Time passed by slowly, and the number of cultivators in the mountain range was also rapidly decreasing. Although it was said to be tempering, it was simply a nightmare for weak martial artists. Of course, their strength was too weak. Even if they died, it would not attract the attention of elites. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. During this time, no one came to disturb Fang Chen. The latter's comprehension of formations also became deeper and deeper. In the end, he completely comprehended the formation inheritance, and the aura of formations filled his mind. Fang Chen's body seemed to have merged into a level 3 formation. If there was someone here, they would definitely be shocked because the current Fang Chen had already merged into one with heaven and earth. On his forehead, there was a brilliant light, as if he could break through at any time. The Tao of formations was similar to the Tao of seals in many ways. However, seals were only a minor path, while formations were a major path. Formations were too vast, and some people could not reach the peak of formations even if they spent their whole lives. Some people had dedicated their entire lives to the Tao of array formations. The more he comprehended the formation inheritance, the deeper Fang Chen's understanding of formations. Moreover, Fang Chen broke through the pinnacle, and his soul was transforming into a primordial spirit. As time passed, his purple soul had already reached the limit, and was only a step away from completely transforming into a primordial spirit. Fang Chen's strength was also increasing. With a stronger soul, it was easier to set up formations. Under the accumulation, one day, Fang Chen finally completed a breakthrough. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, the surrounding formation immediately shattered. A brilliant light shot out from his eyes, shooting straight into the clouds. With a thought, he waved his hand, and a brand new formation immediately appeared in the valley. On the surface of this formation, flowing light circulated, and its power was very strong. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a smile. A level 4 formation? Fang Chen said faintly. After such a long time of hard work, he finally broke through to the level of 4-star formation master. And now, he could also set up level 4 formations with ease. Level 4 formations were extremely difficult for low-level heavenly body tier cultivators to decipher. Only a cultivator at the middle or high level of the heavenly body tier would be able to easily break through it. Fang Chen realized that ever since he had broken through the limitier realm, it had become much easier for him to improve in all aspects. This should be the benefit of breaking through the limit. After all, there were less than a handful of people on the old Hua Islands who had reached the extreme state. He was really looking forward to meeting those powerhouses who had broken through the extreme realm. The difference between a Tier 4 array formation and a Tier 3 array formation was the core of the array formation. A Tier 4 array formation could completely conceal the core of the array formation within the array formation and merge with the array formation. This greatly increased the difficulty of breaking the formation. If he couldn't find the core of the array, it would be impossible to break the array. Whoosh! Fang Chen waved his hand and put away the array. His pitch-black eyes looked up at the blue sky as he muttered to himself, after comprehending the Tao for so long, it's time to go out for a walk. Fang Chen contacted Little Mouse. After getting the exact location of Little Mouse, Fang Chen hurried over. Half a day later, Fang Chen found Little Mouse. "Boss, you've broken through," Little Mouse said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "How is it?" For Fang Chen, he only needed to enter the top 300. He didn't need too many demonic cores. However, Little Mouse had already decided to make Fang Chen the most dazzling genius in this round. "Boss, we've obtained a total of 3,000 demonic cores in more than 20 days. Little Mouse handed the demonic cores to Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. According to his estimation, 3,000 demonic cores were enough to enter the top 300. They could even rank higher. "Boss, let's go." Little Mouse had already discovered some crimson cloud azure gold leopards and was preparing to hunt them. After a while, Fang Chen followed Little Mouse to where the crimson cloud azure gold leopards were. However, there was a huge battle going on here. At first glance, Fang Chen was stunned. The person fighting the crimson cloud azure gold leopards was one of the 8 great prodigies, Yuan Tianhe. "Yuan Tianhe," Fang Chen muttered. Bang! Yuan Tianhe exploded with an extremely powerful force and instantly killed the crimson cloud azure gold leopards. After putting away the demonic cores, he turned his head and looked at a hidden place. "Since you're here, why don't you dare to come out?" Yuan Tianhe had already discovered that someone was approaching. Hearing this, Fang Chen walked out of his hiding place. When he saw that it was Fang Chen, Yuan Tianhe's expression changed slightly. "It's you." Yuan Tianhe was a little surprised. However, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind and he said, "Kid, how about working together with me?" "Work with you?" Fang Chen asked. "Let's work together. I'll lure a large number of crimson cloud azure gold leopards over. You use a formation to control them, and I'll kill them. Then how are we going to split the demonic cores?" Fang Chen asked. "The demonic cores are naturally all mine." Yuan Tianhe sneered. "This idiot actually wants to split the demonic cores with me. He's really courting death. I won't do this kind of loss-making business." After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. "Stop!" Yuan Tianhe roared. His entire body emitted a terrifying killing intent. He coldly said, "Did I say you could leave?" Fang Chen frowned. This Yuan Tianhe was too much. Yuan Tianhe walked in front of Fang Chen and extended his hand. He sinisterly said, "Hand over the demonic cores on your body and obediently help me hunt for demonic cores. Then, I can let you live." Yuan Tianhe bared his fangs and threatened Fang Chen. "What if I say no?" Fang Chen asked back. Then, Yuan Tianhe didn't even finish his words before he attacked. Dong. Unfortunately, his attack was blocked in the air. Yuan Tianhe's expression changed. He found himself trapped in a formation. "Brat, do you think such a trash formation can trap me?" roared Yuan Tianhe savagely. "Wait until you come out of the formation," said Fang Chen. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Yuan Tianhe and left. He left behind a furious Yuan Tianhe who was constantly attacking the formation. He had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. This formation was a fourth-tier formation. Let alone him, even the other 8 heavenly geniuses wouldn't be able to escape. Yuan Tianhe cursed, wanting to flip out. A moment later, Fang Chen returned. "Right, I almost forgot to collect my spoils." After saying that, Fang Chen smiled brilliantly. "Hand over all your demonic cores." "You want my demonic cores? Dream on," roared Yuan Tianhe. "If that's the case, then you'll be trapped here forever." Fang Chen spread out his hands and prepared to leave. Yuan Tianhe was a bit anxious. "Brat, if you remove the formation, I can give you my demonic cores." After attacking for a while, Yuan Tianhe also discovered the strangeness of this formation. This was a competition. He couldn't waste any time. If he was trapped in the formation, wouldn't he risk being eliminated? Not only did he want to advance, but he also wanted to enter the finals to prove that he was still one of the 8 heavenly geniuses. Wei Changkong wasn't. "Do you think I'm stupid? Hand over your demonic cores and I'll remove the formation. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion." Fang Chen impatiently said, "My patience is limited. If you don't agree, I'll immediately turn around and leave." Yuan Tianhe's expression kept changing when he heard Fang Chen's words. In the end, he took out his demonic cores. In the past few days, Yuan Tianhe had obtained 1,000 demonic cores. He threw them all out. "You've obtained the demonic cores. It's time to remove the formation," Yuan Tianhe said in a deep voice. Fang Chen put away the demonic cores and grinned. "What an idiot." After saying that, he ignored Yuan Tianhe and turned around to leave. Seeing Fang Chen's disappearing figure, Yuan Tianhe roared in anger. "Fang Chen, just you wait. I'm going to tear you to shreds." After a long distance, the little mouse burst into laughter. "Boss, what you did was too unethical. I'm already merciful enough for not attacking him," Fang Chen said. The path of martial arts was cruel and bloody. If he killed Yuan Tianhe, the outside world wouldn't say anything. It was the same everywhere. The fist was the absolute truth. After collecting Yuan Tianhe's demonic cores, the total number of demonic cores reached 4,000. However, the little mouse was still not satisfied. As he searched, he discovered a wondrous place. "Boss, when I call you later, set up a formation," the little mouse said. This was a plain with a valley not far ahead. Fang Chen nodded. The little mouse, the demon armor insect, and the Dark Knight Queen excitedly rushed into the valley. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the valley. After a while, Little Mouse and the other 2 quickly ran out. Behind them was a dense pack of red cloud azure leopards. They roared at the sky and chased after them. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was stunned. "Boss, set up a formation." The little mouse roared. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he quickly set up a 4th-stage formation. Bang! Bang! The pursuing red cloud azure leopards were caught off guard and crashed into the formation. They were then controlled by the formation. Roar! Angry roars rose and fell one after another. The little mouse looked at the large number of red cloud azure leopards trapped in the formation with a smile on its face. "Boss, how is it?" The little mouse smiled. In the valley ahead, there was a large number of red cloud azure leopards. The little mouse had only lured out 1/3 of them, but there were still more than 1,000 of them. Fortunately, there was a fourth stage formation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill so many red cloud azure leopards. Let's do it. The little mouse glanced at the demon armor insect and the Dark Knight Queen. However, just as they were about to make a move, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, a few figures appeared. Chapter 1249. There were a total of 5 people, and each of them had a strong aura. Furthermore, it was easy to recognize them from their clothes. These 5 people came from 5 different cities. Brother, I think you should know the 5 of us. The sharp-tongued cultivator approached Fang Chen and said with a smile. He wanted to use their identities to suppress Fang Chen. Seeing the large number of scarlet cloud azure golden leopards trapped in the array, their eyes lit up. If they could get their hands on these demonic cores, their rankings would be higher. Sorry, I can handle it myself, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the 5 of them were unhappy. Kid, don't be so shameless. Do you know who we are? The 5 of us are the strongest in our respective cities. You're just a piece of trash from Void Sea City. How dare you talk to us like that? Do you believe that we can kill you in minutes? Kid, there's nothing for you to do here. Hurry up and beat them up. From now on, we'll take over this place. These scarlet cloud azure golden leopards belong to us. The 5 of them showed their fangs and threatened. Hearing this, the little mouse was a little angry and was about to explode. However, it was stopped by Fang Chen. Okay, then I'll leave now. After saying that, Fang Chen took the little mouse and the other 2 and slowly left the wasteland. After a while, Fang Chen appeared on a mountain in the wasteland. Boss, are we just going to give it to them? The little mouse was confused. Fang Chen revealed a sinister smile and said, since they want it, then I'll give it to them. Let's see if they can take it. On the wasteland, the 5 of them laughed when they saw Fang Chen scared away by their power. Then, the 5 of them discussed and decided to attack the scarlet cloud azure golden leopards from outside the array. After killing all the scarlet cloud azure golden leopards, they would work together to break the array. Okay, let's do it. The leader nodded and the 5 of them started attacking the scarlet cloud azure golden leopards from outside the array. Roar. The scarlet cloud azure golden leopards roared furiously. The first wave of attacks from the 5 of them killed 2 red cloud azure golden leopards. This made the 5 of them very excited. However, the good times did not last long. When they launched the second wave of attacks, the formation trapping the crimson cloud azure golden leopard suddenly shattered. Thousands of red cloud azure golden leopards charged towards the 5 of them aggressively. Not good. Let's go. Someone realized that something was wrong and shouted loudly. However, it was too late. Thousands of crimson cloud azure golden leopards instantly drowned the 5 of them. Soon, the 5 of them were killed by the red cloud azure golden leopard. On a distant mountain peak, Fang Chen watched this scene with a cold aura emanating from his body. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. This was Fang Chen's principle. Let's go, Fang Chen said. When they arrived at the wasteland, they immediately attracted the attention of the red cloud azure golden leopard. Thousands of red cloud azure golden leopards charged over. However, Fang Chen was long prepared. With a wave of his hand, he set up a Tier 4 array formation. The title of a 4-star divine formation master wasn't just for show. Bang! The red cloud azure golden leopards that charged over all crashed into the array formation. Next, it was time to harvest. It took them 2 hours to kill the thousands of red cloud azure golden leopards. With 1,000 demonic cores, they now had a total of 5,000 demonic cores. However, this wasn't the end. Little Mouse continued to lure the red cloud azure golden leopards into the valley. As for Fang Chen, he walked up to the 5 of them and took away their interspatial rings. The 5 of them had a total of 1,000 demonic cores. This wasn't a small number. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to put the 1,000 demonic cores into his infinite space ring. 6,000 demonic cores, Fang Chen said. At this moment, Little Mouse attracted the second wave of red cloud azure golden leopards. Just like the previous time, Fang Chen was in charge of controlling the array formation while Little Mouse and the other two were in charge of attacking. After killing the second wave of demonic beasts, they collected another 1,000 demonic cores. Finally, Little Mouse attracted the third wave of demonic cores. There were about 3,000 red cloud azure golden leopards living in this valley. After the third wave was attracted, the valley was already empty. After killing the last red cloud azure golden leopard, Little Mouse heaved a sigh of relief. "Boss, how many demonic cores do we have now?" Little Mouse asked. 8,000. Fang Chen said. Little Mouse was overjoyed. With 8,000 demonic cores, they would definitely be first. Now, they just had to wait for the competition to end. The combination of Fang Chen and the others was very freakish. They could even fight against mid-level heavenly body tier cultivators. Therefore, no one in the mountain was a match for them. Under everyone's anticipation, a month's time was finally up. On this day, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They finally made it to the end of the competition. However, some people would stay here forever. Wang. The formation around the mountain opened, and many cultivators walked out. Yuan Tianhe, who was trapped in the Tier 4 array formation, took the opportunity to escape when the array formation around the mountain range trembled and a crack appeared in the Tier 4 array formation. Fang Chen, Yuan Tianhe, swear that I will kill you. Yuan Tianhe rushed into the distance as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, his spirit spread out. After a while, he discovered some cultivators who were preparing to leave the mountain. Yuan Tianhe's eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He arrived in front of these cultivators. Without saying a word, he directly unleashed his tyrannical strength and killed them. Then, he collected some demonic cores and disappeared. In the outside world, many elites, including the Bai clan leader, floated in the air, watching the crowd walk out. However, at this moment, the Bai clan leader frowned, slightly displeased. "That's Yuan Tianhe from Void Sea City." The Bai clan leader said coldly. He broke the rules. With the formation around the mountain, with the Bai clan leader's strength, he could easily see every corner of the mountain. This included Yuan Tianhe, who had forcefully attacked others after the competition. After a quarter of an hour, all the cultivators walked out, and the formation closed again. As for those who didn't come out, they stayed inside forever. Everyone was shocked. More than 1,000 people went in, and only 500 came out. One could imagine how high the death rate was. "My son, did you die in there? Why didn't my disciple come out? I don't believe it. How can the #1 genius of Clear Sky City not come out?" Several city lords were puzzled when they realized that their most prized disciples didn't come out. However, at this moment, the Bai clan leader spoke. "Take out your demonic cores." Immediately, more than 500 cultivators took out their demonic cores. Brilliant light shot into the sky. Wang Kuei actually has so many demonic cores. He's definitely the #1 this time. Yeah, he obtained 5,000 demonic cores by himself. That's too abnormal. Wang Kuei is truly worthy of being the strongest below the 8 great geniuses. Everyone was shocked when they saw the number of demonic cores Wang Kuei had. The Bai clan leader nodded in satisfaction. Then, one by one, the cultivators took out their demonic cores. Many cultivators had very few demonic cores. It was impossible to reach Wang Kuei's level. Li Tang also has a lot of demonic cores. Feng Bing also seems to have a lot of demonic cores. In a short while, the 500 people were about to be checked. Everyone already thought that Wang Kuei had the most demonic cores in the first round. He was the most dazzling genius. However, when Fang Chen took out the demonic cores, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even the Bai family patriarch was shocked. "What 8,000 demonic cores?" Someone in the crowd cried out involuntarily. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Wang Kuei, Li Tang, Feng Bing, and the other geniuses also looked at the latter. How is 8,000 demonic cores possible? His demonic cores actually surpassed Wang Kuei's. Several city lords expressed their puzzlement. There were even some city lords who made unfriendly remarks. Tempage, How could a nobody get so many demonic cores? He must have snatched others' demonic cores. That's right. Most of the cultivators who died inside were killed by him. This kid is too cruel. He's already so cruel at such a young age. In the future, he'll definitely become a great devil who kills without blinking an eye. Over a dozen city lords were crusading against Fang Chen. They believed that Fang Chen must have killed countless cultivators to obtain so many demonic cores. Yuan Tianhe had a gloating expression. Now that he was being attacked by so many city lords, let's see how he will proceed. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the many city lords. Finally, his gaze fell on the Bai clan leader. Clan leader, is there a rule that forbids killing? Asked Fang Chen. No, said the Bai clan leader. Then, dare I ask clan leader, did I violate the rules? Fang Chen continued to ask. The Bai clan leader shook his head. Indeed, even if everyone inside was killed by Fang Chen, he wouldn't be considered violating the rules. He didn't violate the rules. He took first place in this competition. Hearing the Bai clan leader's words, over a dozen city lords spoke out one after another. Clan leader, this kid's killing intent is too heavy. He's not worthy of Miss Ching Ching. The Bai clan leader frowned, somewhat displeased. When the city lords saw this, they all shut their mouths, not daring to say anything. The Bai clan leader's words were very authoritative, so they didn't dare to refute him. Whoosh! The Bai clan leader waved his hand, and 300 people immediately appeared. 300 of you will advance. The rest will be eliminated. Hearing the Bai clan leader's words, Yuan Tianhe's face was filled with anxiety. Clan leader, did you make a mistake? My demonic cores are enough to place me in the top 300. You know what you did, said the Bai clan leader. The Void Ocean City Lord also spoke out. Yuan Tianhe, after the competition ended, you rashly attacked and killed some cultivators. This is already a violation of the rules. The clan leader is already being merciful by not killing you on the spot. As a punishment, you are grounded in Void Ocean City for 1,000 years. During this time, you are not allowed to go out. Yuan Tianhe's heart was trembling. This punishment was too heavy. His heart was burning with rage. He looked at Fang Chen. If it weren't for his demonic cause, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Now, he was being grounded for 1,000 years. This was simply ruining his future. Chapter 1250. Since the Bai clan leader had expressed his stance, the Void Ocean City Lord had no choice but to punish him. It was indeed Yuan Tianhe who had violated the rules, and the Bai clan leader was very unhappy about it. Therefore, he punished Yuan Tianhe by grounding him for 1,000 years. Some of the cultivators who were friends with Yuan Tianhe frowned. This punishment was too severe. Yuan Tianhe was at the best age to pursue the peak of the martial path. Being grounded for 1,000 years was undoubtedly cutting off Yuan Tianhe's martial path. Yuan Tianhe's heart burned with anger as he clenched his fists. At this moment, he wanted to refute, but he was powerless. The one who had punished him was the Void Ocean City Lord, who could kill him with a single finger. What right did he have to argue with him? Therefore, all of his anger was focused on Fang Chen. Yuan Tianhe, do you submit? The Void Ocean City Lord asked. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Submit. Yuan Tianhe's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. He didn't answer the Void Ocean City Lord, because in the eyes of the Void Ocean City Lord, it didn't matter whether he submitted or not. City Lord, I have a request, Yuan Tianhe said. Speak. Perhaps because the punishment was too severe, the Void Ocean City Lord felt a trace of guilt toward Yuan Tianhe. Hearing Yuan Tianhe's request, the Void Ocean City Lord nodded and agreed. Fang Chen used a trick to steal my demonic core, causing me to have no demonic core. Therefore, I used unscrupulous means to kill other cultivators and steal their demonic cores, Yuan Tianhe said slowly. In the competition, no matter what method is used, it is not against the rules, the Bai clan leader said. Yuan Tianhe nodded. Therefore, my request now is to fight with Fang Chen before I'm grounded, Yuan Tianhe said sinisterly. Regardless of life or death. Yuan Tianhe's hatred for Fang Chen soared to the sky. If he couldn't kill him, it would become his inner demon and hinder his cultivation. Therefore, before he was grounded, he had to kill him. The Void Ocean City Lord pondered for a moment and looked at the Bai clan leader. The latter nodded in agreement. Fang Chen, do you agree? The Void Ocean City Lord asked. A battle of life and death had to be agreed upon by both parties. Fang Chen, if you're a man, fight me to the death. Yuan Tianhe used words to provoke Fang Chen, fearing that he would be too timid to agree. Hearing that, Fang Chen said, I don't want to kill you. Fang Chen's words caused the spectators below to be astonished. Wang Kuei and the others frowned, thinking that Fang Chen was being too arrogant. He just got lucky and obtained 8,000 demon cores. What's so great about that? Sneered Wang Kuei. That's right. If I were to kill other martial artists like crazy, not to mention 8,000, I would be able to get 10,000. But I don't want to do that. Li Tang said. Feng Bing looked at Fang Chen with disgust and said nothing. The crowd was discussing Fang Chen. The Bai family patriarch also looked at him thoughtfully. Fang Chen, I, Yuan Tianhe, will fight you to the death. If you don't agree, then you're a coward, said Yuan Tianhe coldly. Being called a coward infuriated Fang Chen. If you want to die, I can help you. Fang Chen agreed to the battle. The Bai family patriarch laughed. He also wanted to see what ability this Fang Chen had to be able to obtain 8,000 demon cores. Alright, then let's fight in the plaza. After saying that, the Bai family patriarch's figure flashed and he returned to Qingyi City. Many cultivators followed closely behind and arrived at the square. The 8 heavenly geniuses had also arrived. Their faces were filled with disdain. Fang Chen and Yuan Tianhe stood on the martial stage. I'll be the referee for this battle. The Bai family patriarch smiled. It had been a long time since he had encountered something so interesting. He was very happy. The Lord of Void Sea City sighed inwardly. After this battle, no matter the result, Void Sea City would lose a genius martial artist. Fang Chen, in today's battle, I, Yuan Tianhe, will wash away the shame. Fang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense. HMPH. Pretentious. Seeing Fang Chen's calm expression, the prodigy playing with the beads sneered. This person must have used many tricks to obtain 8,000 demon cores. He must have killed many martial artists. What's so great about killing ordinary martial artists? If he has the ability, let him fight with us. Zhu Hong, the leader of the 8 heavenly geniuses, narrowed his eyes and looked at the martial stage. Many martial artists were eagerly waiting for the battle between the two. Boom. Yuan Tianhe made the first move. After all, he was once one of the 8 heavenly geniuses. His strength was extraordinary. Rumble. The overbearing attack pierced through the void and blasted toward Fang Chen in a menacing manner. Yuan Tianhe is very strong. Although he was squeezed out of the 8 heavenly geniuses, his strength is unquestionable. Fang Chen is doomed in this battle. Even some heavenly body tier elders thought that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to defeat Yuan Tianhe. However, just as Fang Chen made his move, they were shocked. Using the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chen's figure kept flickering. In an instant, he dodged Yuan Tianhe's fierce attack. Space-type true meaning. Seeing Fang Chen dodge, the Bai clan leader said faintly. No wonder Fang Chen dared to accept the challenge. It turned out that he had such a powerful true meaning. However, the shock had just begun. After Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space, his figure kept dodging, causing Yuan Tianhe's attack to miss. Then, he waved his hand, and a thick aura appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the rank 4 formation was successfully set up. Bang! Yuan Tianhe's attack fiercely crashed into the rank 4 formation and was instantly trapped. Peng, peng, peng. Once again trapped in the formation, Yuan Tianhe crazily bombarded the formation, but couldn't break it open. Fang Chen, if you have the guts, remove the formation and let us fight fair and square. Yuan Tianhe roared furiously. However, Fang Chen ignored him. At this moment, the whole square was in an uproar. Even the 36 city lords on the platform and the heavenly body tier elders of the Bai clan were shocked. Rank 4 formation. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. To be able to set up a rank 4 formation so easily at such a young age, this boy was definitely a formation Dao genius. The Bai clan leader looked at Fang Chen with a smile, and thought to himself, his attainments in formations are not bad, but I wonder how his battle prowess is. Among the 8 heavenly geniuses, some cultivators looked serious, speechless. And some cultivators still had mocking expressions. What's so great about relying on formations? If I fought him, he wouldn't even have time to set up a formation. That's right. In front of absolute power, formations are not worth mentioning. If it were young Master Ju, he'd probably shatter this formation with a slap. A few heavenly geniuses flattered Ju Hong while they were at it. As for Ju Hong, his expression changed, and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yuan Tianhe was trapped in the formation and had sunk into madness. Meanwhile, Fang Chen looked at the platform. Can the battle end now? Fang Chen asked. The 36 city lords woke up from their shock. Then, they sighed with emotion. As for the Bai clan leader, he looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. The two of you are engaged in a battle of life and death. One of you must die to end the battle, the Bai clan leader said. Fang Chen shook his head, unwilling to fight. Against a cultivator weaker than himself, he couldn't be bothered to fight. Fang Chen fell silent. The Bai clan leader saw all of this. It seemed that this boy wasn't as fierce as the rumors said. Furthermore, as a 4-star god movement master, he could easily obtain 8,000 demonic cores. Fang Chen removed the formation, and Yuan Tianhe, who had sunk into madness, was freed from the formation. His hair was disheveled, and he looked at Fang Chen with a ferocious expression. Fang Chen, why didn't you attack? Are you looking down on me? Yuan Tianhe roared. Yuan Tianhe, that's enough, the Void Ocean City Lord said coldly. Fang Chen had let him go in the battle of life and death. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse. Fang Chen, I admit that your formation is very strong. I'm not your match. Yuan Tianhe was possessed. But I won't thank you for showing mercy. Just you wait. 1,000 years later, I, Yuan Tianhe, will kill you with my own hands. After Yuan Tianhe finished speaking, he went straight to the teleportation formation and returned to Void Ocean City. Fang Chen, thank you for showing mercy, the Void Ocean City Lord said with cupped fists. Fang Chen smiled faintly and walked down the martial arts stage. After today's battle, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout Qingyi City. Countless martial artists looked at him with their mouths agape. The attitude of the martial artists who had mocked him changed greatly. Their eyes were filled with respect. He could have used the formation to kill Yuan Tianhe, but he didn't. With such a temperament, how could he kill the innocent? In the crowd, many people were shouting Fang Chen's name. The Bai clan leader stood up, looked at Fang Chen, and asked, Fang Chen, you let Yuan Tianhe go. Aren't you afraid of his revenge 1,000 years later? Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped and said softly, I can suppress him now. 1,000 years later, I can still suppress him. Fang Chen's words were full of confidence. Seeing this, the Bai clan leader grinned. This Fang Chen was to his liking. At the edge of the platform, Ju Hong, the leader of the 8 prodigies, saw this scene and wanted to kill Fang Chen. The first round of the competition ended. Fang Chen won first place with a dazzling result. Moreover, he was a powerful 4-star divine array master. Once this news was released, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Another prodigy had appeared out of nowhere. There were even some busybodies who placed Fang Chen in the ranks of the geniuses, calling him the 9th genius. In short, every corner of Qingyi City was talking about Fang Chen's deeds. Bai Qingqing, who was in the Bai clan's residence, was very excited when she heard the news. Her face was full of smiles. Her delicate body moved, and she happily danced in the courtyard. Her perfect body, coupled with her elegant dance steps, made people dumbfounded. Unfortunately, there was no one to appreciate it. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Bai Qingqing said. Just as Bai Qingqing was about to start dancing, a voice suddenly sounded. Qingqing, what made you so happy? Chapter 1251. Bai Qingqing was the apple of the Bai clan's eye. She had been very dazzling since she was young. If she had stayed on Clear Isle all these years, she would definitely have been one of the 8 prodigies. Unfortunately, she had run away from home many years ago and headed to Clear Isle. However, even without the support of the Bai clan, she had still reached the heavenly body tier. This was enough to show how strong Bai Qingqing's potential was. However, the Bai clan was now facing a major threat, and they had no choice but to form a marriage alliance with the Zhu clan. As long as Bai Qingqing married Zhu Hong, they would be able to completely bind the Zhu clan. At that time, the Bai clan's difficulties might be resolved. Ever since Bai Qingqing returned to Clear Isle, she had not been seen dancing. She usually did not speak to others. Now, however, the Bai clan leader saw that Bai Qingqing was not only smiling, but also dancing. The Bai clan leader was very happy. He finally saw his daughter smile. "Qingqing, what are you happy about? Share it with me." As they spoke, the Bai clan leader walked into the courtyard and asked with a smile. Seeing her father arrive, Bai Qingqing stopped dancing. The smile on her face faded slightly, and she said, "You will know in the future." "Oh, Qingqing is actually keeping me in suspense," the Bai clan leader said with a smile. Bai Qingqing changed the topic. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she asked, "Father, are there any outstanding cultivators in the first round?" Hearing Bai Qingqing ask, the Bai clan leader was overjoyed. He thought that Bai Qingqing had thought things through. He hurriedly said, "You don't say, there really are outstanding cultivators in the first round. That guy called Fang Chen is actually a 4-star formation master. He easily defeated Yuan Tianhe. Is Fang Chen very powerful?" Bai Qingqing pretended to ask. She already knew that Sanguinati was only Fang Chen's pseudonym. The Bai clan leader nodded, and said, "This guy is indeed powerful. If he can set up a level 4 formation, even Zhu Hong would find it very difficult to defeat him." However, the 8 prodigies are all extraordinary prodigies. Fang Chen's chances of winning against them are extremely low, unless his battle prowess is as terrifying as his formation mastery. Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed as she listened to her father praise Fang Chen. The first round ended. 300 people had advanced, and the remaining cultivators were all eliminated. Furthermore, over 500 people had died in the mountain range. The most shocking thing was that Fang Chen had won first place in the first round in a dazzling manner. Moreover, in the later battle with Yuan Tianhe, he displayed extremely powerful array Dao strength. The news of such a young 4-star divine array master caused an uproar as soon as it was announced. Every sect wanted to rope in Fang Chen. With such a monstrous talent, his future achievements in the Dao of formations would definitely be extraordinary. If he could become a 9-star divine array master one day, he would be able to shatter the entire old Hua Islands with a stomp of his feet. Taking advantage of the fact that Fang Chen had not yet grown up, this was the best time to rope him in. Yuan Tianhe had already left the mansion in Void Sea City. Due to the obstruction, only 10 cultivators from Void Sea City, including Fang Chen, managed to advance to the second round. Most of the other cultivators had died. The Lord of Void Sea City felt helpless. However, whenever he thought of Fang Chen's outstanding performance, he would feel excited. He was even fantasizing that Fang Chen might become a dark horse that would shock everyone. After his performance in the first round, the Lord of Void Sea City was very polite to Fang Chen. Outside the mansion, a large number of warriors from the sect wanted to meet Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen rejected all of them. He would not stay on Qingyi Island for too long. He did not want to waste time. Fang Chen could not meet them, but the Lord of Void Sea City could not. He received the envoys from the various sect in a friendly manner and expressed his intentions. After a night's rest, all the warriors gathered in the square early the next morning. The second round of the competition would begin today. The 8 great prodigies were not present. It was a great honor that they could advance to the finals directly. Countless warriors were envious that they did not have to fight for a spot like them. On the rostrum, the Bai clan leader looked around and said, "Today, the second round of the competition will begin. Before this, I have discussed with the city lords of the 36 cities. The second round of the competition will test one's will. On the path of martial arts, if one did not have a strong will, they would not be able to go far. This was the selection of a son-in-law for the Bai clan, so the Bai clan leader attached great importance to it. The son-in-law of the Bai clan had to be outstanding in all aspects. Therefore, he attached great importance to the second round of the competition. The place where the will be tested is the ancestral land of the Bai clan. Everyone, follow me. The Bai family patriarch waved his hand and led the 300 warriors into the Bai family's residence in a grandiose manner. They passed through the front hall and entered the forbidden area behind the mountain. After ascending the forbidden area, everyone realized that there was another world behind the forbidden area. It was surrounded by a powerful formation. Outsiders could not enter at all. Even heavenly body tier elites could not forcefully open the formation without the command of the Bai clan leader. This is the ancestral land of the Bai clan. There are 18 statues inside, and each statue represents a generation of elites of the Bai clan. After you enter, I will activate the might of the statues and temper your will. If you cannot endure it, just say give up in your mind, and I will bring you out. The Bai clan leader warned. Do not try to be brave. Each of the 18 stone statues is an existence that suppressed an era in the history of the Bai clan. Although they have been dead for countless years, the statues still contain extremely powerful might. If you try to be brave, you will definitely explode and die. The Bai clan leader told the 300 warriors the consequences of the matter. Everyone nodded, and no one backed down. The ancestral land of the Bai clan was the most famous ancestral land on the Clear Isle. How many elites wanted to enter the ancestral land of the Bai clan but could not? Now that there was such an opportunity, who would be willing to give it up? 18 people will enter each time. The Bai clan leader waved his hand, and 18 people were instantly sent into the ancestral land. Inside the ancestral land, there were 18 statues, each of them extremely tall. The 18 people who entered stood in front of the 18 statues. Instantly, a terrifying might surrounded them. Buzz. A heart-palpitating aura invaded their minds. I give up. In less than 3 seconds, a martial artist cried out miserably. Crash. In the next moment, the martial artist was sent out. In the outside world, the Bai clan leader and the others looked at the martial artist. The martial artist seemed to have suffered a great shock, and his lips were pale. Too strong. The martial artist muttered numbly, and his body was trembling. A Heaven Dipper Realm Level 8 martial artist can't even last 3 seconds. Many martial artists cried out in surprise. The pressure of the statues in the Bai clan's ancestral land was too strong. Some people had already started to retreat. As for some people, they were extremely curious. Soon, the third batch of martial artists entered. Among the previous 2 batches of martial artists, the one who lasted the longest only lasted 3 minutes. Feng Bing went in, he should be able to last for at least an hour. That's not necessarily true, no one knows what's going on in the ancestral land. Li Tang seems to have gone in too, I wonder who is stronger. In the crowd, everyone was talking about it. With the Bai clan leader as the leader, the 36 city lords as the support, stood in the forbidden area at the back of the mountain and looked down at the ancestral land. After the third batch of martial artists entered, as time passed, martial artists were eliminated one after another. 3 minutes later, only Li Tang and Feng Bing were left in the ancestral land. These 2 were also seeded contestants. Yuan Tianhe was among the seeded contestants, but the latter was eliminated. It was already good to be a seeded contestant under the 8 prodigies. After 15 minutes, Feng Bing couldn't hold on anymore and came out. Feng Bing lasted 15 minutes, too powerful. His will is very strong, tempered between life and death. Feng Bing came out, but Li Tang didn't. He was still holding on. Fang Chen looked at the ancestral land silently, and there was a trace of curiosity in his heart. Every statue represents the existence of an era suppressing the Bai clan in history. Fang Chen said in his heart. Suppressing an era, although it was a bit exaggerated, it also showed the combat strength of the stone statue powerhouse in the ancestral land. Fang Chen liked this method of tempering one's will. An hour later, Li Tang came out. His forehead was covered in sweat, his face was pale, and his clothes were soaked. It was obvious that he had persevered to the limit. who after Li Tang came out, he heaved a sigh of relief. He recalled the pressure just now and felt a lingering fear. Too strong. Li Tang said to himself. Li Tang lasted for an hour, ranked first so far. The Bai clan patriarch said. Immediately, the fourth batch began. As time passed, batch after batch of martial artists entered the ancestral land. But other than Li Tang, no one could last for an hour. After the 15th batch ended, it was the 16th batch's turn. Everyone looked at these people in unison. Because in this batch, there was the strongest seeded contestant, Wang Kuei. You guys go in. The Bai clan patriarch waved his hand, and the 18 people entered the ancestral land. I wonder how Fang Chen's Wang Kuei is doing. Can he last for more than an hour? What kind of joke is this? Right now, we should be thinking about how long Wang Kuei can last. As for surpassing Li Tang, is there even a need to ask? Most martial artists believed that Wang Kuei would definitely be able to surpass Li Tang's time. Even the 36th city lord agreed with this view. After all, Wang Kuei's strength was much stronger than Li Tang's. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. When the 2 hours were over, everyone's hearts were shaken. Li Tang had only lasted for an hour, but Wang Kuei had doubled it. Wang Kuei came out. He really lasted for 2 hours. Heavens, Wang Kuei is too strong. He deserves to be number one. 2 hours later, the exit of the ancestral land flashed, and Wang Kuei came out. Chapter 1252. Wang Kuei, congratulations. Some of the city lords did not hide their joy for Wang Kuei and directly congratulated him. The Bai family patriarch also nodded in satisfaction. Wang Kuei's willpower was incomparable to ordinary martial artists. Even some of the 8 prodigies could not last for 2 hours. The strength of one's willpower had little to do with one's strength. While everyone was praising Wang Kuei, the Bai family patriarch waved his hand and sent the 17th batch of martial artists into the ancestral land. There were only 12 people in the 17th batch. Fang Chen was among them. Crash. With a flash of white light, Fang Chen discovered that he had entered the Bai family's ancestral land. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Fang Chen felt a strong pressure. The 11 martial artists who came with him stood in front of 11 statues and accepted the test of their willpower. Fang Chen stood in front of the last statue. A powerful pressure came from the statue, directly suppressing his soul. This pain is far from what I felt when I broke through the Limitier realm, Fang Chen said to himself. The pressure from the stone statues did not have much effect on him. Although he could feel the tyrannical pressure, he was able to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen was left in the ancestral land. At this time, only a few minutes had passed. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The pressure from this statue could no longer temper his willpower. Let's go take a look at the other statues. As he spoke, Fang Chen arrived in front of another statue. Buzz. A powerful aura enveloped Fang Chen's entire body. Fang Chen discovered that the aura from this statue was completely different from the previous one. Could it be that each statue gives off a different feeling? Fang Chen was startled and immediately thought of an idea. He could use the pressure from these 18 statues to temper himself. Outside, in the forbidden area of the back mountain, everyone's gaze was on the ancestral land. It's already been an hour. Why hasn't Fang Chen come out yet? Asked a city lord. It seems that Fang Chen's willpower is also very tenacious. He easily surpassed Li Tang, said another city lord. Li Tang's face was ashen as he clenched his fists. On the other hand, Wang Kuei was very calm. He had endured for 2 hours with great difficulty. It was as if he had experienced a life-and-death battle and was very tired. He did not believe that Fang Chen could last for more than 2 hours. So, the first place of the second round. The Bai family patriarch thoughtfully looked at Fang Chen. What they did not know was that the pressure from the 18 statues in the ancestral land did not put much pressure on Fang Chen. The other warriors desperately tried to resist the pressure while Fang Chen used this pressure to cultivate. From the looks of it, this statue should have been a fire Dao Almighty when it was alive, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He could feel the scorching aura of the way of fire from the pressure emanating from the statue. Fang Chen took this opportunity to refine his true intent of fire. Each of these statues was an existence that suppressed an era. When they were alive, their strength was extremely terrifying. Although they were dead, their pressure contained a Tao that was hard for ordinary people to understand. Right now, Fang Chen could feel a strong and flabbergasting fire Tao aura coming from the pressure coming from the statue. The true intent of fire enveloped his body and constantly absorbed the fire Tao Qi in the pressure. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the true intent of fire was improving. An hour later, the true intent of fire had improved to the 4th grade. The pressure from the statues had also weakened a lot. Fang Chen cupped his fists at the statues and then walked to another statue. There were several statues in succession. The Tao that each statue cultivated was related to Fang Chen. Time passed by slowly. 14 hours later, Fang Chen's 7 true intents, except for the true intent of dreamscape and the true intent of spacetime, had improved. The true intent of fire was at the 4th grade, the true intent of water was at the 4th grade, the true intent of ice was at the 4th grade, and the true intent of sword had reached the terrifying 8th grade. As for the true intent of dreamscape, it had also reached the peak of the 3rd grade, and the true intent of spacetime had reached the peak of the 5th grade. What a pity! After the last true intent had improved, Fang Chen curled his lips. He felt that it was a pity. If he could continue tempering himself in the ancestral land, his will would definitely become even more tenacious. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Fang Chen was completely unaware that his actions had caused a sensation in the outside world. Outside, Back Mountain Forbidden Area. It's been 14 hours. Fang Chen couldn't have died in there, right? Some city lords believed that Fang Chen had most likely died in the ancestral land. Patriarch, what do you think? Some other city lords asked the Bai clan patriarch. Fang Chen is still alive. When the Bai clan patriarch said this, he was also somewhat shocked. What kind of monster was Fang Chen to be able to persist for 14 hours? The Bai clan patriarch looked at the ancestral land with a burning gaze. The entire Back Mountain was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. Li Tang and Wang Kuei were even more dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time. To be able to persist for 14 hours under such pressure, was he still human? However, Fang Chen didn't care about this. He had already felt the pressure emitted by the 18 statues. He had also comprehended it. After comprehending it all, an unexpected surprise appeared. The 18 statues all shook. Then, the 18 statues actually opened their mouths to speak. I didn't expect that after being dead for so many years, we would still be able to wait for a genius who broke through the extreme realm. Ha ha ha, we didn't leave these statues in vain. The 18 statues all opened their mouths to speak. They seemed to know that Fang Chen was a cultivator who broke through the extreme realm. Rumble, a ray of light shot out from each statue. Finally, these rays of light merged in the air and turned into a 7-colored fan that fell into Fang Chen's hand. Kid, if you encounter any difficulties one day, you can take out this fan. The Bai clan will spare no effort to help you overcome your difficulties, said the first statue. When Fang Chen held the 7-colored fan, some information also appeared in his mind. He had unintentionally comprehended the pressure emitted by the 18 statues and triggered the mechanism left behind by these seniors, thus obtaining this 7-colored fan. Fang Chen raised his head. At this time, the 18 statues had already returned to normal. However, Fang Chen had a feeling that these statues seemed to have lost a trace of spirit qi. Divine Feather Fan. Fang Chen played with the 7-colored fan and said softly. The Divine Feather Fan was passed down by the Bai clan's ancestor, but it had disappeared a long time ago. He didn't expect that it had been in the ancestral land all this time. Fang Chen put away the Divine Feather Fan, cupped his hands at the 18 statues, and then left. Splash! The moment the ancestral land opened, all the cultivators stared at the exit with burning eyes. Fang Chen walked out of the ancestral land calmly. He's out, Fang Chen is out. Everyone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Seeing Fang Chen come out, the whole Back Mountain was filled with shouts like a tsunami. Many heavenly body tier elites, including the Bai clan's leader, were also excited. Splash! The Bai clan's leader instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. He carefully observed Fang Chen, wanting to see through the latter. Fang Chen, are you all right? The Bai clan's leader asked. Fang Chen was slightly stunned, and then shook his head. Are you really all right? The Bai clan's leader asked repeatedly. Thank you for your concern, clan leader, I'm really all right, Fang Chen said with a shrug. Ha ha ha. The Bai clan's leader was overjoyed. Prodigy, an absolute prodigy. In the ancestral land, he had persisted for 14 hours. Too powerful. This record was originally held by a prodigy of the Bai clan 1,000 years ago. He had persisted for 10 hours. Now, however, it had been broken by Fang Chen. After this selection, regardless of whether Fang Chen wins first place or not, he will be a guest elder of the Bai clan, and his status will be equivalent to Qing Qing's. The Bai clan's leader grabbed Fang Chen's arm and said loudly. Everyone stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Li Tang and Wang Kuei's eyes were filled with jealousy, and there was a hint of killing intent hidden in the depths of their eyes. Clan leader. Fang Chen coughed softly. Only then did the clan leader realize that he had lost his composure, and hurriedly let go of Fang Chen's arm. He chuckled and came to the forbidden area behind the mountain. Looking around at the crowd, he announced the results of the second round. The second round is a test of willpower. The top 100 will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. The clan leader waved his hand and separated those who had advanced from those who had not. The first place of the second round is still Fang Chen. If it had been the first round, Fang Chen had won first place by luck with formations. Then, the second round was enough to prove his determination. The great elites of the ancient times were all people with strong willpower. Even the Bai clan's leader felt inferior to Fang Chen's willpower. If they were at the same cultivation level and age, he would definitely be inferior to Fang Chen. After the second round ended, the martial artists would be allowed to rest. The news of Fang Chen winning first place spread once again. Qingyi City was in a frenzy. In the center of Qingyi City, in a 99-story building. On the top floor, Zhu Hong stood by the window, quietly watching the roaring of the Bai clan's forbidden area behind the mountain. Beside him stood a martial artist playing with a pearl. What a lucky guy. He actually won first place in 2 rounds in a row. Hearing this, Zhu Hong shook his head slightly. With a deep gaze, he said, his willpower is indeed incomparable to ordinary people. Young Master Zhu. The martial artist playing with the pearl did not understand why young Master Zhu would praise the enemy. You don't understand the situation in the Bai clan's ancestral land, so you don't understand what it means to persist for 14 hours. Zhu Hong sighed and said, even I can't persist for 14 hours. Zhu Hong's words undoubtedly showed that in terms of willpower, he was inferior to Fang Chen. Hearing this, the martial artist playing with the pearl was shocked and could not believe it. Zhu Hong, who was like a god in his heart, actually admitted that he was inferior to a nobody. Young Master Zhu, that kid must have some treasure that can resist the pressure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to persist for 14 hours. The martial artist playing with the pearl still refused to admit that Fang Chen was inferior. Zhu Hong shook his head. No one knew better than him how terrifying Fang Chen's willpower was. Chapter 1253. The fact that Fang Chen had won first place in the second round shocked everyone in the Bai family. Some elders even thought that it would be better to take Fang Chen in as a member of the Bai family. Some elders also thought that although Zhu Donghuang had a strong will, they still needed to see his fighting strength. If they casually took in a member of the younger generation, it would affect the Bai family's reputation. Anyway, everyone in the Bai family was talking about Fang Chen. When Bai Qingqing heard this, she was even more shocked. She knew Fang Chen's potential better than anyone else, but she did not expect that Fang Chen had grown to such a level in such a short time. It seems that even Zhu Hong is no match for you. Bai Qingqing muttered to herself. After the second round of the competition ended, everyone was waiting curiously for the third round to begin. After the third round of the competition, the finals would begin. At that time, the 8 supreme talents would also appear. That would be an exciting battle. The next day, The third round of the competition began. There were so many warriors, but only 100 people were left. These 100 people were the elites of the younger generation on Chingy Island. Any one of them was enough to make an ordinary warrior of the younger generation catch up with them. The third round of the competition was not unexpected. This round was a competition of fighting strength. In other words, only those who were strong enough could advance to the next round. The losers would be eliminated directly, while the winners would advance to the next round. Soon, the competition began. There were warriors fighting on the martial arts stage from time to time. The dazzling battle caused countless warriors to cheer unceasingly. After waiting for 2 hours, Fang Chen finally stepped onto the stage. Everyone's attention was on him. Everyone wanted to know how strong the first place of the first 2 rounds was, or if it was just an undeserved reputation. The Bai family patriarch seemed to want to test Fang Chen. He arranged his opponent to be Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei versus Fang Chen. It's so exciting. Yes. One of them is the first place of the first 2 rounds, and the other is a seeded warrior. This is going to be a good show. I wonder who will win in the end. On the martial arts stage, Wang Kuei and Fang Chen stood opposite each other. You were really lucky to be able to obtain first place in the first 2 rounds. This time, I will personally end you. Wang Kuei laughed sinisterly. In his opinion, Fang Chen was only slightly better at array formations. As long as he didn't give him a chance to set up a formation, he would definitely be able to kill him. You seem to be celebrating too early, Fang Chen said. In the third round of the competition, he had only wanted to advance in a low-key manner. Who would have thought that the Bai family head would arrange Wang Kuei for him? But that was nothing. As long as he could advance to the finals, everything else was meaningless. Brat, I'll let you know what true strength is, Wang Kuei said. Do you think you can defeat Yuan Tianhe? Fang Chen asked. Before Yuan Tianhe was eliminated, he was the strongest seeded contestant below the 8 great prodigies. After Yuan Tianhe was eliminated, Wang Kuei successfully ascended to the top. But now, Fang Chen had used Yuan Tianhe to pressure Wang Kuei. In an instant, Wang Kuei's face darkened. Brat, you're courting death. As soon as Wang Kuei finished speaking, he instantly launched a fierce and domineering attack. Boom! In an instant, Wang Kuei closed in on Fang Chen, and then his fists continuously blasted out. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. On the rostrum, the city lords of the 36 cities nodded slightly. The best way to deal with Fang Chen was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Otherwise, if he set up a 4th-tier formation, there would be no way to compete in the battle. It seems that Wang Kuei has already planned this, a city lord said. Under such a dense attack, Fang Chen won't have time to set up a formation. Yeah, if he can't set up a formation, then he might lose this battle. Wang Kuei's attacks were too concentrated, and the power was extremely tyrannical. Every punch could cause an explosion in the air. Go to hell, brat. Fang Chen kept dodging. Wang Kuei shouted loudly. Suddenly, a layer of terrifying vital essence appeared on his fists. In the next moment, his fists suddenly blasted towards Fang Chen. Dong. Fang Chen sneered and stood still. The perfect sword body instantly covered his whole body. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Soon after, they were a little shocked. Is Fang Chen scared out of his wits? Such exclamations came from the crowd. Even the Bai family patriarch on the rostrum frowned slightly. He didn't know what Fang Chen had up his sleeve. Wang Kuei, who was attacking, sneered when he saw this scene. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fang Chen being sent flying by himself. He increased the strength of his fists and blasted fiercely on Fang Chen's body. Dong. There was an explosion, and a figure was instantly sent flying backward. At this moment, all the warriors widened their eyes and looked at the scene on the martial arts stage in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that what they saw was an illusion. How is this possible? Everyone in the crowd exclaimed. The scene on the martial arts stage was beyond everyone's expectations. They thought that Fang Chen would be sent flying by Wang Kuei's punch. However, in fact, Fang Chen stood still and Wang Kuei was sent flying by the rebound force. This, on the rostrum, the The city lords of the 36 cities also looked at each other. The Bai family patriarch stood up and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. He was very insightful and saw the mystery at a glance. Fang Chen's physical defense was too strong. Wang Kuei's attack was simply a joke in Fang Chen's eyes. Bang! Wang Kuei's body fell below the martial arts stage. He spat out blood and his face was a little pale. He looked up to the sky and roared, unwilling to give up. However, the result was doomed. Fang Chen is the first in the third round. Boom! The whole square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked beyond words. How dazzling it was to win the first place in 3 consecutive rounds. Now, Fang Chen had become an expert comparable to the 8 heavenly legends in the hearts of many warriors. Wang Kuei was directly ignored by everyone. Looking at Fang Chen, who was enjoying the cheers of the crowd on the martial arts stage, Li Tang and Feng Bing's expressions changed and became complicated. This boy's potential is too strong. He will definitely become a creation realm expert in the future. The city lords of the 36 cities expressed their opinions. Especially the city lord of Void Sea City, who was too excited. Void Sea City had produced such a genius, which made him, the city lord, very proud. In the following time, the other matches could no longer attract the attention of the crowd. In the midst of the noise, the third round of the competition ended. In the end, only 50 people advanced. Among these 50 people, the most dazzling was Fang Chen. After this battle, no one doubted his combat strength. His physical defense alone could send Wang Kuei flying. Except for the 8 heavenly legends, no one could break his defense. The news of Fang Chen spread throughout Qingyi City. As for the Bai family patriarch, he quickly returned to the Bai family and held an emergency meeting. The topic of this meeting was Fang Chen. When Bai Qingqing heard the news, her pretty face was full of smiles. "This guy likes to be in the limelight," Bai Qingqing said with a smile. In the third round of the competition, except for Fang Chen, all the other martial artists in Void Sea City were eliminated. Bai Qingqing could not wait to meet Fang Chen. She quickly left the Bai family and went to the mansion in Void Sea City again. In the garden of the mansion, Bai Qingqing stood side by side with Fang Chen, looking at the goldfish swimming freely in the pond. "My father and the others are holding a meeting," Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chen nodded. He had shown such outstanding talent, so the Bai family would definitely think of a way to recruit him. "If you run out like this, the clansmen won't scold you," Fang Chen said with a smile. Bai Qingqing shook her head and looked at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes. In the center of Qingyi City, on a 99-story building. This time, Zhu Hong finally knew who Bai Qingqing was looking for in the mansion in Void Sea City. Fang Chen. Zhu Hong clenched his fists. To the side, the martial artist playing with the beads had a change in expression. He whispered, "Young Master Zhu, the 8 heavenly geniuses will also be participating in the next round. If I meet him, I'll help you." How did Qingqing get to know him? Zhu Hong was a little confused. Soon after, he said, "Investigate Fang Chen for me." "Don't worry, young Master Zhu. I'll go investigate right now." The martial artist who was playing with the beads left and returned half an hour later. In his hands was some information regarding Fang Chen. "Young Master Zhu, I've already investigated him. The Zhu family's status on Qingyi Island was second only to the Bai family, so their intelligence network was very powerful. It was easy for them to investigate such a small matter." "Speak," said Zhu Hong expressionlessly. "This Fang Chen came from outside. As for which island he came from, no one knows. But according to our analysis, it's extremely likely that he came from Heavenspan Island. Miss Bai Qingqing once went to Heavenspan Island, so the two of them should have known each other there," said the martial artist playing with the beads. "Knew each other on Heavenspan Island?" Zhu Hong was even more furious when he heard this. For Bai Qingqing, Fang Chen actually traveled thousands of miles from Heavenspan Island to Qingyi Island. This was enough to show how much he valued Bai Qingqing. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong's heart was filled with anger. Bai Qingqing was his woman, and he would never allow an outsider to touch her. And now, Fang Chen had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant certain death. Ju Hong suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, "How strong is he?" "According to our analysis, his cultivation level should be at the 9th level of Heaven Dipper tier. He hasn't stepped into the heavenly body tier yet, but in terms of battle prowess, he should be able to match a martial artist at the 1st level of the heavenly body tier." The martial artist playing with the beads said, "After all, he's a 4-star formation master. Once he sets up a level 4 formation, I'm afraid even young Master Ju will be in trouble. His greatest reliance should be the tier 4 array formation." "Level 4 formations, huh? If we meet in the finals, I'll definitely let you know what it's like to beg for death," Ju Hong said coldly. As the most outstanding martial artist of the Ju family's younger generation, how could he not have a trump card? "Fang Chen, you dare touch my woman? You're destined to disappear like smoke." Ju Hong wanted to kill Fang Chen. To be more precise, he didn't plan to let Fang Chen live until the finals. Chapter 1254. The trip to Qingyi Island took longer than Fang Chen had expected. Even if he could not pass the C8, 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 C8. After the 3rd round of the competition ended, Fang Chen stayed in his residence in Shuhai City and did not come out. Because he was now a big celebrity, many warriors would come looking for him on the streets. Some large sect would even send their elders to talk to him and try to rope him in. Only the Bai clan did not say anything, as if they were secretly planning something. Bai Qingqing and Fang Chen talked for a while before leaving. After all, she was now looking for a husband. If she was seen with another man, it would not be good for her reputation. Girls still valued their reputation very much. "Boss, have you fallen in love with Bai Qingqing?" The little mouse jumped on his shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head. "Boss, during the finals, just show your strength and shock everyone. Then, you won't have to go through so much trouble," the little mouse said. After the 3rd round of the competition ended, the warriors who advanced rested for 3 days. After 3 days, the finals would begin. The rules of the finals were slightly different from the previous rounds. Although it was an elimination system, one would not be eliminated immediately after losing one round. There were a total of 58 warriors, and each warrior would only be eliminated after losing 2 rounds. Warriors could challenge each other freely. Those with higher realms could not challenge those with lower realms. Those with lower realms did not have any restrictions. On the rostrum, many experts, including the Bai clan leader, were already in place. On the square, the 8 great prodigies were in the lead, and the other 50 warriors were behind them. Everyone was waiting for the competition to begin. The competition begins. With the Bai clan leader's command, the competition began. "I want to challenge Feng Bing." A warrior took the lead and jumped onto the martial arts stage to challenge Feng Bing. Feng Bing's face was gloomy as she walked onto the stage. Boom! The battle broke out instantly. Feng Bing was very strong, and the challenger was not her match at all. He was immediately suppressed. After that, more and more warriors went onto the stage to challenge her. After a while, someone was eliminated. The eliminated martial artists were the martial artists who challenged Feng Bing. He challenged Feng Bing and lost a round. After that, someone specifically challenged him and lost. "I challenge Fang Chen." After about 30 battles, someone challenged Fang Chen. When everyone looked, the challenger was actually Li Tang. Li Tang challenged Fang Chen. Is he courting death? Many martial artists did not understand why Li Tang took the initiative to challenge Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled faintly and stepped onto the martial arts stage. Boom! Li Tang did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. However, what greeted him was Fang Chen's iron fists. Bang! The clean and tidy end of the battle with a single punch made the people in the square exclaim in surprise. Fang Chen's battle had just ended when someone spoke up again. "I also challenge Fang Chen." Hearing this, many martial artists were even more shocked. This man was Wei Changkong, who had just been promoted to the 8 heavenly sons of heaven. Didn't he and Fang Chen come from the same city? Why did they kill each other? As he spoke, Wei Zhongkong stood on the martial arts stage. He glanced at Ju Hong at the front and sighed softly. "Fang Chen, Let's have a good fight. In fact, Wei Zhongkong did not want to challenge Fang Chen, but he was forced to. Boom. Wei Zhongkong was very strong, but in front of Fang Chen, he was not worth mentioning. One punch, another punch. He sent Wei Zhongkong flying, winning both battles. In the square, everyone was completely stunned. Fang Chen was too strong. Even Wei Zhongkong was no match for him. Thinking of this, some martial artists were filled with fear. They still wanted to challenge Fang Chen. How ridiculous. I also challenge Fang Chen. Among the 8 heavenly sons of heaven, the genius ranked 7th came to the martial arts stage and challenged Fang Chen. Hearing this, everyone on the rostrum was a little surprised. The Bai family patriarch looked at Zhu Hong thoughtfully. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at Zhu Hong below. The latter's lips curled up, and his face was full of disdain. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. You're too trashy. Several people had challenged him in a row. He already knew that this was Zhu Hong's plan. You want to wear me down by taking turns? Since you're treating me like this, don't blame me for being rude. Originally, Fang Chen did not want to be too high profile, but all of this was forced by Zhu Hong. The 7th prodigy was Zhu Hong's lackey, so there was no need to be too polite. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 7th prodigy was furious. Fang Chen, you're too arrogant. I only need one punch to defeat you, Fang Chen sneered. The 7th prodigy was instantly enraged and immediately attacked. However, what greeted him was only a punch. After that punch, Fang Chen stopped attacking and did not even look at the 7th prodigy. The 7th prodigy stood quietly on the martial arts stage, not moving at all. Everyone was confused. Why was the 7th prodigy not moving? Who would win? However, at this moment, the 7th prodigy spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted on the martial arts stage. En. Everyone exclaimed. Fang Chen's strength was too freakish. Until now, no one had been able to force him to use his full strength. How strong was he? The Bai clan leader looked at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with joy. This person was really not simple. He was invincible in the Heaven Dipper tier. What would happen if he faced a heavenly body tier cultivator? Just as Fang Chen had guessed, the 6th prodigy attacked. However, he was still defeated by Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was shining brightly. His body was filled with rich astral essence, proving that he was only a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator and not a heavenly body tier cultivator. The 5th prodigy did not attack. He had some grudges with Zhu Hong and did not want to fight for him. Next was the 4th prodigy. He was at the 1st level of the heavenly body tier and was very strong. Fang Chen, Heaven Dipper tier is Heaven Dipper tier. In front of a heavenly body tier cultivator, you are only an ant. The 4th prodigy sneered. Is that so? Then let me show you how a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator defeats a heavenly body tier cultivator. Fang Chen's battle prowess was too strong after breaking through the pinnacle level. Against a low-level heavenly body tier cultivator, he did not need to use sword techniques at all. A pair of iron fists would suffice. I'm afraid that by then, you would have already died, the 4th prodigy said. Against you, I still only need one punch. Fang Chen's attitude was very arrogant. Zhu Hong had completely infuriated him. Since these lackeys wanted to attack for Zhu Hong, then they would have to bear the consequences. Below, Zhu Hong narrowed his eyes, a look of displeasure on his face. Seeing Zhu Hong's expression, the 4th prodigy attacked. Die! The 4th prodigy was skilled in fist techniques. He clenched his fists, and the power of stars surged as he threw out a punch. Dong! Fang Chen did not even look, and directly threw out a punch. The power of stars collided with the power of strong essence, and a deafening sound erupted. When the sound of the explosion disappeared, everyone saw that Fang Chen was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The 4th prodigy had long since passed out. Seeing this scene, the square was completely in an uproar. Fang Chen is too strong. This kind of strength is enough to rival Zhu Hong. Yes, with this kind of strength, it's very likely that he can defeat Zhu Hong. So, he didn't get first place in the first 3 rounds by luck. Even a heavenly body tier prodigy was defeated by him with one punch. This is too terrifying. In the crowd, everyone exclaimed. On the platform, the 36 city lords were shocked. They had never seen a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator with this kind of battle prowess. The Bai clan's leader seemed to have vaguely guessed something. If that's really the case, I have to rope him in at all costs, the Bai clan's leader thought. On the martial arts platform, Fang Chen stared at Zhu Hong. You don't dare to fight, so you let your lackeys fight me one after another. What a good plan. Fang Chen showed no mercy, and exposed Zhu Hong's scheme in front of everyone. Hearing this, Zhu Hong's face darkened. Are you sure you don't want to take back what you just said? Zhu Hong tried his best to calm down and asked coldly. His words were full of threats. I never take back what I say. If you want to fight, then come up and fight, Fang Chen said. You're not worthy of me fighting. Zhu Hong was very conceited. Even now, he still thought that Fang Chen was no match for him. At this moment, the third prodigy spoke to the second prodigy. You've won a few battles, and you dare to challenge our young master Zhu? What a joke. The third prodigy, the cultivator playing with the beads, sneered. You'll only be qualified to challenge young master Zhu if you defeat me, the second prodigy said. Unknowingly, the finals turned into a one-man show for Fang Chen. Ever since Fang Chen went up on stage, one cultivator after another directly challenged him. Now, even some prodigies had been defeated by him. Ordinary cultivators were even more afraid of him. Why would they challenge him? I wonder what will happen. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes, waiting for his response. In that case, the two of you can come at me together. Fang Chen pointed at the second and third sky prides and said calmly. Boom. The square was in an uproar. Was Fang Chen really confident, or was he just trying to impress the crowd? He directly challenged the second and third prodigies. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords looked at each other, and finally looked at the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch stared at Fang Chen and said, if the person involved agrees, I have no objections. The patriarch's words made the second and third prodigies' eyes turn cold. They immediately jumped onto the stage. Fang Chen, we didn't want to team up against you, but since you're so arrogant, you'll have to bear the consequences, the second prodigy said sinisterly. The third prodigy played with the beads in his hands, his face full of disdain. Looks like you're destined to not have a chance to fight young Master Zhu. Hurry up and say it before you lose consciousness, Fang Chen said with a smile. He looked at the two of them as if he was looking at idiots. Everyone was stunned. Was Fang Chen really that strong? Why was he so confident? Boom. The second and third prodigy's aura instantly exploded. Instantly, exclamations came from the square again. Because the two of them were at the second level of the heavenly body tier. Chapter 1255. Fang Chen turned to look at Zhu Hong, who was standing on the plaza. At this moment, Zhu Hong had a mocking smile on his face. He thought that Fang Chen was overestimating himself. He actually wanted to challenge two of them at once. If you can really defeat them, then you're qualified for me to fight, Zhu Hong said with a smile. Only qualified? Fang Chen muttered softly. Then, he turned around and ignored Zhu Hong. If you don't fight now, then you won't have a chance, Fang Chen said arrogantly, his aura soaring. Fang Chen, you're dead meat. Hearing this, the two prodigies were furious. They attacked at lightning speed. At the same time, in the Bai clan residence, Bai Qingqing was extremely anxious. She was like an ant on a hot pan. She paced back and forth in the courtyard, feeling ill at ease. Bai Qingqing stopped and asked anxiously, You're saying that Fang Chen challenged the two prodigies? The servant beside her nodded, and said, Yes. Fang Chen, oh Fang Chen, how could you be so stupid? Two cultivators in the second layer of the heavenly body tier joining forces. Even Zhu Hong wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat them. You were too impulsive. Bai Qingqing could guess that Zhu Hong must have done something to Fang Chen to make him so angry. The more Bai Qingqing thought about it, the more worried she became. She immediately left the courtyard and quickly headed to the plaza. She was worried about Fang Chen. If something happened to him, she would ask her father for help. On the plaza, on the martial arts arena. The battle was about to start. Since they wanted to intimidate everyone, then they had to defeat these two clowns with lightning speed. Only then would they be able to intimidate everyone. In fact, Fang Chen was thinking the same thing. The third prodigy roared. His figure flashed, and he drew out a spear. He used a domineering spear technique. Instantly, spear shadows filled the sky, piercing toward Fang Chen with great power. At the same time, the saber in the second prodigy's hand slashed fiercely toward Fang Chen. The two geniuses also wanted to end the battle in one move. In fact, their moves were filled with dense killing intent. They wanted to kill Fang Chen and avenge Zhu Hong. On the square, the crowd was shocked to see the two supreme geniuses perform their respective ultimate skills at the same time. It's over. Fang Chen definitely won't be able to defeat these two geniuses. The third-ranked prodigy's spear technique is too strong. Other than Zhu Hong, no one else has been able to force him to use his spear technique. The second genius saber art is even more domineering. Even Zhu Hong wouldn't dare to face two geniuses head-on. I wonder how Fang Chen is going to block it. At this moment, all eyes were on Fang Chen. The latter's eyes flickered, and his soul spirit spread out and locked onto the third chosen. Then, he used the true will of time and space and disappeared into the void when the second proud son of Heaven's blade came at him. Dong the third prodigy's saber slashed toward Fang Chen fiercely. However, it missed. The impact of the saber was too strong, and it directly hit the martial arts arena, causing the arena to tremble. Damn it! The second prodigy cursed and pulled out his saber, ready to attack again. However, at this moment, suddenly, a clear voice could be heard. Suddenly, Fang Chen appeared in the air. He stretched out his hand, and his vital spirit surged. He grabbed the spear of the third Sky Pride with his bare hands. With a twist of his hand, the spear that the third Sky Pride was so proud of was snapped in half. Pucci before the third prodigy could react, the broken spear in Fang Chen's hand pierced the third prodigy's body. Bang! The third prodigy's body was instantly sent flying, and blood splattered all over the sky. The third prodigy fell unconscious on the ground, and his life was in danger. When the second prodigy saw this, his heart trembled and he felt a trace of fear. He instinctively wanted to escape, but how could Fang Chen give him the chance? The true meaning of time and space was used again. All the power in his body gathered on his fist, and he suddenly punched toward the second prodigy. Bang! He skillfully dodged the second prodigy's saber and sent him flying with a punch. Voila! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were completely stirred up. In an instant, he defeated the joint attack of two great prodigies. One was seriously injured, and the other was unconscious. How strong did he need to be? The 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm had the battle prowess of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Body tier. On the rostrum, the 36 city masters, including the Bai family, also stood up in an instant. Their faces were filled with shock. How can a 9th level Heaven Dipper Realm have such powerful battle prowess? His physical strength is too strong. Fighting across a major tier, this person is too freakish. The 36 city lords were shocked. As for the Bai clan leader, he was excited. Because his guess had come true. Pinnacle level, he must have broken through the pinnacle level. The Bai clan leader said excitedly. There was an insurmountable gap between the Heaven Dipper Realm and the Heavenly Body Realm. A 9th level Heaven Dipper Realm martial artist, even the most freakish one, would not have such battle prowess. There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that Fang Chen was a genius who had broken through the pinnacle level. In the entire Clear Isle, there was not a single genius who had broken through the pinnacle level. As the island lord of Clear Isle, the Bai clan leader had heard some things about the pinnacle level geniuses. He did not expect to see a martial artist who had broken through the pinnacle level with his own eyes. Moreover, this person was participating in the son-in-law selection competition that he had organized for his daughter. A pinnacle-level genius. The Bai clan leader was very excited. At this moment, his heart was filled with hope that Fang Chen could defeat Zhu Hong and become the Bai clan's son-in-law. Zhu Hong, the leader of the 8 great prodigies, was not worth mentioning in front of a pinnacle-level genius. Thinking of this, the Bai clan leader's body was trembling. However, he was the island lord after all, so he tried hard to control his excitement. He nodded at Fang Chen and returned to his seat. Dong. On the martial arts arena, Fang Chen's body landed heavily on the ground. His gaze swept past the second and third prodigies, and finally landed on Zhu Hong. "What about now?" Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Zhu Hong fell silent. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Fang Chen, and his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Fang Chen's combat power had really exceeded his expectations. However, if that was all, it would not be enough to scare Zhu Hong. Bai Qingqing rushed over, feeling extremely anxious. However, just as she arrived at the square, she heard Fang Chen's domineering words. She was stunned at first, but then she saw the second and third prodigies. Then, she opened her mouth wide and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "How can he be so strong?" Bai Qingqing cried out involuntarily. How did he survive all these years? Bai Qingqing was very happy. The stronger Fang Chen was, the more confident he would be to win first place. She passed through the crowd and arrived at the rostrum. "Father." Bai Qingqing greeted the Bai clan leader. "Qingqing, why are you here?" the Bai clan leader asked. "I heard that someone is challenging the 8 prodigies, so I came to take a look." As Bai Qingqing spoke, her eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. The Bai clan leader wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he shook his head. It would be good to let his daughter get to know Fang Chen as soon as possible. Then, Bai Qingqing sat behind him. Fang Chen's robes fluttered without wind. His strong body was worshipped by countless cultivators. Too strong. If I had this kind of strength, one day would be enough. Is Fang Chen the reincarnation of a great elite? A heaven dipper tier that can defeat a heavenly body tier, and he even finished the battle in one move. I'm going crazy. In front of Fang Chen, the so-called 8 prodigies are just trash. In the square, discussions rose and fell one after another. Everyone was subdued by Fang Chen's tyrannical combat power. And Fang Chen stared at Zhu Hong with shining eyes. "Come up and fight," Fang Chen said. His voice was filled with dominance. Zhu Hong frowned, but still stepped onto the martial arts arena. "Do you know the consequences of angering me?" Zhu Hong said sinisterly. Even now, Zhu Hong was still threatening Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with a strong gust of wind. "I'd like to see the consequences." "What do you have to make me bear the consequences, Zhu Hong?" Fang Chen sneered. Zhu Hong, this hypocrite, was still pretending. On the rostrum, the Zhu clan leader's expression was dark. Fang Chen was very strong. He was now a little worried about Zhu Hong's safety. "Once Zhu Hong is in danger, act immediately," the Zhu clan leader said. On the martial arts arena, Zhu Hong and Fang Chen faced each other. Zhu Hong's pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. "Is defeating 2 second-level heavenly body tier cultivators very impressive?" Zhu Hong asked. "Can you do what I did?" Fang Chen countered. His attitude was very strong, and he was not afraid of Zhu Hong at all. The Zhu clan announced that Zhu Hong was only a second-level heavenly body tier cultivator, but in reality, Zhu Hong had already reached the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. Moreover, Zhu Hong had a trump card given to him by the Zhu clan. "I'm very curious. Why would a cultivator with no background like you dare to offend the Zhu clan?" Zhu Hong asked calmly. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered. "Idiot." Fang Chen scolded with a smile. This Zhu Hong actually dared to talk about his background. Did he think that just because he mentioned the Zhu clan, he would be afraid of him? How laughable. The scene in the ancestral grounds of the Bai clan appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, he looked at the divine feather fan lying quietly in his spatial ring. Indeed, just as Zhu Hong said, he was an outsider with no background on Clear Isle. But without a background, he could create one. The divine feather fan was his background. He really wanted to know what Zhu Hong's expression would be when he took out the divine feather fan. The battle was about to start. The power of stars circled around Zhu Hong's body, and his aura continued to rise. Only when he reached the peak of the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier did his aura gradually stop. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire martial arts arena, directly enveloping Fang Chen. Zhu Hong's killing intent had been aroused. Fang Chen could clearly feel it. "Brat, I, Zhu Hong, have never been defeated in the younger generation," Zhu Hong said. Chapter 1256. Although there were still many martial artists who had not fought, everyone knew that the next battle would be the final battle. Everyone had witnessed the strength of Fang Chen and Zhu Hong. The winner of the two would become the son-in-law of the Bai clan. Therefore, Zhu Hong took this battle very seriously. "Qing Qing is my woman. I won't allow anyone to touch her," Zhu Hong said coldly. In the next moment, he attacked. The peak of the third level of the heavenly body tier was very powerful. As soon as he attacked, everyone sensed Zhu Hong's terrifying strength. Boom! The power of stars surged as Zhu Hong punched out. Seeing this, Fang Chen also punched out without hesitation. The two fists collided, and the whole martial arts arena trembled. The aura it emitted caused the cultivators near the martial ring to tremble in fear. Too strong. This was a battle between the peak of the younger generation. Bang! After the two fists collided, they both took a few steps back. Zhu Hong sneered and said disdainfully, "You're only SOSO. The punch just now was only a test." However, Zhu Hong found that Fang Chen's physical strength was only SOSO. If he attacked with his full strength, the latter would not be able to resist at all. Just as Zhu Hong said, he was only testing. Fang Chen was the same. Until now, no one had been able to force him to use his full strength. He had not even taken out the hidden star sword. One had to know that Fang Chen's strongest point was his sword arts, not his fist arts. "You're indeed qualified to make me draw my sword." Fang Chen nodded. He could not defeat Zhu Hong with just his fists. "I'm really curious. Even now, you still have so much courage," Zhu Hong said with a grin. "You're 3 levels higher than me, but you can't defeat me. If we're at the same level, I'll smash your head with one punch," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Zhu Hong's face darkened, and his body was full of killing intent. Fang Chen touched Zhu Hong's sore spot. He was already disdainful of lowering himself to deal with a Heaven Dipper tier martial artist. But now, he was being mocked by a Heaven Dipper tier martial artist. He clenched his fist, and a dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger exuded a chilling aura, which was very threatening. "What's the use of a sharp tongue?" Zhu Hong sneered. Then, his figure flashed, and the dagger in his hand cut through the void, heading straight for Fang Chen. When the dagger came close to him, Fang Chen felt a cold power coming from the dagger. Corrode the soul. This dagger seemed to specialize in targeting souls. Seeing this, Fang Chen took out the star-concealing sword for the first time. So, Fang Chen is a sword cultivator. No wonder his attack power is so strong. "You've finally taken out your weapon." The battle between the pinnacle is too exciting. He took out the hidden star sword, and immediately displayed the heavenly demon sword art like moving clouds and flowing water. Swoosh in the sky, 6 thick sky demon sword lights appeared, their auras intimidating. Under Fang Chen's control, the sky demon sword light instantly pierced towards Zhu Hong. On the rostrum, the Bai family patriarch's expression kept changing. Sky Devil Sword Technique. This kid is related to the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. The Bai family patriarch thought to himself. The Bai family patriarch recognized the Sky Devil Sword Technique, and so did the Zhu family patriarch. The Zhu family patriarch clenched his fists, his expression extremely dark. Damn it, he's actually the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Peng, peng, peng. The 6 sky demon sword lights fiercely collided with Zhu Hong's dagger. Instantly, Zhu Hong's dagger was knocked out of his hand. At the same time, 3 sword lights collided with Zhu Hong's body. With a peng, Zhu Hong's body was directly sent flying. However, Zhu Hong wasn't as weak as everyone imagined. In the process of flying, Zhu Hong seemed to have used a forbidden technique. Suddenly, the aura around his body skyrocketed. Immediately after, his cultivation level actually increased by a level. 4th level of the heavenly body tier. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords' expressions changed drastically. The difference between the third and fourth level of the heavenly body tier was only one level, but the difference in battle prowess was huge. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhu Hong, who was at the third level of the heavenly body tier, wasn't a match for Fang Chen. However, after using a forbidden technique and forcefully increasing his cultivation level, he would definitely be able to easily suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen, among the younger generation, to be able to force me to this extent, you should be proud. Zhu Hong said crazily. His body was filled with a fanatical aura. With a thought, the dagger returned to Zhu Hong's hand. In the plaza, everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the situation would develop to this extent. Zhu Hong was very strong, but Fang Chen was even stronger. At this moment, no one dared to recklessly guess who would be the final victor. Fang Chen floated in the sky, looking down at Zhu Hong. Fourth level of the heavenly body tier? After breaking through the pinnacle level, his battle prowess had soared. This was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. I can finally fight with all my might. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand and instantly set up a fourth level formation, trapping Zhu Hong. Do you think you can trap me? Zhu Hong waved the dagger in his hand, and a powerful force heavily bombarded the formation. Instantly, the formation shook violently. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered, and said, "It's enough to deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the true meaning of time and space, and Fang Chen silently entered the formation. Then, he used the second level of the mysterious sky sealing technique. A huge sword net instantly appeared in the sky, and under Fang Chen's control, it enveloped Zhu Hong. Die! Zhu Hong held the dagger in his hand, blocking the sword light from the sword net. Then, he launched a domineering attack. 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Fang Chen felt the threat of the dagger in Zhu Hong's hand, and used the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Although it was only the first level, its power had increased greatly. Dong! Lightning fiercely collided with the dagger, directly sending it flying. Zhu Hong's body also instantly retreated. I'm going to kill you. Zhu Hong fell into a state of rage. He used a forbidden technique, but he still couldn't defeat this person. Once the time limit was up, his cultivation level would drop, and he would definitely lose to him. No, Qingqing is my woman, Zhu Hong roared in his heart. Then, he forcibly used the strongest attack of the forbidden technique. A small sphere appeared in his hand. This small sphere was formed by the accumulation of vast amounts of star energy. The small ball grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it directly imprisoned the entire space. Fang Chen, you should be proud to have seen this move of mine. The small ball contained a terrifying power of the stars. Zhu Hong used a special method to control the small ball. Suddenly, the small ball left his hand and blasted towards Fang Chen. Dong! The whole world was trembling. Zhu Hong's attack was too strong. The complexions of the 36 city lords on the rostrum all changed greatly. Bai Qingqing was very nervous. Her small hands tightly held the hem of her skirt, and she secretly prayed in her heart. In the front row, the Bai family patriarch's face was solemn as he watched all this. The Zhu family patriarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. The successor of the sky demon Sword Light deserves to die. On the martial arts arena, the small ball blasted towards Fang Chen. Everyone in the square sucked in a breath of cold air. Once the small round ball hit Fang Chen, he would definitely die. However, Fang Chen's face showed a bright smile. The leader of the 8 heavenly prides is just SOSO. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the terrifying small ball instantly drowned him. Oh no! Everyone in the crowd shouted. Zhu Hong's face was filled with madness. The energy waves emitted by the small round ball instantly collided with the Tier 4 array formation, causing the array formation to shatter. As for Fang Chen, he had long been submerged in the small sphere. Bai Qingqing almost screamed. She wanted to ask her father to save Fang Chen first. However, just when everyone thought that Fang Chen was dead for sure, a voice suddenly rang out. A large hand of stars appeared in the sky. Soon after, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the large hand of stars stretched out and grabbed the small ball that enveloped Fang Chen. Catcher! The hand of stars crushed the small ball forcefully. A terrifying explosive force instantly swept over. Seeing this, the Bai family patriarch waved his hand and immediately sealed the martial arts arena to prevent the terrifying force from affecting the crowd. Dong! The martial arts arena shook and was about to shatter. After the star giant hand crushed the small ball, it gradually broke apart as well. Impossible! Seeing this, Zhu Hong shouted crazily. At this moment, Fang Chen slowly walked out from the dense power of stars. His clothes were slightly disheveled, but there was a hint of mockery on his face. Now, what other tricks do you have? Fang Chen asked. Silence. The square was as silent as death. All the cultivators looked at this scene in disbelief. Fang Chen really defeated Zhu Hong. A 9th layer Heaven Dipper tier cultivator defeated a 4th layer Heavenly Body tier cultivator. In the history of Clear Isle, Fang Chen was the strongest Heaven Dipper tier cultivator. Too strong. Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. Bai Qingqing, who was originally crying, quickly wiped away the tears on her face and laughed wildly. I'm going to kill you. Zhu Hong was completely crazy. This was the strongest attack he could use so far, but it was broken by his opponent. Hong Long Long. Zhu Hong wanted to kill Fang Chen as if he had gone mad. Your heart is in chaos. There's nothing to fear. Seeing Zhu Hong charge over, Fang Chen sent him flying with a kick. However, Zhu Hong still didn't give up and continued to charge over. Fang Chen frowned and punched out. Catcher! Zhu Hong's arm instantly broke, and his body flew out and fell on the square. Stop! Suddenly, the Zhu family patriarch roared. His figure flashed and instantly landed on the martial arts arena. The terrifying power of stars instantly locked onto Fang Chen. Brat, Zhu Hong has already lost. Why are you still so vicious? The Zhu family patriarch glared at Fang Chen, wanting to tear Fang Chen into pieces. He attacked me, so I can't retaliate? Fang Chen asked. You're courting death. The Zhu family patriarch waved his hand, and a terrifying power attacked Fang Chen. At this moment, the Bai family patriarch attacked. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the Zhu family patriarch's attack. Old Zhu, there's no need for you to interfere in the battle of the younger generation, the Bai family patriarch said. Chapter 1257. Is this how the Zhu clan behaves? When the young one gets beaten up, the old one jumps out. What a joke. 88 Studies, 23-0 Fang Chen did not hide his disgust for the Zhu clan and said coldly. There was a manifestation realm expert behind the Zhu clan, but Fang Chen was not afraid. He knew that the Bai clan also had a manifestation realm expert behind them. If he was forced into a corner, he did not mind taking out the divine feather fan. At that time, not to mention the Bai clan leader, even the manifestation realm expert in the Bai clan would help him at all costs. Junior, do you think that I can't do anything to you if you hide behind the island master? The Zhu clan leader said eerily. Zhu Hong had already been carried down from the square. The Zhu clan leader had also secretly informed the patriarch. When the patriarch arrived, Fang Chen would definitely die. Fang Chen's potential was too great, and he had severely injured Zhu Hong. No matter what the reason was, he could not be left alive. Therefore, he would definitely die. Island Master, this kid has severely injured Zhu Hong. Our Zhu clan and he are irreconcilable. The Zhu clan leader said in a deep voice. He was pressuring the Bai clan leader. The meaning behind his words was obvious. If the Bai clan insisted on stopping them, then the Zhu clan would not mind going to war with the Bai clan. Although the Zhu clan was the second most powerful clan on Qingyi Island, their power was only second to the Bai clan. If they really went to war, no one knew who would emerge victorious. The Zhu family patriarch also recognized this point, which was why he said such words. However, the Bai clan leader's attitude surprised him. Fang Chen defeated Zhu Hong and took first place in this competition. He should be the son-in-law of the Bai clan. If I, the Bai clan leader, give my son-in-law to an outsider, won't I be laughed at? Hearing her father's words, Bai Qingqing, who was on the rostrum, felt extremely happy. Her face was full of smiles. With her father's help, the Zhu clan leader would not dare to say anything. Island Master, are you really going to go against the Zhu clan for a Heaven Star Border Realm guy? The Ju clan leader's face changed as he said coldly. The Ju clan is too much. The Bai clan leader said slowly. Good. Very good. The Ju clan leader laughed wildly. What happened? Many warriors in the square fell to the ground, unable to withstand such pressure. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords activated the power of the stars to protect themselves. The Bai family patriarch's face was extremely gloomy as he waved his hand and enveloped Fang Chen's body. Forefather Ju. Who else but Forefather Ju could cause the Bai family patriarch to feel fear? Forefather Ju was a white-haired elder. The moment he appeared, he intimidated everyone in Qingyi City. Forefather Ju landed in front of the Ju family patriarch. Trash, the Ju clan has become like this because of you. Forefather Ju scolded coldly. Ju family leader's heart shook and he was a little afraid. Patriarch. The Ju family patriarch wanted to explain but was interrupted by Forefather Ju's sharp gaze. Hong is the one of the younger generation that I think the most highly of. He was seriously injured by someone, and as the patriarch, you are unable to avenge him. How shameful. After Forefather Ju finished speaking, his gaze landed on Fang Chen, who was standing behind the Bai family patriarch. Kid, to be able to break through the extreme realm at such a young age, you really exceeded my expectations. When Forefather Ju saw Fang Chen, he was clearly stunned. Then he smiled and said, if you join my Ju clan, today's matter will end here. From then on, all the resources of my Ju clan will be given to you to nurture you into an expert of the generation. Even the grudge between my Ju clan and the Sky Devil Sword Monarch can be forgotten. Forefather Ju's words caused everyone to exclaim in shock. Cultivators of the Blessed Realm were the strongest fighters on Clear Isle. Such a powerhouse could kill an ordinary martial artist with just a glance. They could destroy Qingyi City with a wave of their hand. And now, the Creation Realm forefather of the Ju clan was actually trying to rope in Fang Chen. This meant that Fang Chen's potential was too strong. Even a Creation Realm expert attached great importance to him. Forefather. The Ju clan leader said upon hearing this. Shut up, Forefather Ju scolded. Then he looked at Fang Chen with a gentle smile. There was no trace of a Creation Realm expert's domineering attitude. How about it? Are you willing to join my Ju clan? Forefather Ju asked. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. He didn't expect the Sky Devil Sword Light to have a grudge with the Ju clan. No wonder when he used the Sky Devil Sword technique, the Ju family patriarch's expression changed. At that time, he was fighting and didn't pay attention. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. Senior, Fang Chen has already joined my Bai clan. How about this? The Bai clan patriarch spoke. If a genius who broke through the extreme realm was roped in by the Ju clan, Qingyi Island would still belong to the Ju clan in the future. He definitely wouldn't do this. The reason why he wasn't afraid of Forefather Ju was because the Bai clan patriarch had secretly informed the forefather who was in seclusion. The forefather should be on his way now. Kid, you don't have a choice. If you don't join my Ju clan, based on the grudge between my Ju clan and the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, you will definitely die, Forefather Ju threatened. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me, Forefather Ju added. The moment Forefather Ju finished speaking, the Bai clan patriarch appeared. Buzz. A terrifying power swept through the entire Qingyi Island. The Bai clan patriarch wore a long blue robe and had a gloomy expression. Old monster Ju. Old monster Bai, why aren't you dead yet? Forefather Ju's expression changed when he saw this. No matter what, I can't die before you, Forefather Bai said with a smile. Two of the three Creation Realm experts of Qingyi Island appeared at the same time, shocking everyone. The appearance of the Bai clan patriarch made Bai Qingqing's worried heart relax. Old monster Bai, this kid hasn't joined your Bai clan yet. It's not too much for me to rope him in, right? Forefather Ju asked. You're trying to steal from my Bai clan? Old monster Bai asked. Forefather Ju didn't waste any more words and looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Being stared at by a Creation Realm expert, Fang Chen felt great pressure. Kid, have you thought it through? Forefather Ju asked coldly. Sorry, I don't want to join the Ju clan. Fang Chen refused. A powerful aura surged around Forefather Ju when he heard this. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Then, he attacked at lightning speed. Old monster Ju, you're looking down on me too much. Forefather Bai easily blocked Forefather Ju's attack. Forefather Ju's expression darkened when he saw this. This kid is the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Old monster Bai, don't tell me you don't know the grudge between the Sky Devil Sword Emperor and my Ju clan. I want to kill this kid. I hope you won't stop me. Forefather Bai was truly shocked when he heard this. He looked at Fang Chen in surprise and then nodded. He didn't expect this kid to be the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. This kid has already joined my Bai clan, Forefather Bai stated. Forefather Ju laughed heartily when he heard this. Good, very good. Old monster Bai, you'll regret this. Forefather Ju turned and left after he finished speaking. Then, the Ju clan members also left. In the end, only the Bai clan members were left in the square. Thank you for your help, senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands. He originally thought that the creation realm expert of the Bai clan wouldn't attack the Ju clan for him. Fang Chen had already made the decision to use the divine feather fan, but things were out of his expectations. A genius who has broken through the extreme realm is worthy of my help. With that, the Bai family's patriarch waved his hand and shifted Bai Qingqing onto the martial arts practice stage. Kid, what do you think of my granddaughter? Forefather Bai asked directly. Bai Qingqing's face instantly flushed red when she heard this. She lowered her head shyly. Grandfather, Bai Qingqing said sweetly. The Bai family's patriarch chuckled and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was also stunned and a little embarrassed. Kid, since you came to participate in this competition, you must be interested in my granddaughter. Coincidentally, you also won first place. Why don't I make the decision and choose a date for your wedding? Forefather Bai said. Although Bai Qingqing was shy, she secretly observed Fang Chen from the corner of her eye. She was a little nervous and didn't know if Fang Chen would refuse. Senior, Qingqing is so outstanding. I'm not worthy of her, Fang Chen said. Forefather Bai waved his hand and chuckled. There's no need to say this. A genius who has broken through the extreme realm is enough for my granddaughter. As a creation realm expert, he knew how difficult it was to break through the extreme realm. There's no need to say any more. I'll personally host your wedding in 3 days. Forefather Bai's attitude was very strong. He didn't allow Fang Chen to object and left. The son-in-law selection competition came to an end. No one had expected the final result to be like this. Fang Chen's name resounded throughout the entire Qingyi Island. What followed was the news that Fang Chen was going to marry Bai Qingqing in 3 days' time. Qingyi Island instantly exploded. Countless martial artists were envious. It was such an honor to be able to become the son-in-law of the Bai family. Of course, everyone also knew that only an outstanding genius like Fang Chen was worthy of the Bai family's beloved daughter. However, the person involved, Fang Chen, was extremely depressed. In Bai Qingqing's courtyard in the Bai family's mansion. The two of them stood side by side, admiring the beautiful scenery in the courtyard. After a long time, Bai Qingqing spoke. My grandfather's decision has troubled you. Fang Chen was silent. If it has caused you trouble, I'll go to my grandfather now and explain the situation clearly. Bai Qingqing finished speaking and prepared to leave. Fang Chen grabbed Bai Qingqing's fair hand. Qingqing, Fang Chen said. There was a complicated expression on his face. You don't have to be troubled. I'll go talk to my grandfather. He probably won't make things difficult for you, Bai Qingqing said. She was a little sad, but she didn't want to force Fang Chen. Your grandfather is happy. If you go and talk to him now, it will undoubtedly be a slap to his face. A creation realm expert is temperamental. If he gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable, Fang Chen said. But, she originally just wanted Fang Chen to help. Who would have thought that there would be such a change in the end? Even her grandfather, who was in seclusion all year round, was alarmed. Chapter 1258. 3 days later, the Bai clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very lively. All the elites of the Clear Isle came to congratulate the Bai clan. Today was a joyous day for the Bai clan. The pearl of the Bai clan, Bai Qingqing, was getting married to the legendary prodigy Fang Chen. Moreover, the Bai clan's ancestor was personally hosting the wedding. The Bai clan's ancestor was a creation tier elite. His strength was extremely high. In the entire Clear Isle, there were only 2 people who could compete with the Bai clan's ancestor. One of them was a lone cultivator. He didn't join any forces and didn't have any disciples. The other person was the Zhu clan's ancestor. The 3 creation tier elites were already the peak battle power of the Clear Isle. However, because the 3 of them were old, their qi and blood were a little dried up. They couldn't advance any further, so they didn't go to the old Hua Islands. Instead, they stayed on the Clear Isle. The Bai clan's ancestor personally announced that today was the day of the wedding. High-level heavenly body tier elites all came to congratulate them. The Bai clan's patriarch and the others were all happily welcoming the honored guests. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing, who was waiting in her room, was very nervous. She was a little conflicted. After a long time, Bai Qingqing shook her head hard. The thoughts in her mind instantly dissipated. She didn't want to think too much. She would take one step at a time. After all, this was a fake marriage that she and Fang Chen had discussed. After the wedding, she would ask her grandfather to let Fang Chen leave and go to the old Hua Islands. I'm sorry. Bai Qingqing felt a little guilty. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in another courtyard, appeared incomparably calm. He had already thought it through. This was a fake marriage to save Bai Qingqing. He had a clear conscience toward his wife, the Star and Moon. As the number 1 clan on the Clear Isle, the Bai clan was extremely powerful. It was amazing. Holding a wedding would affect the entire Clear Isle. However, what everyone didn't expect was that someone dared to cause trouble at the Bai clan's wedding. Moreover, the troublemaker wasn't an ordinary person. It was the Zhu clan's ancestor. Boom. Fang Chen was thinking when he suddenly felt a powerful aura that instantly locked onto him. Immediately, he became alert. He used the time intent without hesitation to escape. In this moment, Fang Chen was greatly alarmed. The person who had come had sealed the space. He did not need to think to know that it was Forefather Zhu. Only a creation realm elite could lock onto the void in such a short period of time. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed and struggled with all his might. In the sky, a large hand stretched out and directly enveloped Fang Chen. In the front yard of the Bai family estate, the ancestor of the Bai family who was receiving guests suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he roared furiously before vanishing. What's going on? Who's causing trouble? Many martial artists were shocked. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Dong then, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Old monster Zhu, do you want to die? In the sky above Fang Chen's courtyard, the furious roar of the Bai family patriarch could be heard. Immediately, the many martial practitioners who had come to attend the wedding understood that the newcomer was Forefather Zhu. The 2 powerful manifestation practitioners faced each other in the sky. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With the Bai family's ancestor here, he was finally safe. Old monster Bai, I want to kill him. You can't stop me, Forefather Zhu said coldly, as though he was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Bai family. Today is a joyous day for my Bai family. You came to cause trouble, which means you are an enemy of my Bai family. From today onwards, my Bai family and your Zhu family will fight to the death, the Bai family's ancestor roared furiously. If the other party was not a creation realm elite, he would have killed him with one slap. Old monster Zhu came to cause trouble for his granddaughter's wedding in front of everyone. Wasn't this a slap in the face? The Bai family's ancestor was completely enraged. His words were like rolling thunder that entered everyone's ears. Everyone in the Bai family quickly went on alert and evacuated the crowd. Once the creation realm experts started fighting, the Bai family estate would be reduced to rubble. In the sky, Forefather Zhu heard the Bai family's ancestors' words and sneered. Old monster Bai, if I want to kill him, he cannot be saved. He must die today. Forefather Zhu pointed at Fang Chen below. His attitude was firm. I want to see what ability you have to kill someone in front of me, the Bai family's ancestor said coldly. Boom. Forefather Ju waved his hand. Immediately, a powerful wave of star power poured down. You are courting death. The Bai family's ancestor acted and blocked Forefather Ju's sneak attack. Old monster Ju, since you want to fight, I will fight with you, the Bai family's ancestor said in a deep voice. The Bai family elder said gravely. With a flash, he arrived in front of Forefather Ju. The two manifestation realm experts instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Go up and fight, the Bai family's ancestor said. Bai family's patriarch said. With that, his figure flashed and he charged into the clouds. Forefather Ju followed closely behind him. They all knew that once they started fighting, Qingyi City would suffer great losses. Boom. Above the clouds, the two creation realm experts started fighting with all their might. Even though they were so far away, the aura they emitted made the people below feel suffocated. Is this the strength of a creation realm expert? Someone exclaimed. A creation realm expert was truly too powerful. They could control the clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Ha ha ha, old monster Bai, you are only SOSO. Forefather Ju's laughter came from the clouds. The battle had reached its climax. Below, Fang Chen's expression changed. Fang Chen, are you all right? When she heard that Forefather Ju had arrived, Bai Qingqing was very worried and ran over immediately. Today, Bai Qingqing wore a red dress and was very beautiful. There was a trace of worry in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Fang Chen. Her small white hand pulled on Fang Chen's arm. I am fine. Fang Chen smiled brightly. Dong. A deafening voice came from the clouds in the sky. Forefather Ju spoke immediately after. Why aren't you attacking? Hearing Forefather Ju's words, everyone paled in fright. Then, a figure with a similar aura to Forefather Ju appeared out of thin air. Old Mo, are you also going to be enemies with my Bai family? When Forefather Bai saw this, he suddenly punched out and forced Forefather Ju back. Then, his figure flashed and landed on the ground. Opposite him, there was an old man in grey clothes. This person was old Daoist Mo, one of the 3 creation realm experts of Qingyi Island. I was entrusted by someone, old Daoist Mo said with a smile. The situation immediately became extremely complicated. Forefather Bai's expression was dark. If it was only Forefather Ju, he could still deal with him. But now, old Daoist Mo was also here. Even he would not be able to fight against the combined might of 2 powerful manifestation realm practitioners. He turned around and glanced at Fang Chen. At the same time, he saw an anxious Bai Qingqing. Old monster Bai, I said that you can't stop me today. Forefather Ju came down from the clouds and sneered. In order to invite old Daoist Mo, his Ju family had paid a heavy price. This time, Fang Chen had to die. Old Daoist Mo, my Bai family can double what the Ju family gave you, as long as you don't interfere in today's matter, Forefather Bai said. Old Daoist Mo shook his head and said, I still have my reputation. Since I promised old monster Ju, then I'm sorry, my mission is only to stop you. Forefather Bai was furious when he heard old Daoist Mo's words. Old Daoist Mo, stop him for me. Forefather Ju's figure flashed, wanting to attack Fang Chen. Forefather Bai could not sit by and do nothing. He waved his hand and blocked Forefather Ju's path. Old Daoist Mo attacked when he heard Forefather Ju's words. Old Daoist Mo neutralized Forefather Bai's attack and appeared in front of him. He said with a smile, Old monster Bai, why make things difficult for me? You are the one making things difficult for me. I finally found such a young genius to be my Bai family's son-in-law, but you want to help old monster Ju. Forefather Bai did not say anything else and launched a fierce and domineering attack. Forefather Bai, who was blocked by old Daoist Mo, could not care about Fang Chen. Fang Chen prepared to take Bai Qingqing and flee this place but was stopped by Forefather Ju. Brat, blame yourself for being too outstanding. Forefather Ju sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If that old thing Sky Devil Sword Emperor knows that I killed such an outstanding disciple, I wonder if he will go crazy. Forefather Ju laughed wildly when he thought of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Back then, His Ju family had a great grudge with the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. However, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor was too strong and even he could not stop him. In the end, he allowed the Sky Devil Sword Emperor to leave. After so many years, he actually met the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. This was karma. Today, killing the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor could be considered revenge. A creation realm cultivator attacking me, a heaven star border realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with mockery. However, Forefather Ju did not care at all. He walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his aura surging. Brat, no matter what you say, you must die today. Are you sure you can kill me? Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and stopped retreating. He pushed Bai Qingqing behind him and asked in a deep voice with a serious expression. Hearing this, Forefather Ju hesitated for a moment. He thought that Fang Chen had some tricks up his sleeve, but after thinking for a while, he was relieved. The other party was only a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. Even if he had some tricks up his sleeve, he could not threaten him. Go to hell. Forefather Ju attacked. A thunderous hand instantly pressed down on Fang Chen. In the distance, Forefather Bai, who was fighting with old Daoist Mo, roared into the sky. He wanted to save Fang Chen, but he could not free himself. Old Monster Ju, if Fang Chen dies today, I swear that I will kill you no matter where you are, Forefather Bai roared furiously. Rumble. The attack of a creation realm martial artist was too powerful. Fang Chen felt his body tremble. His expression was serious, and the divine feather fan appeared in his hand. No. Bai Qingqing appeared in front of Fang Chen, wanting to block Forefather Ju's attack for Fang Chen. Fang Chen, leave quickly, Bai Qingqing shouted. In a flash, Fang Chen pulled Bai Qingqing behind him. Then, before the thunderous hand descended, he activated the divine feather fan. Boom! A terrifying aura shot out from the divine feather fan and immediately hit the thunderous hand. Crack! The thunderous hand shattered instantly. Chapter 1259. The divine feather fan contained a powerful pressure that instantly disintegrated Ju family's patriarch's attack. How is this possible? Ju family's patriarch cried out as he retreated. He did not recognize the divine feather fan, so he did not know what it meant to the Bai family. He was just shocked that a mere folding fan could actually block his attack and even force him to retreat. Most importantly, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. One could imagine how powerful an aura that could make a creation realm expert feel fear was. This was the remnant consciousness of the Bai family's 18 ancestors. It was fused into the divine feather fan to protect the fated person. Now, Fang Chen had no choice but to take out the divine feather fan. Hearing the commotion, the Bai family's patriarch and old Daoist Mo, who were fighting, turned around at the same time. When they saw the divine feather fan in Fang Chen's hand, they were instantly dumbfounded. The divine feather fan. The Bai family's patriarch cried out in disbelief. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly arrived beside Fang Chen. He grabbed the divine feather fan and carefully examined it. Then, he said excitedly, "Yes, this is the real divine feather fan." Ha ha ha. The divine feather fan was the Bai family's heirloom treasure. It had always been kept by the Bai family's patriarch. However, the divine feather fan had mysteriously disappeared a long time ago. Who would have thought that it would appear in Fang Chen's hands now? Fang Chen, where did you get the divine feather fan? The Bai family's patriarch asked urgently. Senior, this junior went through a trial in the ancestral land and comprehended the pressure of the 18 statues. Then, I seem to have triggered some kind of mechanism and obtained the divine feather fan, Fang Chen said truthfully. Hearing this, the Bai family's patriarch laughed wildly. This was the will of the heavens. The divine feather fan that had been missing for so many years had been obtained by Fang Chen. Old Daoist Mo, stop him, Ju family's patriarch said coldly. However, old Daoist Mo fell silent and did not attack. Old Daoist Mo, have you forgotten our agreement? Ju family's patriarch turned his head and roared furiously. At this moment, old Daoist Mo looked up at Ju family's patriarch. Sorry. Old Daoist Mo, what do you mean? Forefather Ju questioned, his expression changing greatly. His Jew family had paid such a huge price to ask old Daoist Mo to help. But now, old Daoist Mo had already received the benefits, but he was not attacking anymore. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he was bullying his Jew clan for having no one? Divine Feather Fan. This child possesses the Divine Feather Fan. I cannot do anything to him, old Daoist Mo said in a serious tone. Old Daoist Mo's words shocked the Bai family patriarch. The Divine Feather Fan belonged to the Bai clan. What did it have to do with old Daoist Mo? I only asked you to stop old monster Bai. I didn't ask you to kill him. The old man from the Jew clan realized how mysterious the Divine Feather Fan was. However, he was not in the mood to ask about it. He only wanted to quickly kill Fang Chen. Old Daoist Mo shook his head and walked towards Fang Chen step by step. When Patriarch Bai saw this, he blocked old Daoist Mo's path, afraid that old Daoist Mo was up to no good. However, he was overthinking it. Old Daoist Mo came in front of Fang Chen and stared at the Divine Feather Fan with a burning gaze. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry. Because of my obstruction, you almost lost your life." Hearing this, Fang Chen was very surprised. However, old Daoist Mo's following words shocked Fang Chen and the rest. When I was in the Heaven Star Border Realm, I met a mysterious expert. At that time, I did not know that he was one of the ancestors of the Bai family. I was in danger, and he saved me. I wanted to repay him, but he did not tell me his name. He only told me that if I stepped into the creation realm in the future and saw the owner of the Divine Feather Fan in danger, I should help. Old Daoist Mo recalled. Until now, I have never forgotten that if it were not for that expert, I would have died long ago. It would be impossible for me to have my current achievements. Although I am an itinerant cultivator and my actions are a little strange, I am not ungrateful. After saying that, old Daoist Mo looked at the Divine Feather Fan again. Everyone suddenly realized that old Daoist Mo and the Bai family were connected. Ha ha ha. The happiest person was the Bai family's patriarch. He was very happy that the Divine Feather Fan had reappeared and could resolve the crisis. Jew family's patriarch's expression was very gloomy. Old Daoist Mo, you took my Jew family's things and did not do anything for my Jew family. You are a traitor, Jew family's patriarch chided. Old Daoist Mo looked at Jew family's patriarch and said, "Old monster Jew, I have already helped you stop old monster Bai. You can only blame yourself for being too useless and not killing Fang Chen." Old Daoist Mo's attitude was very clear. He was on Fang Chen's side. He wanted to ensure that the owner of the Divine Feather Fan would not be harmed. Under the threat of the two creation realm experts, Jew family's patriarch did not act rashly. Old Daoist Mo, are you going to break ties with my Jew family? As long as you do not make things difficult for this child, I will not break ties with your Jew family. Old Daoist Mo was an itinerant cultivator and had his own principles. He only wanted to protect Fang Chen and would not join forces with the Bai family because of this. He was a creation realm expert and disdained to do that. Good, very good. Jew family's patriarch sneered. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Kid, count yourself lucky." After Jew family's patriarch left, old Daoist Mo and the Bai family's patriarch looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, the Divine Feather Fan is the Bai family's heirloom treasure. It can command the entire Bai family. If you give the order, the Bai family will kill old monster Jew for you at all costs, said the Bai family's patriarch. Fang Chen played with the Divine Feather Fan and handed it to the Bai family's patriarch. Patriarch, this Divine Feather Fan originally belonged to the Bai family. It is now returned to its rightful owner. The Bai family's patriarch did not rush to take the Divine Feather Fan. Instead, he looked at Fang Chen in surprise. With the Divine Feather Fan in hand, he was equivalent to the Bai family's patriarch and could command the Bai family. Yet, this child gave up such a good opportunity and gave the Divine Feather Fan to the Bai family. At this moment, the Bai family's patriarch had to re-evaluate Fang Chen. After a long while, the Bai family's patriarch sighed. It seems that we are already old. The Bai family's patriarch took the Divine Feather Fan and held it in his hand, grinning. A martial artist who could break through the extreme realm was indeed extraordinary. At the side, Old Daoist Mo also nodded in satisfaction. If Fang Chen held the divine feather fan and ordered the Bai family around, he would also look down on Fang Chen. However, he was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. As long as I am still on Qingyi Island, Old Monster Jew will definitely not hurt you. This was Old Daoist Mo's promise to the owner of the divine feather fan. With that, he turned around and disappeared. Everyone in the Bai family was very happy that they had obtained the divine feather fan. However, the wedding venue had already been reduced to ruins. The wedding could not be held today. In the end, the Bai family's patriarch decided to hold the wedding another day. After settling Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing, the Bai family's patriarch took the divine feather fan and entered the Bai family's ancestral land. Zhu family's headquarters, meeting hall. Patriarch, did you kill him? The Zhu family's patriarch asked with a laugh. Bang! The Zhu family's patriarch slammed his palm on the table. Instantly, the table shattered into pieces of wood. In his heart, he was extremely angry. Old Daoist Mo dared to trick me. This matter is not over, the Zhu family's patriarch said coldly. Patriarch, what happened? The patriarch asked, puzzled. Contact Demon Island's Dao ancestor magic, the disciple of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. He has appeared on Qingyi Island, the Zhu family's patriarch instructed. Patriarch, don't worry. I'll contact him right away. With that, the Zhu family's patriarch quickly left. Magic Fantasy Island was an island not too far away from Clear Tranquil Island. On this island, there was only one creation realm expert, and that was Dao Ancestor Magic. However, Dao Ancestor Magic's strength was extremely tyrannical. He was almost invincible under the same realm. His illusory arts had already reached the realm of being able to penetrate heaven and earth. The reason why the Zhu family's patriarch knew Dao Ancestor Magic was because of one person, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Back then, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor had gone to Qingyi Island and Demon Island. There was a huge grudge between him and the Zhu family and Dao Ancestor Magic. After so many years, he still hadn't forgotten the grudge from back then. And today, he originally thought that he could kill Fang Chen. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen in the end? Even Old Daoist Mo came out to help Fang Chen. The Zhu family's patriarch was furious. He thought of Dao Ancestor Magic. Brat, the day Dao Ancestor Magic arrives will be the day you die. Clear Sky Island, Mysterious Yin Mountain. Ever since Dao Ancestor Black Yin appeared, the top experts on Clear Sky Island knew that there was such an existence on Clear Sky Island. During the turmoil on Clear Sky Island, Dao Ancestor Black Yin had been in seclusion. Recently, Dao Ancestor Black Yin had made a breakthrough and ended his seclusion. After he came out, he heard everything about Fang Chen. He frowned slightly and was somewhat displeased. However, when he learned that many of the upper echelons of the Xia clan had been killed by the willpower, the anger in his heart lessened a little. Sect Master Shen Tian, that brat has become the island master. This made Dao Ancestor Black Yin somewhat surprised. He took a step forward and arrived in the void. With a slight sense, he discovered the siblings Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing. They were tempering themselves in a certain desperate situation. Clear Sky Island only had two super sects left, Black Heaven Sect and Pillview Temple. As for Flamewing Temple, Daoless Temple, and Green Spirit Sect, the three sects no longer had their former glory and were no longer super sects. Under the leadership of Black Heaven Sect Master, Clear Sky Island was thriving day by day. Dao Ancestor Black Yin's primordial spirit swept across Guillotine Cliff and found that the demon sword was no longer there. Who took the demon sword? The demon sword was too strange. Dao Ancestor Black Yin had gone to Guillotine Cliff before, but the sword refused to follow him. Now that the demon sword had left, Dao Ancestor Black Yin was shocked. I don't know who took the demon sword, Dao Ancestor Black Yin said softly. However, he was certain that the person who took the demon sword was not on Clear Sky Island. It could be an outsider or a local martial artist who took the demon sword and left Clear Sky Island. After thinking for a moment, Dao Ancestor Black Yin took a step forward and quickly arrived at Black Heaven Sect. Dao Ancestor Black Heaven Sect Master sensed Tao Ancestor Black Yin's aura and hurried to greet him. Tao Ancestor Black Yin nodded and asked, "How's the situation on Clear Sky Island?" "Everything is fine." Black Heaven Sect Master cupped his hands. "Did anything happen at Guillotine Cliff?" Chapter 1260. Xian Yinao Zhu asked, and finally understood the current situation of Clear Sky Island. However, just as Xian Yinao Zhu was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He hurriedly took out the communication jade pendant. This communication jade pendant was quite complicated, and was given to him by a close friend. Only that close friend knew about his communication jade pendant. Ever since the last expedition, when his close friend went missing, the communication jade pendant had not been touched. Xian Yinao Zhu opened the communication jade pendant. Instantly, he heard a voice come out from inside. A moment later, Xian Yinao Zhu felt as if he was struck by lightning. Immediately, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, he didn't die. Today was the happiest day for Xian Yinao Zhu in all these years. Then, he impatiently prepared to leave Clear Sky Island. Before leaving, he instructed the Mystic Heaven Sect Master to take care of Ouyang Hong and his sister. Then, he secretly informed some peak stage heavenly body tier elites to take care of the siblings if they encountered them. After doing all this, Xian Yinao Zhu left Clear Sky Island and headed for the Old Hua Islands. He was going to find his good brother. With old Daoist Mo's help, Fang Chen was not in any danger. Even if he, Zhu clan's ancestor, had a lot of guts, he would not dare to come to the Bai clan estate. Now, the Bai clan estate had 2 creation tier elites overseeing it, so who dared to make trouble? Fang Chen also lived a leisurely life, but he really wanted to leave Clear Sky Island. Of course, he also knew that with Zhu clan's ancestors' spies, once he left Clear Sky Island, he would definitely be robbed and killed, and it would be very dangerous. Fang Chen fell into a dilemma. Everyone in the Bai clan was waiting for the ancestor to preside over Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing's wedding. However, the ancestor seemed to have something that he did not say. In the blink of an eye, he had already lived in the Bai clan estate for a month. On this day, Fang Chen kept feeling uneasy and very irritable, as if some danger was about to descend. He paced back and forth in the courtyard. At the same time, in the Zhu family's mansion, Tao Ancestor Demonic Illusion came in disguise. Apart from Patriarch Zhu, no one knew that a creation realm expert had come to the Zhu family. Tao Father Dreamworld. Seeing Tao Ancestor Demonic Illusion, Forefather Zhu revealed a brilliant smile. Old Zhu, the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor's successor, really is on Clear Escape Island, asked Tao Ancestor Fantasy. He had an irreconcilable grudge with the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor, so when he received the news, he hurriedly rushed over from the Enchanted Island to the Tranquil Isle. He wanted to kill the successor of the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor. Forefather Zhu nodded. Yes, that boy's strength is not bad. In the son-in-law selection that the Bai family held a while ago, he defeated that boy Zhu Hong and took first place. Oh. Then why aren't you attacking, old Zhu? Tao Father Fantasy's eyes flashed as she asked. Hearing this, old ancestor Zhu's expression changed. He said awkwardly, "Speaking of this makes me angry. For that kid, the Bai family even sent out that old bastard. With that old bastard stopping me, I could not attack that kid. So my Zhu family paid a heavy price to find old Daoist Mo." "Who would have thought, old Daoist Mo tricked you?" asked Tao Ancestor Fantasy. "Old Daoist Mo helped me block old monster by while I went to kill that kid. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, that kid would take out a folding fan and actually neutralize my attack?" said Forefather Zhu. The Divine Feather Fan. Clearly, Tao Ancestor Fantasy had heard of the legend of the Divine Feather Fan. "You know about this fan?" asked Forefather Zhu. Tao Ancestor Fantasy nodded. "Of course I've heard of it. A long time ago, the Bai family was very powerful. The islands near Clear Escape Island were all ruled by the Bai family. At that time, the Bai family's inheritance treasure was the Divine Feather Fan. However, how did the successor of the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor obtain the Divine Feather Fan?" Tao Ancestor Fantasy was somewhat puzzled. He seemed to have obtained it when he entered the Bai family's ancestral land. What made me even angrier was that when old Daoist Mo saw the divine feather fan, he actually jumped out to protect that kid. He said that the owner of the divine feather fan had once done him a favor and that he wanted to repay it. It really pissed me off. Forefather Ju was very angry. If old Daoist Mo hadn't gone back on his word, he would have already killed Fang Chen. Hearing this, Dao Ancestor Fantasy finally understood. The appearance of the divine feather fan was the key. Dao Ancestor Fantasy, let's discuss a countermeasure to eliminate that kid. Forefather Ju shook his head and stopped thinking about these unhappy things. There was a layer of illusory aura on Dao Ancestor Fantasy's face that was constantly changing. Indeed, we need a foolproof plan. They had 2 Creation Realm experts on their side, but so did the other party. It was too difficult to get rid of Fang Chen under the obstruction of 2 Creation Realm experts. Dao Ancestor Magical Fantasy and Patriarch Ju discussed for the entire afternoon and only finished at night. At this moment, their faces were filled with sinister smiles. "Let's do it," said Dao Ancestor Fantasy. Early the next morning, Forefather Ju arrived at the Bai family's residence. "Old Ju, why are you here?" The ones who welcomed Forefather Ju were Forefather Bai and old Daoist Mo. Forefather Ju's sudden arrival was probably disadvantageous to Fang Chen. "I'm here to sue for peace." "Let's talk inside," said Forefather Ju. After all, he was a Creation Realm expert. Old Daoist Mo and Forefather Bai were not willing to fall out with each other. The 3 of them entered the meeting hall. However, what Forefather Bai and old Daoist Mo did not notice was that the moment they entered the meeting hall, the hall's surroundings were covered by a layer of illusory aura. This illusory aura was exclusive to Dao Ancestor Fantasy. If one did not observe carefully, it would be impossible to discover it. The 3 Creation Realm experts sat on the armchairs. "Speak," said Forefather Bai in a deep voice. "Old Monster Bai, from now on, my Ju family will not attack Fang Chen." "How about we ally with your Bai family?" said Old Monster Ju. Old Daoist Mo stood at the side and did not speak. "Yes, ally with my Bai family." Forefather Bai raised his eyebrows slightly, not knowing what Old Monster Ju was up to. At the same time, Dao Ancestor Fantasy disguised himself as a servant and came to Fang Chen's courtyard. "Young Master Fang, this is the tea you asked for." Dao Ancestor Fantasy entered the courtyard and said softly with a pot of tea in his hand. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He clearly did not ask for tea, so why would a servant send it over? Could it be that Bai Qingqing asked him to send it over? At that time, Fang Chen did not think too much about it. He waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. When Dao Ancestor Fantasy turned around, Fang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Just now, this person had called him Young Master Fang. After living in the Bai family for so long, the servants all called him son-in-law and never Young Master Fang. Moreover, the tea was sent carelessly. Subconsciously, Fang Chen used the true meaning of space-time. Swoosh. Just as Fang Chen disappeared into the void, Dao Ancestor Fantasy immediately removed his disguise and punched the place where Fang Chen had just been. Creation Realm expert. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, was shocked. His figure flashed continuously, wanting to escape. Die. Dao Ancestor Fantasy was also somewhat surprised. He did not expect this child to dodge his attack. At this moment, the Bai family's patriarch was discussing matters in the meeting hall. Suddenly, he felt an obvious vibration. Immediately, he sensed the aura of a Creation Realm expert. Not good. Old Daoist Mo also felt that something was wrong. He shouted and rushed outside. "Old Monster Ju!" The Bai family's patriarch roared angrily. Then, he waved his hand and immediately broke the illusory aura around the meeting hall. "Old Monster Bai, why are you in such a hurry?" Patriarch Ju stood up, bared his fangs, and blocked Patriarch Ju's path. "If anything happens to Fang Chen, I will definitely kill you." The Bai family's patriarch launched a fierce attack. At the same time, old Daoist Mo instantly appeared in the sky above Fang Chen's courtyard. Dao Ancestor Fantasy. Old Daoist Mo recognized Dao Ancestor Fantasy at a glance. At this moment, Dao Ancestor Fantasy clenched his fists and locked onto Fang Chen. He was attacking. Bang! Old Daoist Mo appeared in front of Fang Chen and grabbed Fang Chen. With a forceful swing, he sent Fang Chen flying while he clashed head-on with Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Dong! The two creation realm experts clashed, and the courtyard instantly turned into ruins. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, how dare you come to my Chingy Island to kill people? Old Daoist Mo roared angrily. Tao Ancestor Fantasy sneered. Old Daoist Mo, you can't stop me. As soon as Tao Ancestor Fantasy finished speaking, his figure flashed and he launched a powerful attack. Even among the manifestation stage practitioners, there was a difference in strength. For example, Xian Yinao Ancestor was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the creation realm. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, Ju family's patriarch, and Bai family's patriarch were all creation realm experts. As for old Daoist Mo, he was relatively weaker. He was only at the 2nd level creation realm. Under Tao Ancestor Fantasy's full-powered attack, old Daoist Mo was at a disadvantage. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Fantasy was best at illusions. His illusions had reached the acme of perfection and were very powerful. Whoosh! Tao Ancestor Fantasy used his illusions and instantly enveloped old Daoist Mo. Old Daoist Mo struggled desperately in the illusion, trying to break out. Mph, a mere 2nd level creation realm expert wants to break out of my illusions. What a joke! Tao Ancestor Fantasy sneered and ignored old Daoist Mo, charging at Fang Chen. After being saved by old Daoist Mo, Fang Chen quickly fled Qingyi City. At this moment, he had already appeared in the wilderness outside Qingyi City. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed inwardly. The one who attacked him just now was a Tao Ancestor with high attainments in illusions. Whoosh! Before waiting for Fang Chen to recover to his senses, Tao Ancestor Fantasies chased after him. At the same time, the battle between Bai family's patriarch and Ju family's patriarch had also shifted here. Fang Chen, Bai family's patriarch, roared loudly when he saw the situation. He wanted to break free from Ju family's patriarch's entanglement, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes were scarlet, and killing intent surged around him. Old monster Ju! Bai family's patriarch roared angrily. Old monster Bai, Fang Chen must die today. Ju family's patriarch tried his best to stop him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tao Ancestor Fantasy caught up to Fang Chen. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen fell into an illusion. Seeing Fang Chen struggling in the illusion, Tao Ancestor Fantasy sneered. Celestial Devil Sword Emperor, I can't kill you, but I'll kill all your successors. Chapter 1261. Inside the illusory realm, Tao Ancestor Magic was the ruler. 8-8 Study. His every move could trigger a disaster inside the illusory realm. Fang Chen fell into a crisis. Illusory realm? Fang Chen's heart trembled. What he majored in was the illusory sword Tao. But his illusory arts simply paled in comparison in front of Tao Ancestor Magic. Must go out. Fang Chen was very anxious. He felt the aura of death approaching. Rumble. Tao Ancestor Magic's large hand reached out, directly suppressing the illusory realm. Once it suppressed Fang Chen, the latter would die without a doubt. Fang Chen raised his head, his face filled with horror. Demon sword! Fang Chen roared, and the demon sword immediately appeared. Buzz! A series of sword hums resounded through the 9 heavens. At the same time as the sword hums sounded, the demon sword's sword body emitted waves of sword chi. These sword chi waves instantly enveloped Fang Chen's body. After that, the demon sword trembled, and the surrounding illusory realm immediately shattered. Tao Ancestor Magic, who was attacking, was very surprised when he discovered that the illusory realm shattered. However, when he saw the demon sword in Fang Chen's hand, his expression changed drastically. Intuition told him that this sword was very dangerous. Demon sword. Fang Chen communicated with the demon sword, and then held it in his hand. Immediately, the demon sword's sword body skyrocketed, and in a blink of an eye, it skyrocketed to 10,000 feet in size. Fang Chen dragged the 10,000-foot demon sword and slashed fiercely at Tao Ancestor Magic. The power of the demon sword was too strong. With Fang Chen's strength, he was unable to unleash the power of the demon sword at all. Therefore, when Fang Chen communicated with the demon's sword, the latter let him activate the golden heart. The aura emitted from the golden heart made the demon's sword somewhat shocked. The golden heart cooperated with the demon's sword, erupting with a world-destroying attack. Crack! The 10,000-foot demon's sword ruthlessly slashed on Tao Ancestor Magic's large hand, instantly shattering that illusory large hand of his. How is this possible? Tao Ancestor Magic was shocked and cried out involuntarily. Even a martial artist who had just entered the manifestation realm would not be able to withstand his attack head-on. However, this kid's sword was actually able to block it. What sword is this? Even if Tao Ancestor Fantasy was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not recognize this sword. The moment the demon's sword attacked, it forced back Tao Ancestor Dreamworld. However, at the same time, a voice rang out from the demon's sword. This person is too strong. With your strength, you won't be able to hold on for too long. Although the demon's sword was strong, it still depended on whether the wielder could withstand it. The demon's sword had expended too much energy. After executing just one attack, Fang Chen already felt weak. Boom! With the demon's sword in hand, Fang Chen slashed out a second time. This sword strike directly shattered Fantasy Tao Ancestor's defense, causing the latter's body to retreat. Forefather Bai and Forefather Ju, who were fighting in the distance, were also shocked. That is, Forefather Ju shouted with a dark expression. As for the Bai family patriarch, he was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Fang Chen to have such a trump card. In an instant, the situation of the battle changed. Under the attack of the demon's sword, Tao Ancestor Fantasy constantly flew and dodged. When the demon's sword hacked down for the third time, Tao Ancestor Fantasy's body was sent flying. Tao Ancestor Fantasy roared at the sky, letting out a furious cry. However, the demon's sword was too strong. Such a powerful supreme treasure, I don't believe that a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist can control it. Tao Ancestor Fantasy said coldly. At the same time, he dodged Fang Chen's attack. He was waiting for the moment when Fang Chen could not hold on. Bang! Inside the Bai family residence, old Daoist Mo finally broke out of the illusion and hurriedly left Qingyi City. Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Old Daoist Mo roared, his body whistling over. Originally, he thought that Fang Chen had suffered a mishap. However, when he saw Fang Chen chasing after Tao Ancestor Fantasy with the demon's sword in hand, he was instantly stunned. This, old Daoist Mo, go help Fang Chen, Bai family patriarch roared. Old Daoist Mo instantly woke up from his shock. Immediately, his figure flashed and joined the battle, launching a fierce attack on Tao Ancestor Fantasy. In an instant, Tao Ancestor Fantasy retreated in defeat. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Fantasy had already discovered that Fang Chen's face was pale and seemed to be unable to hold on. However, with old Daoist Mo joining in, Fang Chen recovered. Go! Tao Ancestor Fantasy flew rapidly in the sky, wanting to temporarily leave Qingyi Island. Want to leave? Old Daoist Mo quickly chased. Fang Chen held the demon's sword in his hand and sped behind. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet, and he had already fallen into a state of madness. The demon's sword was too demonic. Fang Chen was unable to completely control it. He knew that once he was unable to support the demon's sword, Tao Ancestor Fantasy would definitely make a comeback. Therefore, killing him was the best way. Along the way, Tao Ancestor Fantasy was constantly fighting. Some of the mountain peaks below were constantly destroyed. Wherever Tao Ancestor Fantasy passed, it was a mess. Not long after, Tao Ancestor Fantasy saw the void ocean. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, where do you think you're going? Old Daoist Mo punched out, forcing Tao Ancestor Fantasy to retreat. In the sky, the 10,000-foot demon's sword whistled over. This time, the demon's sword emitted a resplendent luster. Seeing this, Tao Ancestor Fantasy waved both hands, and the strongest illusion instantly appeared. Crack! The pressure of the demon's sword was too strong, directly shattering Tao Ancestor Fantasy's strongest illusion with a sword, making Tao Ancestor Fantasy continuously retreat. At the same time, Fang Chen's body was also on the verge of collapse. The 10,000-foot demon's sword kept shrinking, and finally drilled into Fang Chen's interspatial ring, disappearing. The demon sword had already completed its mission. Fang Chen no longer had the strength to support its operation, so it was unable to save Fang Chen. A sigh came from the demon sword. Did not expect that just as it chose a master, the latter was about to perish. Ha ha ha, finally can't hold on anymore. When Tao Ancestor Fantasy saw this scene, he no longer dodged and attacked with all his strength. Under Tao Ancestor Fantasy's concentrated attacks, old Daoist Mo was instantly defeated. Boom! Tao Ancestor Fantasy's punch blasted old Daoist Mo into the sky above the void ocean. Splash! The seawater in the void ocean set off boundless waves. Tao Ancestor Fantasy walked step by step towards Fang Chen, killing intent overflowing. Fang Chen's body was incomparably weak, and he could not even move. In the void ocean, a starfield flying ship was rapidly moving forward. On the starfield flying ship was Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor, who was heading to the old Hua Islands. Yes, a battle between creation realm experts. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor felt the aura fluctuations of a creation realm expert and immediately looked up. That's Qingyi Island. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor was somewhat familiar with Qingyi Island. Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor Fantasy recognized Tao Ancestor Fantasy, but when he saw the figure below Tao Ancestor Fantasy, he immediately turned pale with fright. Why is Fang Chen here? Tao Ancestor Fantasy is going to attack him. Old Daoist Mo desperately tried to stop him, but he could not resist Tao Ancestor Fantasy's attack at all. Fang Chen was about to be killed by Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor drove the starfield flying ship with all his strength, and instantly approached Qingyi Island. Then, his figure flashed, and the aura of a creation realm expert instantly spread out. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, stop! Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor roared. At the same time, the mysterious yin baleful qi around his body instantly emerged and quickly condensed into a mysterious yin true dragon in the void, whistling towards Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Crack! Tao Ancestor Fantasy's illusion was shattered by the mysterious yin true dragon. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, who was originally preparing to attack Fang Chen, had no choice but to turn around and resist with all his strength. The mysterious yin true dragon shattered in front of Tao Ancestor Fantasy, and at the same time, Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor also appeared. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor, what are you doing here? Tao Ancestor Fantasy was also a little surprised. Wasn't Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor living in seclusion in Clear Sky Island? Why would he come to Qingyi Island? This little friend is fated with this old man. As Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor spoke, he arrived in front of Fang Chen. Tao Ancestor. Fang Chen cupped his hands and called out. Are you okay? Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He was just a little weak. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor Fantasy said in a deep voice, you want to stop me? He lowered his status to kill a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist, but there were problems time and time again. He was very angry. With me here, you can't kill him. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor's attitude was firm. Chimph, I'm afraid you can't stop me. Tao Ancestor Fantasy said coldly. What if you add me? Old Daoist Mo whistled over and stood side by side with Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor, exuding a terrifying aura. In an instant, Tao Ancestor Fantasy's expression changed, and he looked at the two of them with some fear. Although old Daoist Mo's strength was not strong, Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor's strength was unfathomable. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Fantasy kept cursing in his heart. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor, is it worth it to go against me for a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist? Tao Ancestor Fantasy did not give up. I can't just watch him die. Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor said. Hearing this, Tao Ancestor Fantasy glared fiercely at Fang Chen. Brat, you're lucky this time. I want to see how long Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor can protect you. If you have the ability, don't leave Qingyi Island for the rest of your life. With that, Tao Ancestor Fantasy turned and left Qingyi Island. After Tao Ancestor Fantasy left, old Daoist Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He and Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor looked at each other and smiled. Fang Chen, why are you here? Xian Yinao Tao Ancestor asked. Senior, it's a long story. Fang Chen said, you should go and help Bai family's ancestor first. Xian Yinao Dao ancestor nodded. The two Dao ancestors quickly returned with Fang Chen. Soon, they saw the battle between Bai family's ancestor and Ju family's ancestor. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen is probably dead by now. Ju family's ancestor laughed wildly. Old monster Ju, my Bai family and you are irreconcilable. Bai family's ancestor's attack was very fierce. Whoosh. Old Daoist Mo returned with Xian Yinao Dao ancestor. Old monster Ju, Dao ancestor fantasy has already left. Why aren't you surrendering? Old Daoist Mo roared. Old monster Ju, who was in the middle of battle, was very puzzled when he saw Fang Chen safe and sound. Impossible. If Dao ancestor fantasy attacks, he will definitely die. He didn't believe it. Boom. Taking advantage of his distraction, Bai family's ancestor sent him flying with a punch. Then, he arrived in front of Xian Yinao Dao ancestor. Thank you for saving me, fellow Daoist. Fang Chen and I are old friends. Xian Yinao Dao ancestor said. Old Daoist Mo told Bai family's ancestor what had happened. After hearing this, the latter laughed wildly. At the same time, he looked sharply at old monster Ju. Chapter 1262. Since it was already a battle to the death, there was no need to be merciful. Now that Fang Chen's danger had been resolved, the Bai family's patriarch could completely let loose. Boom. The Bai family's patriarch launched a wild attack against the Ju family's patriarch. The battle between the creation realm experts was unusually intense. The two of them fought from the ground to the clouds. About an hour later, the battle ended. The two of them were in an extremely sorry state. However, from Fang Chen's point of view, the Ju family's patriarch was clearly at a disadvantage. After the two creation realm experts landed on the ground, the Ju family's patriarch's expression was extremely gloomy. Old monster Bai, don't forget your promise. With that, the Ju family's patriarch turned and left in a flash. Only the three creation realm experts and Fang Chen were left on the plain. The danger has been resolved. That old monster Ju won't dare to attack for a while, the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. The Bai family's patriarch must have reached some kind of agreement with the Ju family's patriarch. Old monster Ju promised to give 30% of his assets to the Bai family, and the Bai family will not attack him for 100 years, the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Old Daoist Mo also grinned when he heard this. Since Fang Chen's danger has been resolved, I should also leave. Old Daoist Mo was an itinerant cultivator and did not want to be restricted. Now that his mission was completed, he could naturally leave. Old Daoist Mo cupped his hands at the Bai family's patriarch and ancestor Xian before leaving. Brother, come to the Bai family for a visit, the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Ancestor Xian nodded. Although he could not wait to go to the old Hua Islands, he was not in a hurry. The three of them returned to the Bai family in Qingyi City. After the previous battle, Qingyi City was in a sorry state. Fortunately, the Bai family's patriarch led the experts in the family to repair it at full speed. It would not be long before Qingyi City regained its peace. Ordinary martial artists had no idea what was going on. They only knew that there was a battle between experts. In the meeting hall of the Bai family's residence, Ancestor Xian and the Bai family's patriarch sat on the armchair while Fang Chen sat on the seat below. I see. After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, the Bai family's patriarch chuckled. He looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. Not only did he have great potential, but even a manifestation realm elite was willing to fight for him. Fang Chen, why have you come to Qingyi Island? Asked Ancestor Xian. Fang Chen told Ancestor Xian about how he had been forced to leave Clear Sky Island, return to Scar Island, and then come to Clear Sky Island. Hearing that, the latter nodded slightly. It's all my fault. Back then, I was in secluded cultivation and was unable to stop Emperor Xia. Ancestor Xian felt rather guilty. Dao Ancestor, it's not your fault, Fang Chen hurriedly said. By the way, Dao Ancestor, why are you here? Fang Chen was also very surprised. Wasn't Ancestor Xian in seclusion on Clear Sky Island? Why would he come to Clear Sky Island? Speaking of which, it was a close call. If not for Ancestor Xian's appearance, he would have probably died at the hands of Dao Ancestor Fantasy long ago. I have some matters to attend to and need to go to the Old Hua Islands. As I was passing by, I saw Dao Ancestor Fantasy attacking you, so I came to take a look, said Ancestor Xian. Fang Chen was startled for a moment, but then he said, what a coincidence. I'm also heading to the Old Hua Islands. Oh, you're also going? Then let's go together. Ancestor Xian chuckled. The Bai family's patriarch wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fellow Daoist, what do you want to say? Asked Ancestor Xian. Fellow Daoist, I want to speak with Fang Chen in private. Ancestor Xian nodded and left the meeting hall. Only Fang Chen and the Bai family's patriarch were left in the hall. Fang Chen, you want to leave Clear Sky Island? Fang Chen nodded. Senior, before I came to Clear Sky Island, my goal was the Old Hua Islands. But when I passed by, I heard that Qingqing was in trouble, so I came to help. So you're only participating in the competition to help Qingqing? Asked the Bai family's patriarch. Senior, Qingqing is already an adult. The Bai family shouldn't marry her off to another family. Fang Chen thought for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, Zhu Hong's character isn't good. He's not suitable for Qingqing. The Bai family's patriarch fell silent. He dearly hoped that Fang Chen's grandson would become the Bai family's son-in-law. But the more he interacted with Fang Chen, the more he felt that he wasn't simple. In the future, he would definitely soar. This tiny Clear Sky Island wasn't his stage. After a long moment of silence, the Bai family's patriarch said, all right, as you wish. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to Clear Sky Island. The Bai family's doors will always be open for you. A cultivator who had broken through to the peak realm was worth the Bai family's patriarch trying to rope him in. Many thanks, patriarch. After convincing the Bai family's patriarch, Fang Chen felt much more relaxed. After tidying up a bit, Fang Chen prepared to leave with Ancestor Xian. Fang Chen, aren't you going to say goodbye to Qingqing? The Bai family's patriarch asked. Fang Chen was stunned. Immediately, a complicated expression appeared on his face. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it. With that, he followed Ancestor Xian and gradually left Clear Sky Island's line of sight. After Fang Chen left, Bai Qingqing appeared behind the Bai family's patriarch. Her emotions were a little off, and there were drops of tears in her beautiful eyes. Even though she was trying her best not to cry. But deep down, she couldn't control herself. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, the Bai family's patriarch knew that his granddaughter had fallen in love with Zhu Hong. He walked to Bai Qingqing's side and patted her shoulder gently. Then, he comforted her. Qingqing, he will come back. Bai Qingqing clenched her fists and said in her heart, he will come back. Originally, the Bai family was in some danger and needed to join forces with the Zhu family to get through it. This was also the reason why the Bai family chose to join forces with the Zhu family through marriage. As long as Bai Qingqing married Zhu Hong, the Bai family and the Zhu family would be the best allies. When the time came, the two families could join forces and get through the crisis together. But now, there was no need for that. After this battle, the Zhu family's power was greatly reduced, and they couldn't threaten the Bai family in a short period of time. The Bai family had truly become the absolute overlord of Clear Sky Island. Most importantly, the Bai family had the ability to get through the crisis on their own. Speaking of which, they had to thank Fang Chen for this. If Fang Chen hadn't taken the divine feather fan from the ancestors' land, the Bai family wouldn't have been able to get through the crisis. The divine feather fan was the Bai family's heirloom treasure. In the hands of the Bai family's patriarch, it was very useful. Fang Chen left the divine feather fan for the Bai family, and the Bai family was very grateful. The trip to Clear Sky Island had finally come to an end. The final result was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. He didn't expect the Heavenly Demon Sword principle to bring him so much trouble. If he had known, he wouldn't have used this sword principle. On the Starfield flying ship, Fang Chen and Ancestor Xian stood on the deck and looked at the vast void ocean. Fang Chen, You have to be careful when you go to the core of the old Hua Islands. Ancestor Shen reminded him. The old Hua Islands have 36 islands, and there are countless geniuses on each island. The top geniuses are all gathered at the core of the old Hua Islands. You have great potential, especially after breaking through the extreme state. You are destined to become one of the top overlords in this world. Don't push yourself when you go to the old Hua Islands. Ancestor Shen reminded Fang Chen to be patient and not offend the geniuses. Sky Island, the core of the old Hua Islands, was the most prosperous island among the 36 islands. It was also the place where the geniuses gathered. There were trillions of martial artists in the old Hua Islands, and there was no lack of geniuses gathered at Sky Island. One could imagine how fierce the competition was on Sky Island. Thank you for the reminder, Ancestor Shen, Fang Chen said. There are less than 5 martial artists who have broken through the extreme state in the old Hua Islands. Once a martial artist has broken through the extreme state, he or she will be hunted down by the powerful sect. Of course, a martial artist like him or her will also become a thorn in the side of some sects. Ancestor Shen continued, I suggest that you hide your aura and don't let anyone know that you are a martial artist who has broken through the extreme state. You have just arrived at the old Hua Islands and don't have anyone to rely on. Once people know that you are a martial artist, they will definitely assassinate you, Ancestor Shen continued. At the same time, Ancestor Shen taught Fang Chen a secret art to hide his aura. I found this secret art by accident. Once you hide your aura, even martial artists of the creation realm won't be able to detect the changes in your body. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately used the secret art according to Ancestor Shen's instructions and hid his aura. Even he couldn't detect it. However, there are many powerful martial artists on the old Hua Islands. If you meet a martial artist who has surpassed the creation realm, they will be able to recognize you immediately, Ancestor Shen reminded him. But you don't have to worry. You can meet those martial artists anytime you want. Along the way, Ancestor Shen explained many things about cultivation to Fang Chen. Fang Chen also humbly asked some questions about cultivation. Fang Chen learned a lot over the past few days. His Qi was almost filled to the brim with vital essence. Once it was full, he would be able to advance to the heavenly body tier. Once he reached the heavenly body tier, he would be considered a powerful martial artist in the outer universe. Of course, that was only on islands like the Scar Island. If he went to an archipelago, he wouldn't be worth mentioning. The more Fang Chen came into contact with the higher realms, the more he realized that there was no end to the path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, Ancestor Shen suddenly opened his eyes. Ancestor Shen, have we arrived? Fang Chen asked. Ancestor Shen shook his head. His expression was serious as he looked around. Hua la! The void was torn apart, and a giant hand reached out and instantly enveloped the starfield flying ship. Bang! Ancestor Shen's attack landed on the giant hand. The giant hand instantly retreated, and Ancestor Shen's expression became even more gloomy. Who on earth is it? Ancestor Shen was very confused. Who on earth was ambushing him? That giant hand just now gave him an illusory feeling. It didn't feel like it was at the creation realm. However, it didn't feel like it was at the creation realm. The puzzled Ancestor Shen turned his head and was suddenly stunned. Where's Fang Chen? Chapter 1263. It was a strange environment and a strange place. When Fang Chen opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a very mysterious place. He could clearly feel the pressure coming from above. As far as the eye could see, there were countless buildings here. At this moment, there were 7 cultivators beside him. They were all panicking. They didn't seem to understand why they were here. What is this place? Why am I here? Suddenly, one of the cultivators asked. As he spoke, the other cultivators also made their moves one after another. Brother, you look a little familiar, the yellow-robed martialist said with a chuckle. My name is Tai Izuan, the cultivator in black said. Hearing this, the people around him were shocked. What? You're Tai Izuan from the unparalleled Iron Sword? Are you really Tai Izuan? Tai Izuan is one of the elites of the younger generation on the old Hua Islands. Fang Chen stood at the side and listened to the discussion of the 7 people. After a while, Fang Chen discovered something. The 7 people beside him all had powerful backgrounds. They were all outstanding geniuses. Tai Izuan was one of them. Although he wasn't a cultivator who had broken through the pinnacle level, he was extremely powerful. He killed 33 martial artists at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier when he was only at the 9th level of the heaven dipper tier. This battle shocked the world. From then on, Tai Izuan's name, Tai Izuan, was extremely famous on the old Hua Islands. The man in yellow who asked Tai Izuan also had a powerful background. He was a genius from a remote island in the old Hua Islands called Savage Island. The Savage Island was at the edge of the old Hua Islands. It was adjacent to the other islands. The environment there was very bad, and it was often attacked by the Demon Blood Tribe and other hostile forces. Therefore, the cultivators who could walk out of the Savage Island were all very powerful. This person was the #1 genius of the younger generation on the Savage Island. Man Long was also at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier, but his strength was no weaker than Tai Izuan. Fang Chen didn't know about the other 5 people. However, the 7 of them had one thing in common. They were all at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier. "How did you get here?" Tai Izuan asked. "I was on my way to the old Hua Islands, but a giant hand suddenly appeared on the void ocean and grabbed me. Then, I lost consciousness," the barbaric dragon said. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. "It's the same for us. Why did that hand bring us here?" After all, the 7 of them were all geniuses. Their mentality was much better than the average martial artist. They were pondering what kind of place this was. The owner of that hand was too powerful. If he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have been able to keep them alive until now. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen had been standing to the side, quietly waiting. He had a feeling that someone was watching them. Sure enough, just as the few of them were chatting, a figure suddenly appeared. "The 8 of you, welcome to the demon-subduing realm." This person was wearing a green robe, and there was no aura fluctuation around his body. However, Fang Chen guessed that this person's cultivation level should be at the high level of the heavenly body tier. It didn't give him too much pressure. "Who are you?" "You're the one who captured us and brought us here." The few martial artists questioned one after another. Hearing this, the green-robed martial artist laughed loudly, and said, "I don't have the ability to capture people at will in the void ocean." "Then who is it? What's the purpose of capturing us here?" Tai Izuan asked in a low voice. "The one who captured you here is the realm master of our demon-subduing realm," the green-robed man said faintly. "Of course, it's just a clone." Everyone, including Fang Chen, fell into silence, waiting for the green-robed man to speak. The green-robed man looked at the 8 of them, then nodded, and said, "You can call me Jiyu Chuan, or Senior Brother Jiyu. Because from today onwards, you'll all be my junior brothers, and we'll cultivate together." "Who is the realm master of the demon-subduing realm? Did he capture us just to make us join the demon-subduing realm?" Fang Chen's face didn't change at all as he asked. Jiyu Chuan's gaze landed on Fang Chen's face with a hint of admiration. Nodding at Fang Chen, Jiyu Chuan said, "Firstly, with your current strength, you won't know the real demon-subduing realm. You only need to know that the demon-subduing realm is the strongest force in the entire universe below the realm of the gods. The strongest force under the realm of the gods." Fang Chen's mind shook when he heard this. His emotionless face revealed a trace of excitement. Of course, what shocked him wasn't the strength of the demon-subduing realm, but the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods, was it the place where the legendary gods lived? "Senior, is the realm of the gods where the gods live?" Fang Chen asked. Jiyu Chuan had a good impression of Fang Chen, and replied, "That's right. In our universe, there are many islands, and above the islands is the realm of the gods. To the realm of the gods, we're just ordinary people. The core of the universe is the realm of the gods. Any one of the people living in the realm of the gods can overturn rivers and seas, and destroy an island with ease." As for what the realm of the gods was like, Jiyu Chuan didn't know. He only knew that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could break through the shackles of heaven and earth, and enter the legendary realm of the gods. After hearing Jiyu Chuan's words, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. After so many years, he finally got some news about his wife. The realm of the gods, his wife, star and moon, must be in the realm of the gods. Wait for me. I will definitely go to the realm of the gods to find you. Fang Chen clenched his fist, and said in his heart. His heart was burning with a raging fire, and he desperately wanted to raise his cultivation. Although the realm lord of the demon subduing realm isn't from the realm of the gods, he can easily enter the realm of the gods. Jiyu Chuan continued. Instantly, the 8 people's faces were filled with shock. Not from the realm of the gods, but he could easily enter the realm of the gods. How strong must he be? Needless to say, the realm lord of the demon subduing realm must be the strongest under the realm of the gods. Alright, the realm of the gods is too far away for you. What you need to do now is to join the demon subduing realm. Jiyu Chuan's voice pulled the 8 people back from their thoughts. Senior, what's the benefit of joining the demon subduing realm? Someone asked. The demon subduing realm is the strongest force under the realm of the gods, but it has always been hidden in the dark, and not known by outsiders. First, you have to know that not everyone is qualified to join the demon subduing realm. The demon subduing realm has always recruited martial artists with battle prowess of the heavenly body tier at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. Even some geniuses who have broken through the limit will join the demon subduing realm, Jiyu Chuan said. Hearing this, the 8 people were shocked. Especially Fang Chen, who was even more shocked. In the entire Old Hua Islands, there were less than a handful of geniuses who had broken through the limit, and there were actually some in the demon subduing realm. Since the demon subduing realm isn't known by outsiders, then how do they recruit disciples? Don't tell me that the realm lord is the one who catches them every time? Tai Izuan asked. Jiyu Chuan nodded, and said, that's right. The realm lord's clone is in charge of the demon subduing realm, and he travels to every corner of the universe. As long as he finds a genius, he will capture them. Of course, he can't capture them by force. Only geniuses that appear in the void ocean can be captured, Jiyu Chuan explained. Fang Chen and the others sighed. The demon subduing realm only accepted elite disciples, and the disciples that the realm lord captured were all geniuses among geniuses. Joining the demon subduing realm can provide protection, Jiyu Chuan said. The few of them pondered for a moment, and then Man Long asked, what if we don't want to join the demon subduing realm? If you don't want to join, then we can only erase your memories and send you out of this place, Jiyu Chuan said. Such a situation had happened before, and in order to not expose the demon subduing realm, they would definitely erase the relevant memories. The disciples of the demon subduing realm, if placed in the outside world, any one of them can suppress a feudal lord, Jiyu Chuan said. Indeed, the demon subduing realm didn't accept mediocre people. Every disciple was an exceptionally talented person. I agree to join the demon subduing realm. Fang Chen was the first to speak. After knowing about the immortal realm, Fang Chen couldn't wait to increase his cultivation. And the demon subduing realm gave Fang Chen an unfathomable feeling. Perhaps, he could obtain extraordinary resources in the demon subduing realm, and his cultivation would increase faster. After the other 7 discussed with each other, they also agreed readily. The number 1 great force under the immortal realm, there was no way to regret it if they missed it. Senior brother Jiyu Chuan. The few of them clasped their hands and greeted Jiyu Chuan. When Jiyu Chuan heard that, he was overjoyed. Since you guys have already agreed to join the demon subduing realm, then I'll explain it to you guys in detail. The demon subduing realm has a total of 9 heavens, and there's a huge gap between each heaven. With your current strength, you can at most become a first heaven disciple. Demon subduing realm's 9 heavens. The first heaven disciples were all low-level heavenly body tier martial artists, the second heaven disciples were middle-level heavenly body tier, and the third heaven disciples were high-level heavenly body tier. Disciples from the 4th to the 6th heaven corresponded to the 9th heaven of the creation realm. As for 7th to 9th heaven disciples, those were all elites that surpassed the creation tier. Every one of them had the power to overturn heaven and earth, and was very powerful. After listening to Jiyu Chuan's introduction, Fang Chen and the others were even more shocked. The strength of the demon-subduing realm was too powerful, right? Especially the ninth heaven disciples, wouldn't they be much stronger than the master of the archipelago? Today was a very shocking day. What you guys understand now is merely a part of the demon-subduing realm. When you guys step into the creation tier, you'll understand how powerful the demon-subduing realm is, Jiyu Chuan said with a smile. He joined the demon-subduing realm a little earlier, and was already a third heaven disciple now. All right, each of you, swear a martial Dao oath to not mention the matters of the demon-subduing realm to outsiders, Jiyu Chuan said. The 8 of them swore a martial Dao oath in succession, and after going through a process, they were considered to have truly joined the demon-subduing realm.